Good afternoon, Commissioners. Today is the public hearing of July 19, 2016. Just going to be roll call. Chair Meenakshi Srinivasan. Here. Commissioner Fred Bland. Commissioner Diana Chapin. Here. Commissioner Wellington Chin. Commissioner Michael Devonshire. Commissioner Michael Goldblum. Commissioner John Gustafson. Yep. Commissioner Rena Lufty. Commissioner Adi Shmir-Broom. Here. Commissioner Kim Voss.
Good morning, Commissioners. We have an item proposed for the Commissioners' calendar, LP 2585, the Cathedral Church of St. John the Divine and the Cathedral Close. The landmark site is Borough of Manhattan, Block 1865, lots 1, 10, 30, and 8010. Donald Pressa presenting.
Good morning, everyone. One of the great religious complexes of the world, the Cathedral of St. John the Divine and the Cathedral Close, serve as the seat of the Episcopal Diocese of New York. Along with the auxiliary buildings, are not only considered one of the crowning glories of the Morningside Heights neighborhood, but also constitute one of the outstanding ecclesiastical ensembles in the city. After a brief summary of the site, which is here outlined in red, I will review the buildings in chronological order. In summary, the complex consists of the Cathedral Church and the 6 buildings that form the Close, including the Legal Monks Orphan Asylum Building, St. Faith's House, the Barber School, Senate House, the Deanery, and the Bishop's House. The entire site of the Cathedral and Close was originally occupied by the League and Watts Orphan Asylum, which sold the property to the Episcopal Church in 1887. One building of the League and Watts Orphan Asylum was retained, the Greek Revival style building seen here that has served a variety of cathedral functions over the years. Built in 1838 to 42, it is one of the oldest buildings in Morningside Heights. It is the oldest building in Morningside Heights, and one of the most significant examples of a Greek Revival style institutional building surviving in New York City. It was designed by Ithiel Town and built by Samuel Tapson. The first building that the church began constructing on the site is the cathedral itself, which is the centerpiece of the complex. In 1888, an architectural competition for the new cathedral was held and won by the architectural firm of Hines and Lafarge. The winning proposal was an eclectic design incorporating elements of the Romanesque, Byzantine, and Gothic styles. The first phase of construction began in 1892 with the laying of the cornerstone and continued to 1911 when the crypt choir and claustrum were complete. Changes in taste and the death of Hines in 1907 brought about a new French Gothic design for the completion of the cathedral by architect Ralph Adams Cran of the firm Cran, Goodyear, and Ferguson. Work resumed in 1916 according to Cran's design. During this period, which continued until 1941, the nave was completed and joined to the choir by a rough-finished crossing. An imposing west front was added and the north transept was begun. Work resumed once again in 1979 on the towers of the west front. Although the cathedral is presently unfinished, it remains the largest church in the United States and the largest cathedral in the world. Its monumental size, which takes advantage of its lofty location above Morningside Park, coupled with its fine detailing, such as arched buttresses topped by finials and arched portals with life-sized figures on pedestals, creates one of the most impressive architectural statements in the city. The next phase of construction on the site began in 1909 with the collegiate Gothic-style St. Faith's House, designed by C. Grant Lafarge as the home of the New York Training School for Deaconesses, an independent Episcopal institution founded in 1890 that was granted a location on the cathedral grounds. Next was the choir school of 1912 to 13, also designed in the collegiate Gothic style, but by the firm Cook and Welch. It housed the school that was founded in 1901 the League building in order to educate boys who would sing in the cathedral choir. Senate House, built in 1912 to 14, was the first of the cathedral's auxiliary buildings designed by Cranm, Goodyear, and Ferguson. Its design inspired by French and Spanish Gothic sources. Built specifically for the purpose of hosting the convention of the Protestant Episcopal Church in 1913, its auditorium has been the site of numerous religious gatherings. The deanery, designed by Cranm, Goodyear, and Ferguson in the French Chateauesque style and built in 1913, serves as the home of the dean of the cathedral. And finally, Bishop's House, built 1912 to 14, also by Cranm, Goodyear, and Ferguson in the French Chateauesque style, is the residence of the Bishop of the Episcopal Diocese of New York. The LPC's history of actions regarding the cathedral and its site dates back to the early years of the Commission. A series of public hearings were held in 1966 on the cathedral alone, but no action to designate followed these hearings. In 1979, the Commission calendared the close and held another public hearing on the entire complex, but again took no action to designate. Much later, in 2003, the LPC designated the Cathedral Church alone, removed portions of land on the north and south sides of the lot from the calendared site, and left the close, its buildings on the calendar. Subsequently, the designation of the cathedral was overturned by the City Council. As a result, the church is no longer calendared, while the close has remained on the Commission's calendar. And the parts that remained calendared are outlined in red. Our proposal is to remove the existing calendar lot from the calendar and to calendar again the lots shown here, which includes the lots on which the cathedral and the close sit.
Thank you, Donald. Are there any questions? Yes, Dana? Do you want to say anything? No questions. All right. I think the successful designation of St. John's the Divine and the close has really eluded the Commission over the last 50 years. So I think it's really, the moment is now to revisit it. And, it's obviously a landmark-worthy building. And along with the close, it will really sort of complete the complex for designation. So I recommend that we calendar this property. So I have to read this into the record, right? Okay. So I move that the Landmarks Preservation Commission decalendar Manhattan Tax Map Block 1865, Lot 1, in part, site of the close of the Cathedral Church of St. John the Divine, 1047 Amsterdam Avenue, also known as 1021 Amsterdam Avenue, 1061 Amsterdam Avenue, 419 West 110th Street. I move that the Landmarks Preservation Commission calendar the Cathedral Church of St. John the Divine and the Cathedral Close, 1047 Amsterdam Avenue, also known as 1021 to 1061 Amsterdam Avenue, and 419 West 110th Street, Cathedral Parkway, Borough of Manhattan, Tax Map Block, Lots 1865, Lots 1, 10, 30, and 8010. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? This complex is calendared, and we will have a public hearing on this in late November or early December.
We're now moving to items for public hearing. Item number 1 is LP 2575, the Empire State Dairy Company buildings at 2840 Atlantic Avenue, a.k.a. 2840 to 2844 Atlantic Avenue, 181 to 185 Schenck Avenue. The landmark site is Borough of Brooklyn, Block 3964, Lot 8 in part. Donald Pressa presenting.
As you recall, the LPC has been working to find preservation opportunities in the East New York neighborhood of Brooklyn and calendared these buildings on March 8, 2016. The Empire State Dairy Company buildings are some of the most prominent as well as architecturally and historically significant industrial buildings in East New York, important to the history of the neighborhood and to the history of the milk industry. The buildings were constructed in 2 phases that I will review after a brief summary of their setting. The area outlined in red is what we are hearing today. The complex is prominently located on the south side of Atlantic Avenue between Shank Avenue and Baldwin Street in East New York, Brooklyn, an area characterized by a mix of industrial and commercial buildings and low-scale residential buildings, dating mainly from the early to mid-20th century, when expanding transit lines and roadways to the area advanced the growth of the population and industry in the area. The earliest buildings on the site were constructed when barrier regulations were changing and technological advances were being made to improve the safety of work, and the company was expanding its business. The 1914 to 15 building was constructed when milk started to be processed in high volumes, and the need for cleaner, more modern facilities, such as this one, were required by health regulations. Sitting on the northwest corner of the site, the 1906 to 07 buildings were designed by Theobald Engelhardt in the Renaissance/Romanesque Revival style. Engelhardt, a prominent-looking architect, is known for his commercial and manufacturing buildings, including buildings within the Eberhard Faber Pencil Factory Historic District in Greenpoint, Brooklyn, which was designated in 2007. His Empire Dairy buildings feature a terracotta bay along Shank Avenue and a series of sculptural terracotta timpani along the second floor windows. Both of these elements have stylized keystones, flooring, and bracket details. The 1914 to 15 annex, which appears as more than one building on some maps and may incorporate sections of the earlier buildings on the site, was designed by Otto Strack and also has unique features but of a varied style. Strack employed an abstracted classicist style featuring secessionist details that include large steel windows and corbelled panel capitals. His educational background in Vienna is shown here in the strange details that showcase not only the simplicity of the building, but also its monumental scale. The intricate polychrome ceramic tile mosaics depicting pastoral scenes are key features of the building's large Atlantic Avenue facade, possibly the largest decorative tile installations from the American Encaustic Tile Company. The mosaics provide a whimsical element to the industrial building, as well as a hint to the company's Orion connections. The Empire Dairy buildings, which were later occupied by the Borden Company from 1924 to 1982, when milk production ceased at this location. The Empire Dairy buildings are a significant part of the city's industrial past and merit designation as an individual landmark.
Okay. Are there any questions for Donald? All right, I guess the public hearing, so we'll take testimony. The speaker is Valerie Campbell.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Valerie Campbell. I'm Special Counsel at Kramer, Levin, Naftalis, and Frankel, and we're Land Use Counsel to the Contract Vendee of the Dairy Complex, LSC Development. The dairy complex has not been used as a dairy for decades and is composed of many different buildings exhibiting varying degrees of structural deterioration. More recently, the buildings have been utilized for the manufacture of plastics and floor tiles, but are now vacant. Over the years, the ground floors of all of the buildings have undergone significant and unsympathetic alterations. Under any scenario, these buildings will require a significant financial investment in order to accommodate any new tenants or adaptive reuse. The recent East New York rezoning has created an opportunity for new residential and commercial development along Atlantic Avenue. However, as currently proposed, the designation would limit LSC's ability to develop the site in accordance with the new zoning because the designation would cover all of the higher density portion of the complex mapped in the R8A equivalent zone. LSC appreciates and intends to preserve the central 1914 through 15 annex buildings of the dairy complex along Atlantic Avenue. These buildings are decorated with the unique and charming depictions of bucolic alpine scenes on encaustic tile panels and clearly evidence the history of the Empire State Dairy. However, LSC is not convinced that the original office and dwelling building located at the northwest corner of Atlantic and Shank Avenue is worthy of designation, or that it contributes to a better understanding of the complex because of its different typology and lack of industrial character. For this reason, LSC respectfully requests that the Commission consider whether the office and dwelling building could be eliminated from the proposed designation. The already significant challenge in restoring the Empire State Dairy Complex to a modern functional use has been exacerbated by the recent discovery of significant soil and groundwater contamination from a leaking underground 5,000-gallon heating oil tank located at the rear of the annex building at the corner of Atlantic Avenue and Barbie Street. Preliminary estimates of the remediation cost are in excess of $2 million, and this effort will take approximately 3 to 5 years. In order to remediate the property, the environmental consultants estimate that approximately 140 tons of soil below the building must be removed for treatment or disposal. Moreover, the required excavation will extend to at least 40 feet below grade. LSC is in the process of engaging a structural engineer to examine whether this excavation is feasible without the full or partial demolition of the corner annex building and what impact the excavation will have on the remainder of the annex buildings. In view of the uncertainties created by the remediation requirements, LSC respectfully requests that the Commission continue the public hearing to September 6th or 13th. This continuation will allow LSC's structural engineer, in consultation with the environmental consultants, adequate time to study the structural impacts of the remediation. We think that it is important that there be an opportunity to present the results of this study to the Commission at a public meeting. Thank you for your consideration of this request, and we look forward to working with the Commission and Ms. Saft during this process.
Thank you. Alex Herrera?
Good morning, I'm Alex Herrera from the New York Landmarks Conservancy, and we're here to support the designation of the proposed Empire State Dairy Company at 2640 Atlantic Avenue as an individual landmark. As the city undertakes the initiative to rezone entire neighborhoods in each borough, increasing development pressures, we appreciate the Commission's approach of prioritizing buildings for designation that have significance in these communities. The Empire State Dairy is certainly such a site. This complex, which is eligible for listing in the state and national registers, is part of East New York's early 20th century industrial history. With a prominent location on Atlantic Avenue, it served as a distribution center for the Empire State Dairy Company and later for the Borden Dairy. The low-scale masonry complex is notable for the 1904 corner building attributed to Theobald Engelhardt, the prolific architect responsible for numerous industrial, residential, and religious buildings in North Brooklyn. It retains distinctive round and segmental arched windows on both facades. The larger 1913-1914 building by Otto Strack features two large ceramic tile decorative panels illustrating pastoral scenes of cows and their herders in the setting of pastures, streams, and snow-capped mountains, an exquisite site on Atlantic Avenue. The Empire State Dairy is well deserving of landmark designation for both its association with local history and its attractive architecture. We hope that this designation will open up opportunities for adaptive reuse of the complex so that it can play a major role in East New York's future, and hope that the Commission will continue to designate the significant buildings of this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Alex. Michael Padvi?
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm speaking on behalf of landmarking the Empire State Dairy Complex and its two exterior tile murals, and I'd like to confine my comments specifically to the artistic and historic merits of those murals. I am an independent architectural and art historian and first attempted to interest the LPC to landmark these murals in 1999. This Landmarks Commission has a choice to either save or destroy the only known existing art tile murals made by the American Encaustic Tile Company in New York City. The murals are site-specific to the Empire State Dairy Building on Atlantic Avenue between Barbie and Schenck in Brooklyn. The large pastoral arts and crafts style murals advertise the dairy industry. The brightly colored tiles are in high relief and are glazed in the American Majolica style. In 1911, Leon Solon became the art director of the American Encaustic Tiling Company after a successful career designing ceramics for the Minton Company in England. Solon most probably designed the Empire State Dairy murals, which were pictured in architect Otto Strack's 1913 architectural drawings, and Solon most certainly supervised this project. The only other existing tiled facade designed by Leon Solon in the city was totally destroyed in 2014. This was a facade of the headquarters and tile showrooms of the American Encaustic Tiling Company at 16 East 41st Street, Manhattan. The art tiles from Solon's 1922 renovation of the building showrooms were ripped from the facade and trashed, so the building, which was on a list of buildings being considered for landmarking, could be developed. Leon Solon was also notable because of his theories of architectural color, which resulted in the terracotta coloring scheme of 2 Park Avenue, Manhattan, and the coloring of the sculptural elements in Rockefeller Plaza, among others. But none of these were created using art tiles. These decorative tile murals on the Empire State Dairy building are an art treasure that must be preserved. And it's now up to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Kelly Carroll?
Good morning, Kelly Carroll, Historic Districts Council. The Empire State Dairy Company building is an unusually ornamented industrial building whose equal is not found anywhere. According to experts, these murals are the largest extant Majolica tile panels created by the American Encaustic Tiling Company. The murals, now over a century old, depict a bucolic alpine scene in which a woman leads a cow and calf to water. On the other, a man leads a bull to water. The people proudly display their animals within a sun-drenched, lush landscape of water, meadows, pines, and mountains, hearkening to the agrarian beginnings of the dairy industry. It is likely that the architect, Otto Strack, was paying homage to his country of birth, Germany, and that the rare secessionist application employed here was inspired by Strack's studies in Vienna. The first building constructed as a part of this complex dates to 1907 and was designed jointly by Otto Strack and Theobald Engelhardt. Mr. Engelhardt was a prolific Brooklyn architect of German-born parents whose architectural legacy is inextricably intertwined with the former German communities and brewing industries in Brooklyn. How Strack wound up on this commission is a mystery, as he was a prominent brewery architect in faraway Milwaukee. It is quite possible that the common link of the brewing industry made these two German architects cross paths and eventually led them to build together this once in Brooklyn. Overall, this building is a rare example of architectural style and artistic aesthetic and emblematic of the burgeoning industry in East New York in the early 20th century. Moving forward, it is absolutely paramount that LPC move to calendar more significant buildings in East New York. This old neighborhood will still fall victim to a pioneering paradigm, and if its heritage is not protected, there will be nothing left in the wake of rezoning. These especially include links to the neighborhood's longtime civic presence in the forms of the East New York Magistrates Court and the 75th Police Precinct. Interestingly, both of these buildings have counterparts by the same architects in Sunset Park. Though both buildings in Sunset Park are individual landmarks, and those in East New York remain unprotected. To continue to ignore the set, which is nearly identical, in East New York would communicate quite clearly that this community deserves less than another in Brooklyn. Further candidates that anchor this neighborhood include the Holy Trinity Russian Orthodox Church and the Vienna Flats building at 2883 Atlantic Avenue. As revived, landmarked neighborhoods in Brooklyn testify, building stock is vital to the enrichment, pride, and prosperity of a community, especially when that community is being built from the ground up. Thank you.
Thank you. Susan Chenick?
My name is Susan Tunick, and I'm president of the Friends of Terracotta. I imagine that staff at least is aware of our postcard campaign and our efforts to help designate the Empire State Dairy. I have testimony that's really a repeat of what you've heard, so I'm going to add one thing, and then I'll try to read a statement that I just received from Andrew Dolcard. There are numerous small examples of the American Acrostic Tiling Company in New York, particularly in apartment house lobbies, several by BOAC in Paris, and there's a wide range of their work seen in the New York City subway system. They're mosaic as opposed to tile. Small mosaic panels are in the Borough Hall station that date from 1908, and there are a series of hexagonal panels that are from 1918 in the 7th Avenue local stations, including Cortlandt, Christopher, and Canal Street. Michael has already referred to the very sad loss of 16 East 41st Street, which we tried for many years since Laurie Beckelman was chair to get landmarked. That's a real loss. So let me just read a statement that came by email from Andrew Dolcard. Only a medical issue would keep me away from this public hearing on the Empire Dairy, a building that I have known for many years, ever since Susan Tunick and I went on a tile exploration in Brooklyn to find this building. The Empire Dairy is a very special building, unique in New York and probably in the United States. Its most significant feature is, of course, a pair of tile murals created by the American Acrostic Tiling Company of Zanesville, Ohio. The murals with scenes on these murals are a fantastic bit of urban public art located in the heart of urban East New York. They and the building on which they are located are a reflection of the importance of local dairies in New York in the early 20th century, at a time when fresh milk needed to be processed close to customers. New York City once had an impressive array of dairy structures, only a few of which survive. Thus, the Empire Dairy is important not only for its artistic murals, but for the history of the building in connection with the dairy industry. We also should not forget that this is a significant example of early 20th century industrial architecture with its large expanses of multi-pane metal windows and its vaguely detailed towers that are above the murals. The building is also an important landmark in East New York neighborhood. I want to commend the Commission for holding this public hearing on the building in East New York, a neighborhood with almost no designated buildings, and hope that the Commission will consider other buildings now that there's a local group advocating for designation, and you will hear from them soon. So that's Andrew's statement. I won't read, but I will emphasize that there's a very fine letter from Riley Dowdy, who's on the Tile Heritage Foundation. It's extensive and detailed about the importance of the building.
You can submit that into the record.
Yes, I will. Okay. And he calls that a national gem. Thank you.
Thank you. Zilberlina Penn?
You guys are lucky that the Euro came to see you today and give you this special thanks for considering this building as a designated landmark. Good morning, Landmarks Preservation Commissioners. My name is Zilberlina Ben. I am the founder of Preserving East New York, also known as PENNY. PENNY emerges an initiative to advocate for the preservation of historic buildings and places within the communities of East New York and Cypress Hills. Through community support, PENNY's goal is to create awareness to protect the community's historic resources that are threatened by the mayor's rezoning proposal. We want to commend the Landmarks Preservation Commission for calendaring and holding this hearing today for one of our neighborhood's historic gems. the Empire State Dairy buildings at 2840 Atlantic Avenue. We fully support the designation of this building complex. It represents a period of time in the history of East New York, in the history of New York, and in the history of architecture. It holds two beautiful murals made from tiles, thought to be one of the largest works of art of its kind in the United States. But the best part of all is that this unique complex gets to call East New York its home, and we are very thrilled that it's being considered for designation. As you are all aware, East New York is the first neighborhood of the city's new major rezoning proposal. As the first of 15 neighborhoods, East New York will be the one that will become the benchmark for the rest of the neighborhoods across the city. For this reason, throughout the rezoning process, Penny stressed that the importance of historic preservation within the city's strategic goals in revitalizing neighborhoods, because if we don't preserve the roots of our communities, then how can neighborhoods retain their identity and be effectively revitalized? Preservation protects our history and empowers our communities because our history retains our social, cultural, and economic well-being, and most importantly, our identity. Preservation ultimately further enhances the city's strategic goals to revitalize each unique community that each one of us loves. The absence of the Landmarks Preservation Commission as a leading agency within the East New York rezoning plan has caused great concern and disillusionment within the community. There are many unprotected and potentially vulnerable landmark-worthy buildings interspersed throughout the rezoning area. For example, the unique Holy Trinity Russian Orthodox Church at 400 Glenmore Avenue is significant both architecturally and culturally. There's also the 75th Police Precinct Station House at 44 Liberty Avenue, which has been included in the National Register of Historic Places since 2007. These are just two buildings out of the several that Penny believes are landmark-worthy buildings that are landmark-worthy and are at high risk of demolition or from insensitive alterations due to the rezoning proposal and real estate speculation. So with that being said, Ms. Meenakshi and fellow LPC commissioners, we urge you to consider preserving the Empire State Board and Dairy buildings, but also to take in consideration all the unprotected historical buildings in danger due to the East New York rezoning proposal, because these buildings are what makes our neighborhood unique, and we should protect them before it's too late. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councilwoman Arnett. Are there any other speakers on this item? Any other speakers? All right, we've heard testimony from representatives of the owners of the site that are doing some additional environmental, testing, and they've asked us to continue the hearing, so we can continue the hearing to September 13th. So we'll have the next hearing on this September 13th, and they'll have the opportunity to explain the findings of their testing.
As you know, the LPC has put forward a designation plan for Greater East Midtown as part of the administration's multi-agency effort to plan for the district's future. On May 10th, 2016, you voted to calendar 7 buildings for designation to join the 5 that were calendared in 2013. Those 12 buildings are represented on the map here in purple. The 5 buildings calendared in 2013 are the subject of today's hearing. They are the Pershing Square Building, Gray Bar Building, Shelton Hotel, Beverly Hotel, and the Lexington Hotel. Prior to the research staff presenting the history and significance of each of the 5 buildings, I'm going to provide some background information. As you know, as part of the East Midtowns Initiative, we developed an approach that is more akin to studying a historic district, using key development eras to provide the analytical framework for assessing historic resources. Through our research, we identified 3 key eras of district development: pre-Grand Central Terminal era, Grand Central Terminal era, and the post-Grand Central Terminal era. The 5 buildings we are hearing today all represent the Grand Central Terminal era, which is the period of development initiated by the construction of Grand Central Terminal and its vast ancillary transit improvements. Here you see the open rail yards that preceded the terminal. Starting in the 1830s, trains ran at grade, showing what is now Park Avenue with pedestrians and vehicles. So you can see in the image on the left, Park Avenue with a train running at grade. In 1902, 15 railroad passengers were killed in a rear-end collision near 56th Street. In response to this tragic accident, the chief engineer of the New York Central Railroad proposed that not only should steam locomotives be eliminated from Manhattan, but that the terminal be expanded and completely rebuilt. The construction of a mammoth new Grand Central Terminal took place between 1903 and 13. The new terminal project took place in tandem with the electrification and submergence of the railroad's tracks and the demolition of an enormous train shed and rail yards immediately to the north of the old terminal. And you can see in the image on the left the submergence of the rail lines. From its inception, Grand Central Terminal was a major transportation hub, served not only by the railroad, but also by multiple streetcar and subway lines. 4 years after its completion, 100 million people, which was equal to the entire population of the United States at that time, were passing through the terminal each year. Grand Central Terminal was planned as part of a city within a city, linked with more than 24 buildings constructed above the newly submerged railroad tracks. Submerging the tracks enabled the railroad to develop its property with revenue-producing new buildings erected on skeletal steel supports over the tracks and rail yards. And you can see in this photo and perspective drawing the property available for air rights development. Terminal City refers to property owned by New York Central Railroad above the railroad tracks, and development included buildings constructed by the railroad and leaseholders. Terminal City buildings were designed with surface tunnel connections to the terminal and subways, creating an interconnected network. One of the buildings we're hearing today, the Gray Bar Building, is a Terminal City building. Completion of Grand Central Terminal and Terminal City dramatically transformed the district from residential to high-density commercial. Many office buildings would concentrate close to the terminal and subway lines. The opening of Grand Central Terminal coincided with an important era of skyscraper development, including a number of distinctive office towers that date from before and after the passage of the 1916 zoning ordinance. Within Grand Central Terminal era, we found 3 basic sub-eras that demonstrate the earliest evolution of skyscraper design in East Midtown. Earliest commercial buildings, located on small parcels that were once occupied by row houses, rise without interruption and often emphasize verticality. Later examples occupied corner lots with more substantial footprints and frequently employ light ports. The Pershing Square building, while built after the passage of the 1916 zoning, is an example of this type. The 1916 zoning mandated setbacks, and many of the skyscrapers experimented with new massing. The 1920s skyscrapers, and 30s, which were significantly taller, feature the romantic tiered profiles and are a signature feature of our Jazz Age skyline. The remaining 4 buildings you hear today are all examples of this type of skyscraper. Though Terminal City contains several important hotels, such as the Biltmore and Commodore, many more rooms were needed. A substantial number would rise along Lexington Avenue, including the Waldorf Astoria Hotel, which is a city landmark, creating a notable hotel alley on Lexington Avenue. The hotel development was spurred not only by the construction of Grand Central Terminal, but also the Lexington Avenue line, the subway line in 1918. Furthermore, the hotels were in quick walking distance to the Grand Central Palace, a 13-story neoclassical style convention hall and exhibition building built in 1911 by the New York Central Railroad, which became the city's principal venue for trade fairs and corporate displays. And just to point out what we're looking at, here's the now demolished Grand Central Palace, which was located here at Lexington Avenue, obviously Grand Central Terminal, and then our hotel alley. Waldorf Astoria, which is a designated landmark, and the 3 hotels we're here today, Beverly, Shelton, and Hotel Lexington, among other hotels that were located in that area. So again, these are the 5 buildings that we're here today. And with that, I'll turn this over to Mary Beth and the research staff.
Public hearing item number 2 is the Pershing Square Building at 125 Park Avenue, a.k.a. 101 to 105 East 41st Street, 100 to 108 East 42nd Street, 117 to 123 Park Avenue, 127 to 135 Park Avenue. The landmark site is Borough of Manhattan Block 1296, Lot 1. It's LP 2556. Gail Harris presenting.
The Lombard-style Pershing Square Building anchors a prominent corner directly across 42nd Street from Grand Central Terminal at Park Avenue. Designed by John Sloan, working with staff at York and Sawyer, the building is remarkable for the important role it played in the development of the city's mass transit system, its transitional role in the history of the city's building development, its architectural contributions to 42nd Street, and its exceptional terracotta cladding. The Pershing Square Building is also noteworthy as an integral element in the redevelopment of the Grand Central Terminal area. The Pershing Square Building replaced the well-known Grand Union Hotel, which was acquired in 1914 by the Public Services Commission to create a new diagonal station linking the older portions of the IRT line running beneath Park Avenue with the new extension of the line beneath Lexington Avenue. In constructing the new station, the Commission's engineers provided exceptionally strong foundations that could support the weight of a 25-story building, so that the site could be marketed as a development parcel once the station was complete. Due to wartime shortages that slowed subway construction, the site was not ready for development until 1920. At that time, it was acquired by a syndicate headed by developer Henry Mandel, who obtained financing from the Bowery Savings Bank in exchange for releasing a portion of the site to the bank for a new branch. Because the Pershing Square Building utilized subway footings that were in place when the zoning ordinance was adopted in 1916, and the site was sold by the city as developable with a 25-story building, it received a variance from the setback requirements of the law, and thus became the last tall building in New York erected without setbacks. Instead, it had a large light court facing Park Avenue with tall slabs that rise straight up from the 8th story. John Sloan, working with Mandel and the Pershing Square Building Corporation, created a design incorporating Renaissance and Romanesque elements that complemented William Lewis Ayres of York and Sawyer's Romanesque revival design for the Bowery Savings Bank of 1921 to 23, a designated New York City landmark and interior landmark adjacent to the east. The two buildings shared a party wall, thought to be the tallest in the city, and interlocking framing. Later, York and Sawyer were brought into the Pershing Square project, although Sloan remained in charge of the design. And you can see that the cornice lines of the two buildings, especially at the base, aligned. Faced with granite, multi-hued brick, and colorful terracotta, it features northern Italian motifs, including round arch windows and tiled hip roofs, suggesting Old Lombardy. The bricks and terracotta, fabricated by the Atlantic Terracotta Company, were designed to appear old and weathered in order to create a more artistic design.
This was the first tall building to use textured brickwork and colored terracotta, setting a precedent for the colorful designs that would lead Eli Jacques Kahn and Ralph Walker later in the decade. Integral to the construction of the East Midtown subway system, the Pershing Square building was built with several subway entrances and direct access to Grand Central Terminal. In fact, it was a requirement of the easement that they incorporate subway access. With multiple connections and access points, it has played an important role in the history of the East Midtown transit system, and with designation, it can continue to play that role in the future. The building also remains notable for its fine design and unique facade treatment. It continues to make a significant contribution to the visual variety and richness of East Midtown.
Thank you, Gail. Are there any questions for Gail? Okay, we can take testimony. Each person will be given 3 minutes. And if you can please just respect when the bell goes off. Bishan Chakraborty.
Good morning. Dear Commissioners, I'm Bishan Chakraborty, an architect, professor, and an advisor to SL Green. I am also an ardent advocate of New York City landmarks in general and of the prerogatives of this commission in particular. As I've stated repeatedly and publicly, this commission is not only the guardian of our past, it is the guardian of the future of our past. It is for this reason that I implore you today to hold off on the landmarking of 125 Park Avenue. I've carefully reviewed your own detailed designation report, which is excellent, and the structure of the building as it relates to the transportation network below it. This has led me to the unavoidable conclusion that landmarking this building without further study could hobble the southern half of the Grand Central Transportation Hub in perpetuity, particularly as it relates to Midtown South and the resurgent adaptive reuse of the many historic structures that constitute this burgeoning technology and office hub. The entrances to the subways at Grand Central south of 42nd Street, to use a technical term, are fakakta. They are narrow, dank, congested, confusing, and are arguably the worst part of Grand Central. Yet consider what they service. All of Midtown South, a submarket with one of the lowest vacancy rates in the nation, with new technology and finance companies that have reinvigorated a host of historic structures. It is a hotbed for so-called TAMI tenants, technology, advertising, I like architecture instead, technology, advertising, media, and information tenants. Most notably, for example, Facebook has recently continued its massive expansion in the neighborhood in landmark buildings with over 600,000 square feet. Even my office occupies a massive 2,000 square feet in this neighborhood. Vacancy in the submarket has decreased 30% over the last decade, and overall inventory has increased to 67 million square feet. But most relevant in this setting, this neighborhood is home to over 59 landmark structures and interiors. Ironically, Terminal City never anticipated this growth to the south. Cornelius Vanderbilt, as the presentation showed, controlled land predominantly to the north of Grand Central along Park Avenue. While the terminal proudly fronts on 42nd Street, it was never conceptualized to serve an office market to its southern flank. And yet that office market has emerged all the way to Madison Square Park and to 23rd Street. So this historic tech ecosystem is indeed successful, but it is also fragile. These companies can move, and if they do, what will be the fate of the many landmarks that they are housed in? The reality is that Midtown South thrives off the adjacency of Grand Central and its subways, yet that adjacency is nearing a choke point. It would be ludicrous to direct pedestrians from the south to the north side of 42nd Street, given the addition of East Side Access, new growth in Midtown East, and an already congested set of entrances to the north. In studying 125 Park, the reason the connections to the south are so poor become clear. The foundations for the building, as your designation report points out, were built simultaneously with the subway station a decade before the building was built. Over 25% of the platforms of the 456 reside under the building, similar to the manner in which Madison Square Garden rests upon Penn Station. The ensuing underground labyrinth makes the southern half of the subway station unnavigable, unsafe, and unappealing. As a representative of Stantec Engineering will describe after me, the only way to fix the situation is to rebuild the southern half of the station and deal with the foundations of this building. I'm sure advocates will come before you and say that we should not have to choose between transit improvements and landmarks, a point of view to which I am very sympathetic. However, this is a unique situation. Even if the government had the public funds to fix the problem at this location, it could not do so without radically changing the structure of 125 Park. This is not a debate about whether critical future transit improvements should come from the private sector or the public sector. The improvements are impossible without reconceiving the building, regardless of who does the reconceiving.
Mr. Jacuzzi, your time is up.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's not to say the building doesn't have its merits, it does, but as your own commission report points out, these merits are secondary to other landmarks in the area. So the livelihood of an entire historic building hangs in the balance of this decision, and I believe that this preservation decision requires a holistic view and earnest deliberation, so that is why we're asking for an extension of this decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Stu Lerner?
Hello, my name is Stu Lerner. I am with Stantec Consulting, and I lead the transportation group for Stantec in North America. I'm a professional engineer licensed in the state of New York, and I'm speaking on behalf of 125 Park Avenue as far as the structural conditions that it would present if it were to be able to be maintained and also service the subway. As Vishan indicated, the existing connections to the subway are minimal at best, and quite frankly, they provide a huge security issue and are not ADA compliant, all of which present problems to New York City Transit. If the building were to be able to be reconfigured with a total new structural steel system inside, that would allow for new stairs, 4 to 6 new stairs down to the subway Lexington Avenue line. The point is very simple, that the southern end of the Lexington Avenue subway platforms are grossly underserved. It leads to a large amount of overcrowding on the north end of the platform. We could service the entire station much better by providing access from the southern points, which is much more superior than what exists today. Additionally, access to the Flushing line would also be able to be provided should the structural steel system be able to be entirely removed from the 125 Park Avenue system. Basically, the way they built it to support that huge weight of the facade, the terracotta facade that was spoken of earlier, that's basically serving as a cutoff point to the southern end of the platform. That's the huge problem. And in fact, the utilities servicing the building, the water and electrical, are buried right underneath the south side of the facade of Park Avenue, of 42nd Street, which also serves as a cutoff point. So reconstructing the building would allow us to be able to eliminate all those cutoff points. And that's really the issue, is servicing the Flushing line and servicing the Lexington Avenue blind platforms are right now basically cut off by the facade of that building. We can open it all up and provide additional stairs and access to the Flushing line platforms and at least 4 new stairs down to the Lexington Avenue line platforms.
Thank you. John Raskin?
Hi, I'm Sonia Izzard. Not John, I'm Sonia Izzard speaking on behalf of John Raskin and the Riders Alliance. My name is Sonia Izzard. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this morning before the Commission. My testimony represents not only the Riders Alliance, but many of New York's leading public transit advocates, including NYPIRG Strap Hangers Campaign, Tri-State Transportation Campaign, and the Permanent Citizens Advisory Council Committee to the MTA. I'm speaking on behalf of the needs of 1.3 million daily 456 train riders and asking the Commission to consider the subway's unique infrastructure needs when determining landmark status for 125 Park Avenue. As you may know, the Lexington Avenue line is the most traveled mass transit route in the nation. On the average weekday, the 456 train carries more people than the entire rail networks of Chicago, Washington, Boston, or San Francisco. Today, the 456 routinely runs at more than 100% of capacity. As crowds increase, so do delays. These delays ricochet through the line, causing delays as far as the Bronx and into Brooklyn. One of the factors that causes this crowding is specific to one particular station, the busiest on the line, Grand Central. At Grand Central 42nd Street, limited platform space and limited access between the platform and mezzanine levels reduced the line's functional capacity by thousands of people an hour. planned development in East Midtown and the opening of East Side Access in the coming decade will bring additional people to the area, stressing the infrastructure significantly beyond its intended capacity. In exchange for permission to redevelop One Vanderbilt, the real estate developer SL Green has agreed to perform $220 million in infrastructure upgrades, including some improvements to the mezzanine and platform at Grand Central Station. But some parts of the mezzanine and platform may not be possible to improve in the near term because they are located outside the footprint of the MTA's Grand Central Terminal. They sit below 125 Park Avenue, also owned by SL Green. SL Green represents that it cannot make improvements to the transit facilities under 125 Park Avenue without redeveloping the site. Unless the city can declare with confidence that important station improvements are realistically possible without redevelopment of the 125 Park Avenue building, we urge the city to withhold landmark status from the property until such questions can be resolved. The much-anticipated East Midtown rezoning could be a great success if it comes with transportation upgrades to handle the thousands of new commuters who will take advantage of new development in the area. Or it could cause decades of headaches, crowds, and subway delays that impact hundreds of thousands of riders. Realistically speaking, landmarking is permanent, and prohibiting redevelopment on this site could prevent vital future transit improvements. The possibility merits detailed analysis by official stakeholders such as the MTA and the city. Unless the city is certain that questions about 125 Park Avenue and the site's potential impact on our city's subway system are resolved, we urge you not to landmark the building at this time. Thank you for the opportunity to share our concerns.
Thank you. Parliament Leader?
Commissioners, my name is Payman Lowey, Vice President of Urban Planning for the Real Estate Board of New York. I'm here on behalf of REBNY's 17,000 members to speak and submit testimony on the 5 calendared properties within the East Midtown rezoning area. We submitted testimony that comments on all 5 of the properties, but primarily going to be speaking on the 125 Park Avenue. These properties were calendared during the public review process for the initial East Midtown rezoning proposal. As you may know, we commissioned a study that found that the truly meritorious buildings that were already been designated and the ones proposed had little to no architectural or historical merit for the designation of these 5 properties. Thus, we continue to oppose their designation. In revisiting the rezoning of East Midtown, the East Midtown Steering Committee, chaired by Manhattan Borough President Gail Brewer and Councilmember Dan Garodnick, was established to develop a framework for the rezoning of the greater East Midtown area. One objective was to identify properties within the study area eligible for landmarks designation and to designate them prior to the conclusion of the public review process for the rezoning proposal. In this regard, the Landmarks Preservation Commission and the city should be commended for properly folding preservation into the planning process, a sound approach that we have long called for. However, the Commission's latest research presentation does not provide new or compelling reasons for us to reconsider the conclusions of our initial report regarding the designation of these 5 properties. 125 Park also does not meet the standards of an exceptional building meriting landmarks designation. Notably absent from the AIA Guide to New York City, the building has a high street wall design common for buildings erected before the 1916 zoning resolution, and its cubic Beaux Arts design was old-fashioned even before it was finished, an unpardonable sin in up-to-date Manhattan, according to our report. This building does not attract the attention of the authors of the AIA Guide, nor is it a must-see architectural icon of New York City, such as the Chrysler Building. In the absence of a compelling basis for landmark designation, we are concerned that granting this good but not great building landmark status would foreclose forever the rare opportunity to provide significant transit and public realm improvements on this site. Preserving the opportunity for a transformative project on this site by not designating this less than worthy building would advance the important planning goals of revitalizing East Midtown. 125 Park Avenue fronts on 2 wide streets and stands directly above the southern terminus of the 4, 5, 6, 7, 42nd Street subway mezzanine. It is an ideal and unmatched location for a new office building to revitalize greater East Midtown and improve transit conditions in Grand Central. In the context of the greater East Midtown plan, the designation of 125 Park Avenue would be a serious setback for the effectiveness of this plan. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the discussion on this process, which is important from a preservation and planning perspective.
Ryan Pucos.
Commissioners, my name is Ryan Pucos, and I'm making a statement on behalf of the Grand Central Partnership. The Grand Central Partnership is a business improvement district serving an approximately 70 square block area in Midtown Manhattan surrounding Grand Central Terminal. On behalf of our District Management Association and Board of Directors, we welcome the opportunity to submit these comments regarding the proposed landmark designation of 125 Park Avenue. There's no question that we understand and respect deeply the landmark designation process and the significance of historic recognition and preservation throughout our city. Today, we're not here to question the analysis undertaken by the Commission or to comment on the architectural or historical merits of the proposed designation of 125 Park Avenue. As the area's business improvement district, we work to provide the best possible pedestrian and transit experience to the millions of people who engage with our area. With One Vanderbilt and East Side Access under construction and the rezoning of East Midtown on the table, our neighborhood is poised for a dramatic influx of workers and commuters from across the region in the coming years. While the transit improvements associated with One Vanderbilt and East Side Access will provide tremendous benefit, it's clear that our neighborhood's transportation infrastructure will require new and sustained investment in order to continue to support the needs of our growing city and region. With 25% of the 456 platform and part of the Grand Central Subway Station mezzanine situated beneath the building, SL Green's 125 Park Avenue is uniquely positioned to support significant additional transit improvements to the Grand Central complex, which could include improved street-level subway access as well as below-grade circulation. This begs the question, what exactly would a landmark designation mean for future transit improvements around one of the world's busiest transportation hubs? Would a designation foreclose the possibility of future improvements at this location? We believe that these questions should be answered fully before rushing to judgment on this matter. These are questions that our transportation experts, elected officials, and community-based organizations have been asking and working on for years. And so we urge the Commission, prior to proceeding with any formal landmark designation at 125 Park Avenue, to work with the building's ownership, the MTA, the Mayor's Office, and elected officials in order to study the site and area to understand the possibilities that exist for vital transit improvements that would otherwise be precluded forever by this immediate action. We thank you for the opportunity to submit these comments on this important matter and for your thoughtful consideration.
Thank you. Robert Schiffer.
Hello, my name is Caitlin Smoleski with SL Green, and I will be reading a testimony submitted by the Rudin Center for Transportation Policy and Management. Dear Commissioners, I am writing with regard to the property rights at grade and below grade at 125 Park Avenue that are owned by the Metropolitan Transportation Authority. It is my understanding that this property is to be the subject of a hearing for potential landmark designation on July 19, 2016. The second busiest platform in the New York City transit system, the 456 line of the 42nd Street station, runs directly underneath this property. Additionally, critical access points to and from the 42nd Street station and Grand Central Terminal run through this site. The properties that sit directly above the 42nd Street station provide opportunities for significant mass transit improvements. With growing daily subway ridership and increasing numbers of Metro-North commuters into and out of Grand Central Terminal, 42nd Street station of approximately 160,000 and 350,000 respectively, I believe that major improvements to accommodate this ridership are essential. In the coming years, there will be even greater pressure on Grand Central Terminal's critical transit infrastructure stemming from the East Midtown rezoning and the completion of LIRR East Side Access in 2022. The daily Grand Central Terminal commuters is projected to increase by 162,000. Given the importance of the infrastructure at this location to the city and the MTA, I would recommend that the Landmarks Preservation Commission delay consideration of 125 Park Avenue for landmark designation to allow time for study of potential future transit improvements that may be limited by designation. Based on the recent legislation passed by the City Council, Landmarks Preservation Commission would have until December 2018 to act on this calendared item, which should provide ample time for systematic analysis of this property and transit activities. Thank you.
Thank you. Cameron Tudhope?
Good morning. My name is Cameron Tuttle. I'm an employee of SL Green, and I'm reading testimony on behalf of the Association for a Better New York. The Association for a Better New York is a 45-year-old civic organization that promotes the effective cooperation of public and private sectors to improve the quality of life for all New Yorkers. We are submitting this testimony today to support the redevelopment of 125 Park Avenue and request the Landmarks Preservation Commission withhold designation of the property. In the face of an increasingly global economy, representatives from the private sector, nonprofit community, New York City, and state administration and legislatures all acknowledge the importance of modernizing our aging office and commercial building stock, particularly in the East Midtown area. Currently, the city is in the process of evaluating rezoning, completing the new LIRR East Side Access project, and seeing the first development in the area, One Vanderbilt, under construction. We feel that these projects and transit improvements will benefit the city and this area. However, we must continue to pursue more transit improvements in order to ensure the viable and competitive future of East Midtown. The utilization of 125 Park Avenue is critical for the future of East Midtown transportation because it has the most reasonable potential for alleviating the influx of commuters and pedestrians to the Grand Central Terminal vicinity. By expanding access to the 4, 5, 6, and 7 lines to 125 Park Avenue, transit improvements here and to the subway would improve connectivity and circulation at the city's second busiest subway station. If LPC were to designate 125 Park Avenue as an historical landmark, it may create challenges for a viable redevelopment plan, which may in turn impede the ability for the property to contribute physically and financially to improve transportation connectivity in East Midtown. For these reasons, we respectfully request the Landmarks Preservation Commission refrain from designating the project. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you. Alice Herrera?
Good morning, I'm Alex Herrera from the New York Landmarks Conservancy. The Conservancy appreciates the work that the Commission has undertaken in analyzing the proposed Midtown East rezoning area, and is pleased that that landmarks are being recognized for contributions within the zoning area. We've come a long way since the first meetings that I attended at the Municipal Art Society some years ago, where the report was presented to the public, to us, and there wasn't a single mention of a single landmark-worthy building in the entire rezoning area. So I think that we've come a long way since then, and we appreciate the efforts of the Landmarks Commission in that regard. We, of course, are in support of the designation of this magnificent building. The decorative facade work on this building is amazing. It's described as tapestry-like, and the tower is among the most beautiful sights in Midtown and worthy of landmark designation for its history and for its architecture. The property represents the era when the construction of Grand Central and new transportation infrastructure catalyzed commercial development. Replacing the Grand Union Hotel, it was built in concert with its landmark neighbor, the Bowery Savings Bank. The Pershing Square building is one of the last tall buildings built without setbacks. It rises straight up 24 stories on top of footings that were built as part of the IRT subway line. Since these footings could not support a setback building, the site received a variance and a unique place in New York architectural and planning history. Designation of the Pershing Square building would rightly recognize the last unprotected lot on this extraordinary block front, which includes the landmark Bowery Savings Bank, Channing Building, and Pershing Square Viaduct. The architects were John Sloan, whose partnership with T. Marco Robertson produced the Shannon, Graybar, Freda French buildings, and York and Sawyer, who designed the Bowery Savings Bank, the New York Historical Society, and the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. So it's got a star cast of architects. In light of this company, The lack of designation seems like an oversight we hope this commission will address. Even without these qualities, the Pershing Square building, which is eligible for listing in the state and national registers, would be well deserving of designation for its significant architecture. The Romanesque Revival Tower features round arched windows and tiled hipped roofs, forming a lovely complement to Grand Central Terminal. It is clad in granite, textured brick, and polychrome terracotta, with extensive geometric decorations and a series of stern angels staring down from the fifth story. In the 2010 column, Christopher Gray wrote, "The Atlantic Terracotta Company supplied material for the building, and in 1923, its journal noted that Mr. Sloan worked to create the look of handmade structure, saying the clay was purposely roughened for kiln burning to help out the rugged texture. Careful examination of the facade reveals a series of strong elements that together form an exceptional composition. Replacement windows and several contemporary storefronts do not detract from the striking facade. The rezoning proposal for East Midtown will substantially increase development pressures, especially in the areas closest to Grand Central Terminal, and we will likely face the loss of numerous masonry-clad buildings of the pre-war era. We remind you that it is the mix of old and new that keeps New York a dynamic, interesting, and unique city. The Pershing Square building is an irreplaceable gem and an essential part of that mix. We urge you to designate this remarkable building. Thank you."
Thank you. Sonia Izzard? Did you already speak? Yes. Okay. Mr. Belga?
Christopher Belkoff for the Society for the Architecture of the City. Today, the Commission has come full circle from the contested designation of Grand Central Terminal as an individual landmark to the protection of two key elements in the incomparable cityscape that surrounds it. The Pershing Square building dates from a time when an office building could still incorporate fantasy. Arches that looked like Italy at the highest points, terracotta decoration, long textured brick laid in complex patterns. Looking west on 42nd Street, it crowns a succession of landmarks with an old-world humanistic touch, which, as in so many buildings of its time, complements an extremely practical transportation hub that functions within and beneath it according to a very rational plan. By designating, the Commission will honor the building, but designating would also reflect well on a Commission that will be acting to remedy what has been a terrible omission over the decades, forward until now, to protect this wonderful New York building, Sloan's Pershing Square. And I'd like to add that I came down on this line, which I now understand is so terrible. I traveled from Grand Central to here rather successfully at 8:30. It was rush hour, but the problems that are being described to you, one has to wonder why these analyses are so dark in their predictions. It seems that the desire to build a new may be blinding some of the commentators to the success of the original plan, which is still totally viable. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa Easton? Good morning. Lisa Easton, Preservation Architect. The former Pershing Square building, completed in 1923, is an excellent representative example of the office building development that transformed the Grand Central area during the 1920s, in which it changed from a declining neighborhood to a second downtown. With hotels and skyscraper office buildings, by 1928, a new phase of development began in the area with the construction of the tall office buildings, including the Channing Building, the Chrysler Building, and the Lincoln Building. The Pershing Square building is architecturally unique for its use of patterned brickwork and terracotta, as well as being constructed in the 1920s without setbacks. The building completes the block, maintaining the architectural integrity along 42nd Street between Park and Lexington Avenues, alongside neighboring buildings, including the Channing Building and the Barry Savings Bank. Designed by John Sloan in combination with York and Sawyer, the Pershing Square building is architecturally significant for its style, massing, and decorative use of materials, as well as its association with significant architects, and most importantly, as an important component in the evolution of the Grand Central neighborhood context, and is worthy of designation as a New York City landmark. Thank you.
Thank you. Barbara Zay?
Representing the Historic Districts Council, I will be delivering a general statement about the East Midtown Initiative, and my colleague Kelly Carroll will be giving a statement about Pershing Square. Since the summer of 2012, exactly 4 years ago, HDC has been both monitoring the East Midtown rezoning initiative and actively advocating for protection of its finest buildings, those that best exemplify the area's history and stages of development. The commissioners may be aware that in January 2013, HDC submitted RFEs for 33 properties in the rezoning area. In the spring of that same year, the LPC submitted its own list as part of the environmental impact statement for the rezoning. That list coincidentally also included 33 buildings. Some of the LPC's 33 buildings overlapped with HDC's 33 buildings, so when combined, they represent a group of 45 landmark-worthy buildings. In May of this year, the LPC put 12 of these on its calendar. While we were thrilled to see some move forward toward a more certain future, we remain concerned for those that have been left out. We plan to submit copies of these remaining RFEs to the commissioners. Even more coincidentally, there are 33 of them. Within the categories laid out by the LPC, pre-Grand Central Terminal, Terminal City, and post-Grand Central Terminal, only one building that was calendared was constructed after 1929, and that one building dates to 1977, leaving a nearly 50-year gap in the story of East Midtown. Even though a group of magnificent mid-century office buildings, one of the neighborhood's hallmark building types, was included in the LPC's and HDC's list, none of them are moving forward in this round of consideration for landmark status. These many overlooked gems include the former Girl Scouts of America headquarters at 830 3rd Avenue, the Union Carbide Corporation headquarters at 270 Park Avenue, and the Universal Pictures Building at 445 Park Avenue, all important works of modern architecture by sophisticated architects for a new wave of corporate clients in post-World War II New York. The 12 items placed on the LPC calendar represent just the tip of the iceberg in terms of meritorious architecture in East Midtown, but we are pleased to testify today in favor of the swift designation of the first 5 of these. Thank you.
Thank you. Kelly Carroll?
Kelly Carroll, Historic Districts Council. As Barbara said, I'll be speaking on the Pershing Square building. With all the transportation problems we've heard here this morning, it goes to show that oversaturated areas shouldn't be upzoned prior to infrastructure improvements. You see this in Williamsburg, where all the towers went up and now the L train is broken all of the time. This one landmark is not an impediment to the entire growth of East Midtown. It is one building. While we can all agree that the 456 is not the apex of human civilization during rush hour, it's not why we're here today. We're here to talk about the merits of the building. I think you all should landmark this building and then figure out those solutions later and have a seat at the table when that's figured out. If we can figure out how to lift the Palace Theater, which is made of plaster, above Times Square so that retail can go under it, surely we can figure out how to reconfigure the trains under this building. So that said, I'll talk about why this building is nice and deserves to be a landmark. With its foundations laid in 1914, 2 years before the enactment of the 1916 zoning resolution, the Pershing Square building was an anomaly for new buildings at the time of its completion 9 years later in 1923. As the New York Times reported 1 year before it opened, the Pershing Square building, quote, will be unique among recent New York office structures being designed without setbacks, end quote. By 1923, office buildings in New York City were forced into a system of skyscraper design employing setbacks for increased height. At 24 stories, the Pershing Square building was the last tall building in the city to be completed in the form of a pre-World War I office building. As such, in 1923, it stood as a reminder of a previous era, and today it exhibits maturity beyond its years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kelly. David Achilles?
Commissioners. My name is David Akalis. I'm a member of Manhattan Community Board Number 5. Community Board 5 is in full support of designation of the 5 buildings within East Midtown being considered today. 3 of them are located within the Community Board 5. We ask that you enter these comments into the record for the following buildings that are located in Community Board 5. 125 Park Avenue, the Pershing Square Building, 420 Lexington Avenue, the Gray Bar Building, and 525 Lexington Avenue, the Shelton Hotel. The historic resources of East Midtown are a great asset to our district. They must be offered the full protection granted by historic designation. Alongside New York preservation advocacy organizations, Community Board 5 has advocated for the designation of a number of eligible sites since the first iteration of the East Midtown rezoning. We have also advocated for a comprehensive plan ahead of uniform land use review procedure to bring protection and predictability to historic sites. We are pleased that the Commission has calendared 12 buildings and are delighted to show our support for the 5 buildings being heard today. As you know, several eligible landmarks that lie within the rezoning area are either protected, are either projected or potential development sites are under the threat of demolition, and in fact, the very prospect of landmarking these buildings has already prompted some owners to demolish and deface them in order to prevent landmarking. Preserving and upgrading landmarking is an important public policy goal. It is essential to protect important buildings from enormous development pressure created by this rezoning. We urge the Landmark Preservation Committee to continue to identify, research, and calendar historic resources in East Midtown. As East Midtown nears a new phase of urban development, we have a right to promote our future, but we have a duty to preserve the past. And on a personal note, as a native New Yorker born here in Manhattan, I grew up in East Midtown. Anybody who thinks these 5 buildings are not worth preserving has not seen them. All you have to do is take a walk down Lexington Avenue, look at these beautiful historic buildings, and then look at the new architecture surrounding them. You can see for yourself which adds more to the city, to our culture, and to our neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Tara Kelly?
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Tara Kelly, speaking on behalf of the Municipal Art Society. Erected on the site of the former Grand Union Hotel, the Pershing Square building was designed by John Sloan and completed in 1923. The 25-story Romanesque structure is clad in brick and terracotta supplied by the Atlantic Terracotta Company. To help bring about the rugged handmade texture of the facade, Sloan instructed the supplier to roughen the clay for kiln burning. At the 5th floor level, the facade also features helmeted figures called war angels, alluding to peace among other aspirational concepts. In 1924, Sloan partnered with Robertson to open their architectural practice and lease the space in the Pershing Square building. Together, they are renowned for their early skyscraper designs, including the landmark Channing Building and the soon-to-be-heard Gray Bar Building. The Pershing Square building makes a significant contribution to the East Midtown office district first established by Terminal City and deserves individual landmark status. I also want to add anecdotally, because I wasn't prepared to discuss transit, that we have met with several prominent engineers about extremely complex structural issues around transit, and they have said that virtually any problem can be solved if there's a will to do so. So please do not buy into this argument and vote to designate this building on its merits. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers on this item? Any other speakers? All right, but we can close the hearing. Obviously, we've heard a lot today, and we take them under consideration. The Commission understands the general plan for East Midtown is that we're having the public hearing of these 5 buildings today, and then we will be having the public hearing for about 7 remaining buildings in early fall. and with a larger goal to resolve these designations by the end of the year. I just want to make one comment on the issue that has been raised about preservation versus infrastructure and mass transit and whether they cannot be reconciled. I think that in our research, and as you've heard today, there's a clear recognition that this building and its infrastructure, the history of its infrastructure is very much a part of the significance of the building. And I think we've seen, by example, many historic buildings actually work very well with infrastructure and subways and hubs, including Grand Central itself, as well as Rockefeller Center or you can see Borough Hall in Brooklyn. So I think this idea that these two cannot go hand in hand is something that we should think about, but I think there are several examples that show that they can. And I think, again, the Commission in its deliberations can think about the fact that improvements may happen in the future and what it would mean for designation and how we can reconcile the two if this is designated. So I just wanted to put that out there for us to think about, and we can move on to the next hearing item.
Item number 3 is LP 2554, the Gray Bar Building at 420 Lexington Avenue. The landmark site is Manhattan Block 1280, Lot 60. Matt Postal presenting.
Designed by the noted architectural firm Sloan & Robertson, the Gray Bar Building was constructed between 1925 and 1927. It is located on the west side of Lexington Avenue between East 43rd and East 44th Streets. The 30-story Gray Bar Building stands directly east of Grand Central Terminal. At the south end of the building is the Gray Bar Passage, a public concourse linking the Beaux-Arts station to Lexington Avenue. The Gray Bar Building has a powerful presence on Lexington Avenue. Set between the Hyatt Hotel and a former U.S. Post Office building, it is significant because the massive setbacks skillfully conform to the 1916 zoning resolution for the exotic decorative program at street level and the key role it played in the development of this section of East Midtown. The handsome elevations are clad with tan brick and Indiana limestone. The Lexington Avenue facade has a deep light court flanked by stepped, tower-like projections. Each of the 3 portals is guarded by monumental stone figures. Blending Art Deco and Byzantine Revival aesthetics, the carved figures on the south portal represent air and water, while the bearded figures in the north portal hold symbols of earth and fire. The youthful robed figures in the center portal have a more contemporary focus, symbolizing communication, electricity, and transportation. One holds a candlestick telephone and the other a delivery truck, representing the types of equipment that the Gray Bar Electric Company sold, as well as the firm's national distribution network. Founded in 1869, this was the company's headquarters from 1927 to 1982. Of special interest are the metal rats that enliven the south portal at 43rd Street. These animals appear on the limestone relief above the windows and seem to be climbing the 3 metal struts that support the portal's center marquee. The building's lead architect, John Sloan, claimed they were selected to strike a maritime note, since New York City is a great transportation center and a great seaport. When the Gray Bar Building opened in 1927, it had a major impact on this section of East Midtown. Not only did it provide Grand Central Terminal with a much-needed new entrance, but it would be the first in a succession of major office buildings to rise along Lexington Avenue. The New York Times reported that it confirmed that, and I quote, high-class office tenants could be induced to accept a Lexington Avenue address. Prominent early tenants included the building's architect and owner, as well as the advertising company J. Walter Thompson, typewriter manufacturer Remington Rand, Turner Construction, and Condé Nast, which published a full-page image of the publisher's new home in the March 1927 issue of Vanity Fair magazine. Illustrated by Hugh Ferris, and that is the image on the screen, this upbeat article claimed the editor's desk would become an integral part of Grand Central Station, being distant by only 200 feet from the engine of the 20th Century Limited. The Graybar Building is exceptionally well preserved. A sensitive and respectful restoration of this important structure was completed in 1998. This work included construction of a new entrance canopy and storefronts. In addition, at least one of the missing rats in the south quarter was recreated.
Thank you, Matt. Are there any questions? Okay, we can take testimony. Robert Schiffer.
Good morning. My name is Robert Schiffer, Managing Director at SL Green Realty Corp. and developer of One Vanderbilt. SL Green is a proud trustee of Landmark Citywide, and we are the responsible party behind the restoration that was just described of the Graybar Building. But as the Graybar report clearly and makes abundantly clear, is that the Graybar Building is not an architectural landmark. So the question that we ask of the Commission is the import of the Graybar Passage. The Graybar Passage, which connects Lexington Avenue to the terminal, not only sits within the Graybar Building, but it is part of the Graybar Building. The passage's floor, walls, and ceilings are parts of the Graybar Building. And as I'm sure this Commission knows, the Graybar Passage is already a landmark. The passage is the historic link between the iconic Terminal City, and the Graybar Building, and embodies all that should be preserved. Because of the Graybar Passage designation, there is no need to landmark the entire Graybar Building. Further, redevelopment of the building, while keeping the Graybar Passage intact and preserved, is practically infeasible. The Graybar Building is also materially overbuilt, so there is little incentive for any owner or developer to tear it down. From SL Green's perspective, this is not a candidate for redevelopment at any time. Finally, all that the exterior designation does in the face of the existing interior designation is create a burden on the owner that's simply not necessary, since the building will not be demolished. An example of that burden we may be subject to is 16 Court Street in downtown Brooklyn, where it has taken us over a year and a half to bring the building's Court Street entrance, which had been heavily modified by prior ownership, to period correct. This should have been straightforward and simple, notwithstanding it took a year and a half to obtain approval. There are plenty of examples, such as the Ford Foundation building, where only interior portions of the building are designated, and in doing so, allow the owner of the property to upgrade and modify its building to meet the demands of the current workforce while maintaining the building's historic significance through the interior designation. For all these reasons, we implore the Commission to study the Graybar Passage designation and take comfort that that designation serves the Commission's mandate and avoids the creation of a burden to the owner. Thank you.
Thank you. Alex Herrera.
Thank you. Alex Herrera from the New York Landmarks Conservancy. We recommend designation of the Graybar Building. The 1927 Graybar is essential to Midtown East. It is one of the last remnants of Terminal City, the series of structures built to complement Grand Central Terminal. It is intertwined with the terminal itself, built over the train tracks with a concourse and provides direct access to those tracks and the station. Named for the original tenant, Graybar Electrical Company, it is an emblem of New York's commercial growth in between the wars. Upon completion, it boasted 1 million square feet of office space, the largest office building in the world. The 30-story Graybar is highly intact. The bulk of the building is composed of 2 brick-clad pavilions with multiple setbacks above a 2-story limestone base. The imposing massing Elder Pavilions, rising above Lexington Avenue, reflects the impressive interior capacity. At the base, stylized bas-relief figures symbolizing electricity and transportation frame the entrances, as was mentioned. These are juxtaposed with some of the most delightful or ironic decorative elements in any Manhattan office building, metal rats climbing up ropes over the southernmost entrance. You also have to love the idea of Byzantine Art Deco. Already eligible for listing in the National Register, the Graybar deserves landmark designation for its architecture, its history, and its place within Terminal City. As the rezoning plan for Midtown East moves forward, developers would do well to look back at the Graybar as a fine example of how a building both fits into its surroundings and yet with quiet dignity and inventive design stands apart from them. As mentioned in the previous testimony, we appreciate the proactive role that the Commission has taken in analyzing Midtown East and bringing forward 12 buildings to be considered for designation, but we don't think the work is done. In 2013, the Conservancy, the Historic Districts Council, and the Municipal Art Society issued a joint list of buildings that we believed should be designated as landmarks in the area. Today's 5 buildings were on that list, and several more have been calendared. But we continue to request the designation of 8 other significant buildings, and they include the Vanderbilt Concourse Building at 52 Vanderbilt Avenue, the Roosevelt Hotel, the Lincoln Building, the Poston Building, the Hotel Intercontinental, the Chemists Club, the Girl Scouts of America, and the Union Carbide Building. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Lisa Easton. Lisa Easton, representing the Art Deco Society of New York. The Graybar Building, completed in 1927 and designed by Sloan and Robertson, is an architecturally important Art Deco-style building, which is a critical part of the Grand Central area context, worthy of designation for its contribution to New York City's rich history of architectural design and style. At the time of construction, the Graybar Building was praised for its design sensibilities, combining the Art Deco style with that of the Byzantine style, evidenced through sculptural details and monumental ornamental features. Overall, the building's massing was influenced by the newly imposed zoning code and large monolithic block massing, articulated with elegant streamlined features that help define the unique character and identity of the structure. The detailing employed in this design aesthetic unifies the building as an exceptional example of Art Deco architecture in New York City. The building is also noteworthy for being one of the last remaining buildings of the Terminal City, with its intrinsic connection to Grand Central Terminal. The beauty of the architectural design and the use of the Art Deco style makes the Graybar Building significant and irreplaceable as an exceptional example of Art Deco architecture in New York City and one of Sloan's most significant commissions, which responds to the contextual changes of the neighborhood. Thank you. Thank you. Krista Belka.
Krista Belka for the Society for the Architecture of the City. The legendary Graybar Building, Grand Central's northern neighbor, perhaps the only building in the city to allude to the city's four-footed population are indomitable rats, was renowned from the start for the elegance of its colossal and relatively unembellished facades. Architectural Record sent a portfolio of photographs across the country with news of its construction and design, though quibbling a little about its perceived stylistic derivations. Accommodating much of the Midtown transportation hub, the Graybar is a gigantic structure of immense complexity. As was noted at the time, these buildings were a world apart, offering so many services that no one even needed to go outside them. This designation would help complete the preservation of what is left of Terminal City, an example of tree planning that came to be just before the City Planning Commission was created in 1936. The 3 elegant hotels that complete today's designation calendar contributed to the same scheme, the Sheraton, the Beverly, the Lexington, and we support the entire group for designation as a monument to the cosmopolitan ideas of the early 20th century. Thank you.
Thank you. Bobby Say?
Members of the Historic Districts Council. Named for one of the original tenants, the Gray Bar Electricity and Electrical Appliances Company, the Gray Bar Building is a striking Art Deco office building designed by Sloan and Robertson and completed in 1927. Ornament is primarily restricted to the monumental bas-reliefs of the base, thanks to developer John R. Todd's preference for spending money on only the parts of the building that might impress potential tenants. When it was constructed, the 30-story building was said to be the largest office structure in the world. The New York Times compared the workforce of 12,000 that inhabited the building to a small city. Although Gray Bar left in 1982 and the corporate headquarters were relocated to St. Louis, the name has held on. The building remains a fixture in the East Midtown neighborhood. Thank you. Thank you. Megan Weatherby.
Good morning, I'm Megan Weatherby. I'm the Director of Operations of the Art Deco Society of New York, and we believe that the Gray Bar building, designed by Sloan and Robertson, should unquestionably hold landmark status. As one of the most recognizable buildings in New York City, this uniquely engaging building continues to capture the interest of New Yorkers and visitors alike. From its unique amalgamation of Art Deco design principles and Byzantine Revival ornamentation, to its whimsical incorporation of New York's maritime past, there is simply no other building like the Gray Bar building. Upon completion in 1927, the Gray Bar building boasted the most square footage of office space in the world. While standing outside the building and taking in its massive stature, this seems blatantly obvious. To soften the overwhelming nature of the building, the setbacks masterfully conform to the 1916 zoning resolution with the same aesthetic grace as some of New York's most notable Art Deco landmarks. In true Art Deco fashion, the building features refined surface ornamentation inspired by historical allegories and motifs. To further soften the building's vast presence, Sloan and Robertson incorporated monumental Byzantine-inspired bas reliefs around each of the three portals. Each of these figures clutches symbols of fire, water, earth, or air, as well as symbols of Gray Bar Electric Company. These impressive wood figures perfectly illustrate the Art Deco design principles of reducing representational subject matter into simplified geometric interpretations. Another of the building's examples of Art Deco stylization are its most notable tenants, the rats. The metal rats, prominently featured on what imaginatively become nautical mooring ropes with anti-rat mechanisms above the south portal marquee, are not only a wonderful testament to avant-garde sculpture of the period, but are an homage to New York's rich maritime history. To further add to the Art Deco geometric relief work in the limestone panels above the entrances, rosettes composed of 8 intricately carved rat heads are used as embellishment. Though other buildings may try to compete, there is simply no other building with such handsome and well-received rats. In summation, the Gray Bar building was a wonderful example of New York's impressive Art Deco architecture and a playful nod to New York's role in history. It is worthy of landmarking by the Landmarks Preservation Commission based on its architectural, historical, and artistic merits. Thank you.
Thank you. Basha Gerhardt.
Basha Gerhardt's Deputy Director of Land Use for Manhattan Borough President Gail Brewer. I'll be delivering these remarks on her behalf. So good morning. Gail also likes rats, usually to get rid of them in NYCHA campuses, but in this case I think she'll make an exception. Thank you for the opportunity to present this testimony in support of designation of 5 East Midtown gems: the Pershing Square Building at 125 Park Avenue, the Gray Bar Building, the Shelton Hotel, the Beverly Hotel, now known as the Benjamin, and Hotel Lexington within the borough of Manhattan. While I have been heard to say that I would landmark all of Manhattan if I could, we need a mix of building types because that mix is also what makes the city the special place that people want to live, work, and visit. East Midtown requires such vibrancy to continue to thrive as the city and region's central business district. A key part of that mix is the strength of our landmarks, and I must commend the Landmarks Preservation Commission staff and the chair for selecting truly exemplary buildings for individual landmark designation. The protections afforded by the landmarks law will ensure that these buildings are preserved for future generations. I also want to take a moment to thank personally Chair Srinivasan, Sarah Carroll, Mark Silberman, and Lisa Kersavage for completing this work on a short timeline and for taking the recommendations of the East Midtown Steering Committee as a framework for their recommendations. I co-chaired the East Midtown Steering Committee with Council Member Daniel Gorodnick. We met for many months, working diligently to develop a planning framework for the future of East Midtown that will inform rezoning, capital funding commitments, public improvements, and related public policy decisions. We set as goals to provide an informed knowledge base, a framework for zoning changes to foster both economic growth and neighborhood vitality within the study area, to build broad support among all stakeholders, and to ensure that the final rezoning agreement properly balances the interests of the community, the broad economic interests of the city, and the interests of the businesses and workers in East Midtown. This includes preserving landmarks. There are 5 buildings before the LPC today, a little under half of those to be considered as part of the Greater East Midtown Initiative that the Commission has undertaken. Each rise to the individual level of historic and aesthetic significance. Collectively, they represent a cross-section of the development history of this neighborhood, from Terminal City to the 1916 zoning resolution whose centennial is in November, and to the glory days of the residential hotel area. To lose these buildings and the styles they represent would foreclose major parts of our history. Today, the LPC would undoubtedly hear from some who claim that landmark designation is unfairly burdensome, or in the case of the Pershing Square building at 125 Park, some will claim that designation will undercut potential for future improvements to our mass transit system. So let me be clear. Preservation serves a legitimate public purpose and is a lasting benefit as fully as subway access. Each of these proposed landmarks marked advances in building construction technology and responded to the building codes of their time. 125 Park Avenue played a special role in the development of the city's mass transit system, and we should not cast that history or its wonderful terracotta cladding aside. We too can figure out how to improve subway access within such buildings while preserving them, and do so as creatively and durably as the original designers. Thank you again for your consideration of this testimony in favor of the designation of all 5 of these properties.
Thank you, Pasha. Tara Kelly?
Good morning again, Tara Kelly with Municipal Art Society. The Gray Bar building was constructed along Lexington Avenue on the lot immediately to the south of the Grand Central Post Office. It was integrated into the surrounding properties adjoined by Grand Central Terminal to the west, the former Commonwealth Hotel, now Grand Hyatt to the south, and the post office to the north. When it opened, the Gray Bar was the largest office building in the world, housing 12,000 workers in 1.2 million square feet of office space, and featured direct access to Grand Central Terminal. Designed by Sloan and Robertson, the U-shaped plan consists of 30 setback stories faced in buff-colored brick above a limestone base. A wide light court faces Lexington Avenue, allowing for light and air to reach most offices. The building's 3 limestone entrance facades are decorated to the north and south with Deco-Assyrian bas-relief, and in the center with an allegorical relief representing transportation and electricity. The southern entrance features a canopy above each 3 doors. The central marquee is held in place by 3 poles that mimic mooring lines of a ship, and conical vermin baffles and rats depicted climbing lines. Where anchored to the building, the stair bars emanate from decorative rosettes formed by rat heads. The side canopies are supported by rods anchored in the mouths of gargoyles. Literally connected to Grand Central, the Gray Bar building is a key feature of Terminal City and should be duly protected with the same care by the Landmarks Preservation Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers on this item? Any speakers? All right, we can close the hearing. Okay, do you have any questions or anything? Okay, we'll move to the next hearing item.
Item number 4 is the Shelton Hotel at 525 Lexington Avenue, also known as 523 to 527 Lexington Avenue, 137 to 139 East 48th Street, 136 to 140 East 49th Street. It's LP 2557. The landmark site is Manhattan Block 1303, Lot 53. Gail Harris presenting.
Designed by architect Arthur Loomis Harmon and completed in 1923, the Shelton Hotel was one of the first skyscraper residential hotels. With its powerful massing, it played an important role in the development of the skyscraper in New York City.
Located on the east side of Lexington Avenue between 48th and 49th Streets, it is one of the premier hotels constructed along the noted Hotel Alley stretch of Lexington Avenue, which was built as part of the redevelopment of the section of East Midtown that followed the opening of Grand Central Terminal and the Lexington Avenue subway. The Shelton is notable for its embodiment of the 1916 zoning laws, its skillfully articulated massing, its refined architectural details, its critical reception, and its importance as a model for subsequent buildings, its cultural and historical significance for its association with notable residents and events, and as a subject matter for modernist paintings and photographs. Here, a crayon drawing by Hugh Ferris and a photograph by Bernice Abbott of the rear facade, seen sort of from Third Avenue. Even while it was under construction, the Shelton Hotel was recognized as the first successful embodiment of the massing requirements of the 1916 zoning law, notable for its soaring expression of height, powerful simple massing, striking silhouette, the exceptional handling of materials and details. Thank you. 31-story plus penthouse building is designed in the Lombard Revival style, incorporating medieval and Renaissance details. Above a beautifully detailed limestone base, its facades are clad with multi-hued grayish-brown brick and terracotta. There are 3 setbacks stepping up to a central tower and a picturesque whip-roofed penthouse. Alternating flush and recessed bays, topped with corbelled friezes, emphasize the structure's verticality. Harmon battered the building's walls, increasing the incline at each setback to counter natural perceptible distortions, relieved the repetition of hotel room windows with recessed vertical panels that fostered shadows and contributed to the building's three-dimensionality, and suppressed horizontal lines to emphasize the structure's verticality. While the building is nominally Lombard Revival in style, Harmon deliberately avoided relying on any particular period for his details, since he believed that the masses of such modern buildings have no architectural precedence. At the time it was built, the Shelton was considered the tallest hotel in the world at 31 stories. Articles lauding its design appeared in all the major architectural journals and the popular press, and it received awards from the Architectural League of New York and the American Institute of Architects. The Shelton inspired the design of numerous hotels and apartment houses in New York and throughout the country, and it was an important precedent for future setback skyscrapers, including the Empire State Building, for which Harmon served as design partner at Shreve, Lamb & Harmon in 1929-31. And of course, I remind you that the Empire State Building is a designated New York City landmark. Originally built as a men's residence with 1,200 bedrooms plus library, lounge, and athletic facilities, the Shelton opened its doors to women in 1924. A symbol of modern New York, it became a popular residence for theater people, including actor Humphrey Bogart, who was appearing on Broadway when he was living in the Shelton, and group theater founder Harold Claremont, who's seen here with his 2 co-founders of the group theater, Lee Strasberg, impossibly young, and Cheryl Crawford, who became an important theatrical producer and director and established the Actor Studio, which, of course, Strasberg was so important for. and artists, most notably Georgia O'Keeffe and Alfred Stieglitz, who lived at the Shelton from 1925 to 1936. They're seen in two caricatures by Miguel Covarrubias, a Mexican artist who was also a resident in the Shelton in 1925, and created Stieglitz and O'Keeffe created an important and influential work there. O'Keeffe painted Shelton, as you can see, painted scenes from the Shelton, and seems to have done other works there. There's a letter in which he talks about bringing back bones from the Southwest and driving right up to the Shelton with their bag bones. It is currently the New York Marriott East Side. Although there have been areas of brick replacement and through-the-wall air conditioners inserted on the upper stories, the Shelton Hotel remains remarkably intact. It retains its iconic form and most of its original ornament.
Thank you, Gail. The commissioners have any questions? Then we can take testimony. Brett Matheson.
Good morning, I'm Brett Madison, representing Lexington Avenue Hotel Partners, the owner of the Shelton Hotel, known now as the New York Marriott Eastside Hotel. First, I'd like to express our gratitude and respect for the Commission and its mission, to Sarah Carroll, its director, and the Commission staff, that we've established a great collaboration and communication since we purchased the property a little over a year ago. Secondly, we'd like to show our appreciation for and acknowledge what you represented in your designation report as the architectural and cultural importance of the property in the greater Manhattan area. And lastly, we just look forward to working with the Commission staff on any initiatives in maintaining the architectural integrity and the commercial viability of the project. So thank you.
Thank you. Gary Papush.
Good morning, Gary Papish, representing Manhattan Community Board 6, in which the Shelton Hotel is located. Well, first I want to thank the Commission for undertaking these hearings for the buildings in the proposed East Midtown zoning area. Community Board 6 is in favor of the designation of the Shelton. One time the Halloran House, now the Marriott Eastside Hotel. The Shelton is acknowledged to be one of the great monuments of the 1916 New York City Zoning Code, was commissioned by James Lee and designed by Arthur Harmon, built between 1922 and 23. And was the residence of Georgia O'Keeffe, and from what I hear, a lot of other famous people. So therefore, we support designation.
Thank you. Alex Herrera.
Alex Herrera, New York Landmarks Conservancy. Good morning, Commissioners. The Conservancy is pleased to support the designation of the Shelton Hotel, which we successfully submitted for eligibility to the National Register. I wrote the nomination to the National Register, and there was so much information on this hotel. It has such a rich and interesting history. As someone said before, when it opened, it was a phenomenon, and it was celebrated. There were parties in the lobby, and it was the event of the year. The Shelton, which is now the Marriott East Side, is one of a group of hotels built in the 1920s near Grand Central Terminal. As transportation improvements spurred new development. Among the earliest skyscraper hotels, the 1,200-room, 34-story Shelton was the world's tallest, as someone has already said. But it wasn't only its height, but the design made it stand out because and become an instant sensation. It rises in a step-back configuration with red brick tower that rests on a massive two-story limestone base. The massing was the embodiment of the new 1916 zoning laws. Fisk-Kimball proclaimed that, quote, "From the front, the building seems not only to have a tower, but to be a tower. In three great leaps of rhythmic height, it rises, gathering in its forces for the final flight." End quote. The original business plan for the hotel was that it would only house bachelors. The idea quickly failed, and among early residents were artist Georgia O'Keeffe and photographer Alfred Stieglitz. Complementing the dynamic and powerful silhouette of its massing is the exquisite limestone ornament throughout the tower, such as the Byzantine-inspired capitals, Venetian Gothic windows and balconies, and the gargoyles. These details allow the observer to enjoy the building from close-up as well from a distance. To me, that's always the definition of successful architecture. The brick portion of the building is detailed with corbels and vertical paneling that emphasize the height of the facades, and the base is enlivened with two-story arcades. It's a wonderful architectural composition. The Shelton is deserving of designation as the first hotel designed to fully implement the 1916 zoning law for its place in the development of Lexington Avenue's Hotel Alley, and for architecture and rich ornamentation that continues to delight the public. Thank you.
Excuse me. Barbara Zay?
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. The Shelton was one of the most heralded buildings of the 1920s and is the first great monument to New York City's 1916 zoning code. Critic George S. Chappell exalted architect Arthur Loomis Harmon's romantic and thrilling achievement. It was such a striking presence on the New York skyline that it inspired a series of masterful paintings by artist Georgia O'Keeffe. The building was commissioned by James T. Lee, a prominent New York builder, also responsible for such luxury apartment buildings as 740 Park Avenue and 998 Fifth Avenue. In 1916, New York had passed America's first zoning law mandating setbacks on skyscrapers in order to ensure that light and air would reach the street. Harmon's design for the Shelton was one of the first to prove that a building of great expressive strength could be designed within the zoning rules, with the required setbacks and tower occupying only 25% of the lot area. From a limestone base with double-height arcade richly ornamented with carved detail, the building soars upward with a series of beautifully integrated masses with no cornices to block the continuous vertical thrust. From Lexington Avenue, the building appears as a rectangular block, but the structure is actually U-shaped in plan, with a light court at the rear facing east. The brick of the upper stories is rendered like a textile with some bricks pulled out to create texture. The emphatic verticality lends a certain Gothic character to the building, but the use of materials and details harks back to Byzantine and Italian Romanesque forms, reflecting the architect's intentions, quote, to take from any source whatever was required, treating it in a free and easy classical way, the hope being that the details and masses shall both suggest, if possible, their own time rather than that of their prototypes. The Shelton was planned as a club hotel, i.e. a residential hotel for men, with such club features as a swimming pool, Turkish bath, billiard room, bowling alley, and on the setbacks, rooftop gardens. Male athletes carved above the column capitals at the entrance symbolize its original function. The residential men's hotel was not a success, however, so the hotel became a more traditional residential and transient facility soon after its completion. The design, however, was deemed a great success. It was widely admired by architectural critics and received gold medals from the AIA and the Architectural League of New York. Although the interior was gutted in 1977, the exterior was restored. We support designation of this building. Thank you.
Thank you. Tara Kelly?
Hello, Tara Kelly representing Municipal Art Society. The Shelton Hotel, now the Marriott East Side, was built in 1923 and designed by Arthur Loomis Harmon. Aside from being the tallest building at the time, it also was the first hotel to fully implement the 1916 zoning resolution. Prior to his work on the Shelton, architect Arthur Lewis Harmon had designed the Allerton House at 145 East 39th Street, an individual landmark constructed from 1916 to 1918. Built just before the new zoning laws came into effect, Harmon emphasized the vertical by recessing the window bays, but the massing still prioritized bulk over height. Harmon's skyward vision was not fully realized until the construction of the Shelton, where the implementation of the zoning resolution allowed for further emphasis of vertical expression. The 34-story tower is supported by a limestone base, where the front entrance is defined by a shallow loggia supported by 6 Corinthian columns. Above the ground floor, the rusticated brick facade reflects Romanesque, Byzantine, and other medieval styles, with limestone returning to clad each setback. Assorted gargoyles and sculptural ornamentation playfully protrude above entrances and punctuate the facade. Notable residents of the Shelton were painter Georgia O'Keeffe and her husband, photographer Alfred Stieglitz, for whom the Shelton served as a vantage point to capture the city in paint and picture. O'Keeffe crafted 15 cityscapes from their balcony view, and Stieglitz's photographs include, quote, "From the Shelton looking northwest," showing a partially built Waldorf Astoria. The Shelton Hotel is considered Harmon's best-known individual work, receiving awards from the Architectural League of New York and the American Institute of Architects. It was lauded by critics, including Louis Mumford, who called it, quote, "buoyant, mobile, serene, like a zeppelin under a clear sky." In 1929, Harmon became a partner in the newly renamed Shreve, Lamb and Harmon, who were later responsible for the design of the Empire State Building. In sum, the Shelton is one of the most prominent and innovative terminal city hotels, designed by a distinguished architect, home to significant 20th century artists, and thus merits recognition by the Landmarks Preservation Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers on this item? Any other speakers? Well, we can close the hearing then. Does the commission have any questions? Okay, we can move to the next item. Mary Ann?
Item number 5 is LP 2555, the Beverly Hotel, now the Benjamin Hotel at 125 East 50th Street, a.k.a. 125 to 129 East 50th Street, 557 to 565 Lexington Avenue. The landmark site is Manhattan, Block 1305, Lot 20. Mary Ann Percival presenting.
Built in 1926-27 to a design by Emery Roth in association with Sylvan Bean, this 30-story hotel is one of the premier hotels constructed along the noted Hotel Alley stretch of Lexington Avenue. Located at the northeast corner of Lexington Avenue and East 50th Street, the Beverly Hotel is notable for its embodiment of the 1916 zoning laws, its ingeniously articulate massing and picturesque architectural detail by one of New York's premier apartment and hotel architects at the time, its cultural and historical significance as the subject of modernist paintings and photographs, its critical acclaim, its distinction as an example of a hybrid residential typology and its notable residents, and its architectural integrity. Designed by the eminent architect Emery Roth, the Beverly is a soaring tower in the neo-Romanesque style, set on a handsome 2-story arcaded limestone base, largely restored. The upper stories of grayish-brown brick rise to a skillfully modeled series of setbacks that lead to the lofty octagonal tower featuring wheel windows and a pavilion with tiled roof and copper finial, all richly embellished with Romanesque-inspired terracotta ornaments, such as arcades, crenellations, and birds. As a result, its distinctive profile became a favorite subject of American artists in the 1920s, including Georgia O'Keeffe, Alfred Stieglitz, and Charles Sheeler. More recently, historian Stephen Ruttenbaum, in his monograph, Mansions in the Clouds, the Skyscraper Palazzi of Emery Roth, called the Beverly one of New York's most romantically styled towers, a rich ornament in the cityscape, and one of Roth's most successful creations. The Beverly was erected by the Lexington Concord Corporation, headed by Moses Ginsburg, a leading builder-developer of the period. Best known for his Carlisle Hotel of 1929 and 30, designed as an apartment hotel, Beverly was a type that combined private apartment living with hotel services. It was marketed as a residence of social prestige and sophistication for those who want a permanent home amidst luxurious surroundings, quote-unquote. Each suite included private baths and serving pantries in lieu of kitchens, and the building's setbacks created many sunny outdoor terraces accessible from the adjoining suites. Among the prominent residents of the Beverly Hotel were Admiral Richard E. Byrd, the polar explorer, General and Mrs. Douglas MacArthur, that's the general's first wife, by the way, Lionel Atwill, the British actor, Chester Dale, financier and arts patron, and the lady in this picture, Birdsall O.E.D., a leader of the women's suffrage movement and the Girl Scouts of America, whose former residence, by the way, at number 10 West 56th Street is a New York City designated landmark. Another resident of the hotel was J.K. Lasser and his family, and for those of you who have done your own income taxes, you may remember the Lasser tax preparation guides. The Beverly has remained largely intact over the course of its history, particularly the upper stories. Purchased in 1997 by a company associated with the Denahan family, the building underwent extensive facade repairs and sensitive renovations in 1998-99, which included the restoration of the limestone base, particularly on Lexington Avenue, restoration of specific details on the base on East 50th Street, and replacement of the entrance marquee. The present vertical illuminated sign, which replaced an earlier post-1940 sign, dates to that time. And amongst the other alterations have been the installation of through-wall air conditioners. Today renamed the Benjamin, in honor of Benjamin Denahan Sr., the former Beverly Hotel continues to play a vital role in New York City's hospitality industry and is an important representative of the transformation of East Midtown in the first half of the 20th century.
Thank you, Marianne. Do the commissioners have any questions? All right, we will take testimony. Valerie Campbell.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Valerie Campbell. I'm Special Counsel with the firm of Kramer Levin, Land Use Counsel to the owner of the Benjamin Hotel, DP Fee Holding Company, LLC. I am here to offer an abbreviated version of the hotel's testimony regarding the proposed designation of the Hotel Benjamin. A more lengthier statement is also being circulated right now. DP Fee Holding supports the proposed East Midtown planning initiatives. However, designating the Hotel Benjamin as a landmark will place significant financial and operational burdens on the ownership and will hamper any efforts to significantly modernize the Benjamin. By way of background, the Benjamin was designed in 1926-1927 by Emery Roth, one of New York City's noted architects. It was built as the Hotel Beverly, a low-priced apartment hotel similar to many other undistinguished buildings of that era. Unlike Roth's showpiece projects, this has always been considered one of his many secondary, undistinguished derivative designs. This lack of significance is apparent by the building's absence in architectural guidebooks and in standard reference text on Roth, his work, and in the history of hotels and apartment hotels, both in New York City and nationally. DP Fee Holding has carefully curated a family of high-quality, well-respected, and individual hotels. Over the years, it has paid specific care to the Benjamin and made significant investments in the building, both interior and exterior, as well as its operations. New York City hotels, especially those in Midtown, need continual investment and upgrading to keep them competitive. As the owner, we know that the physical limitations of the building pose significant operational challenges which will only increase with time. The proposed individual landmarks designation of the Benjamin is not merited on the grounds of architectural significance given the numerous alterations over the years, the actual design of the building, and the loss of original fabric. First, after many decades of exterior changes, the facade is no longer intact and bears little resemblance to the original design. The principal street facades were demolished and replaced in the 1960s and 1970s. The current facade is a fourth-generation recreation at street level. What is in place now is a modern recreation of the base facade, which lacks the delicacy of its original detail. The original small-pane guest room windows have been replaced with inexpensive 1/1 metal windows, and large through-the-wall HVAC units have been inserted throughout. These new elements mean that some 40% of the facades are not original and create a vastly different appearance from the original design. Second, aside from the intentional changes made to the facade and the structure, ongoing physical deterioration has destroyed much of the Benjamin's historic fabric that is important to designation. The building suffers from extensive deterioration on all of its facades and at all levels because of the failure of the original barrier wall system. The brick brick-and-mortar repairs made in the past few decades do not match the original fabric since the original wire-cut brick is no longer available. As a result, the exterior is a hodgepodge of different colors and textures. Third, the structure is poorly configured for modern hotel operations with low ceiling heights, small room sizes, and narrow corridors. All of these conditions force the Benjamin into a non-competitive situation against modern peer hotels in Midtown. Landmark's designation and regulation will create costs that cannot be compensated for by increased room rates. Had the structure not been altered so significantly, its lack of architectural significance is still the litmus test for designation. The Benjamin is a smaller, stripped-down knockoff of Ralph's nearby Warwick Hotel. One of the 4 yellow brick and limestone hotels on Lexington Avenue, it is a pedestrian workaday structure that just happened to be designed by a noted architect. But it is not one of the one paragraph. The Benjamin looks forward to continuing operations, serving tourists and business people in a more vibrant and improved Midtown East. A Landmarks designation is not warranted when impeding its ability to maintain and improve its hotel services. The Benjamin urges the Commission to review the materials that have been submitted by its consultants in opposition to the proposed designation and vote not to designate the Benjamin as a landmark. And I would just like to add one other comment that's also relevant to the Hotel Lexington. We do question why these buildings are being designated for their significance as hotels associated with Grand Central when more important hotels such as the Hotel Roosevelt are not being considered. Thank you.
Thank you. Declan Fitzpatrick?
Good morning. My name is Declan Fitzpatrick. I'm Vice President of Design and Construction for Denham, the owners of the Benjamin. I've been with Denham for over 10 years and I'm very familiar with the Benjamin Hotel. I'm also a resident of Sutton Place and know the surrounding area very well. I'm a supporter of the noble and important work performed by this commission. I'm also familiar with the requirements of a landmark building, as I've managed the renovation at our Surrey Hotel on East 76th Street, and I've also worked on the restoration of Grand Central Terminal. With the above said, I do have many concerns with the landmarking of the Benjamin, both as a citizen and as an employee of Denham. In our opinion, by far the most noticeable and prominent features of this building are the bottom 2 stories. As noted in the draft copy of your designation report, these 2 stories have been dramatically changed and as such do not reflect the original rock design. After these 2 floors, there is really nothing much of note with this building until its setbacks at around the 16th floor. Due to the narrowness of Lexington Avenue and of 50th Street, it is difficult for a typical pedestrian to appreciate these features. The building is now surrounded by taller buildings, which further diminishes this impact. The current reality of the hotel business is that a 30% increase in new inventory over the past 4 years has made the hotel business much more competitive and less profitable. New hotels have spacious bathrooms and higher floor-to-ceilings as well as more modern infrastructure. Hotel owners have to be flexible and move with the times during renovations to safeguard our business and to protect jobs and livelihoods. While we are aware that this designation will only restrict us with regard to the exterior of the building, it will limit our ability, if we were to deem it proper, to replace the building with a new modern structure. Even in keeping these facades, we will be restricted by current window layouts that would hamper our ability to enlarge bathrooms and alter current floor plans. One immediate concern is the windows. The existing windows were replaced approximately 20 years ago and are nearing the end of their useful life. These replacement windows are 1/1 windows that are not in the style of the historic windows, which were small multi-pane casement windows with an operable transom. Under the Commission's rules, only multi-pane casement windows similar to the historic windows in operation could be approved at staff level. Any other type of window will require a public hearing. We think this is an unreasonable regulatory burden. Casement windows are simply not suitable for hotel use. Another concern is the maintenance of the through-the-wall HVAC system, which in many cases, by necessity, were installed through decorative brickwork. We've always tried to be a good steward of the Benjamin. However well-intentioned, a landmark designation will make our job more difficult and will impair our ability to continue to offer a quality experience to our hotel guests.
For this and the reasons outlined above, we ask the Commission to vote no to the proposed designation of the Benjamin. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Gary Papush?
Good morning. I think it's still morning. I'm representing Community Board 6 Manhattan. Community Board 6 voted to support designation of the Beverly, now the Benjamin Hotel, 557 Lexington Avenue. The hotel was designed in eclectic pseudo-Renaissance style championed by developer Emery Roth, with architectural elements based on the style of Italian hill towns, roof gardens, and setbacks. Therefore, we support designation.
Thank you. Alex Herrera?
Alex Herrera. The Landmarks Conservancy is pleased to support the designation of the Benjamin Hotel. We believe that this is one of Emery Roth's finest buildings of the period, and it is, it appears in many of the magazines and journals of the day as being exemplary of the tall Manhattan Hotel. It was built as part of the well on Lexington Avenue shortly after Grand Central Terminal. The Beverly was designed by Emery Roth and Sylvan Bean and built by Moses Ginsburg in 1927. Sylvan Bean worked with Warren Wetmore and Emery Roth before he went to design the Hotel Carlisle for Ginsburg in 1930. The design of the Hotel Beverly was considered to be one of Emery Roth's best in his very prolific career, and it was described, as others have said, as the silhouette was dramatically massed and to look like a Italian hill town. The silhouette of the Benjamin is best appreciated from a block or two away. It's a wonderful skyline building. The two-story base is built with limestone and with Romanesque revival arches, corbel tables, and fanciful keystones containing owls and pelicans. It's delightful ornament. The upper levels are clad in gray brick, which blends with the limestone base. The buff color scheme was popular at the time. This light, delicate aesthetic was intended to differ from the heavier, darker look of Victorian-era buildings, which by the 1920s was completely out of style. Setbacks are set off by crenellated edges rising toward the Beverly's most impressive feature, the dramatic tower with its rose windows, pilasters, and Art Deco-style fenestrations. A red-tile roof with copper crown tops off the tower. The recent vertical Benjamin sign replaced the similar historic Beverly sign. Of course, as has been noted before, it became an architectural icon and was captured by artists in photographs and paintings. The Beverly Hotel, in closing, is an excellent example of the work of two prominent architects. It is one of the significant pre-war hotels along Lexington Avenue, connected with the Terminal City era development, and its intact historic architecture continues to delight and inspire New Yorkers. Thank you for the opportunity to present the Conservancy's views.
Thank you, Alex. Barbara Say?
Barbara Say of the Historic Districts Council. We support the designation of the Beverly Hotel. Planned as an apartment hotel for both transient and long-term guests, the 30-story Beverly was designed in the eclectic pseudo-Renaissance manner favored by Emery Roth, whom the authors of New York 1930 describe as the unquestioned master of the luxury residential skyscraper. Built in 1926 to 27, the hotel is dramatically massed with a 14-story base topped by a series of dramatic setbacks reminiscent of an Italian hill town, culminating in a 3-story octagonal tower.
The massing included many setbacks that were designed as roof gardens accessible through French doors. A writer for the Real Estate Record and Builder's Guide placed the hotel within its original context, stating, quote, "The Beverly is in keeping with the high-class character of its neighbors, and it will be notable for the latest design in modern architecture from the zoning viewpoint. The adoption of roof gardens at the setbacks, while not a novelty for apartment houses, has seldom been used where the multifamily house becomes a hotel. The height will make it one of the conspicuous skyscrapers in mid-Manhattan," end quote. More than just interesting for its building envelope, the fashionable Beverly Hotel was touted in a mid-1930s subway advertisement as New York's smartest place, featuring music, special facilities for private parties, with luncheons from 75 cents, dinners from $1, cocktails from 30 cents, also a la carte French cuisine, all available in the duplex cocktail lounge. Not to plan projects in other people's buildings, but that would be one restoration that HDC could heartily endorse. Thank you.
Thank you. Tara Kelly?
Tara Kelly, speaking on behalf of the Municipal Art Society. Built in 1927, the Beverly Hotel was commissioned by Moses Ginsburg to host middle-income visitors to New York City. The 28-story hotel boasts an attractive two-story limestone base ornamented by terracotta relief. The upper story is clad in brick, set back to culminate in an octagonal tower. The neo-Romanesque design results from a limited partnership between Emery Roth and Sylvan Bean. Hungarian-born, Roth was employed by America's finest Beaux-Arts architecture firms of the time, including Burnham & Root, Richard Morris Hunt, and Ogden Codman, before striking out on his own. His first major commission was the Hotel Belclair. He later solidified his reputation for luxury residential skyscrapers with the Ritz Tower, the San Remo Apartments, the Beresford, and the El Dorado Apartments, all individual New York City landmarks. Meanwhile, Sylvan Bean teamed up again with Ginsburg for his best-known project, the Hotel Carlyle, located in the heart of the Upper East Side Historic District. An important contribution to Terminal City's Hotel Alley, the Beverly Hotel warrants designation as an individual New York City landmark. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers on this item? Any other speakers? All right, we can close the hearing. Any questions right now? Okay, we can move to the last item on our research agenda. Marianne?
Item number 6 is LP 2559, the Hotel Lexington at 511 Lexington Avenue, a.k.a. 509 to 515 Lexington Avenue, 134 to 142 East 48th Street. The landmark site is Manhattan, Block 1302, Lot 51, Marianne Percival presenting.
Built in 1928-29 to a design by Schultz and Weaver, the preeminent hotel design firm of the 1920s and 30s, the Hotel Lexington is one of the premier hotels constructed along Hotel Alley. Located at the southeast corner of Lexington Avenue and East 48th Street, the Hotel Lexington is notable for its embodiment of the 1916 zoning laws. Its skillfully articulated massing and architectural details, its critical reception as one of the handful of buildings in New York City by Schultz and Weaver, its inception as the largest hotel in an important chain of first-class hotels, and its long association with prominent cultural institutions in New York City. Schultz and Weaver's neo-Romanesque style design for the Hotel Lexington reflects a skillful embodiment of the requirements of the zoning law and exemplifies the firm's expertise in melding traditional picturesque styles with modern skyscraper massing. The hotel's complex massing features multiple light ports intended to provide the maximum amount of light and air to its guest rooms. The vertical rise of the brick is capped at each setback by terracotta panels, some now replaced by brick, and terminates in the pyramidal crown towers, creating a distinguished profile on Lexington Avenue and East 48th Street. A prominent feature of the hotel's base is its historic arched entrance, which is now enclosed for retail space. If anybody wants Starbucks, this is a beautiful one to go to. And its sculptural details and continuous piers. Following its completion, the Hotel Lexington attracted favorable notice from critics. In 1929 and 30, the building was published in Architect, American Architect, Architecture and Building, and Architectural Forum. And the Skyline column in the New Yorker called it, quote, a romantic addition, end quote, to Lexington Avenue. W. Parker Chase, the author of New York, the Wonder City, in 1932 called it a quote-unquote sumptuous hostelry and stated that the location is ideal, quote, the building gorgeous. As the preeminent hotel design firm of the time, Schultz & Weaver designed a number of New York City's most prestigious hotels, including the Sherry Netherland, the Pierre, and Waldorf Astoria, all designated New York City landmarks. The Lexington was one of the 5 major hotels and today is one of only 7 extant tall buildings by the firm in Manhattan. In addition to the 4 hotels, the other 3 are an office building, an apartment building, and 1 building belonging to NYU. The Lexington was one of the 14 hotels featured in the publication Grand Hotels of the Jazz Age, the architecture of Schultz & Weaver, published in 2005 in conjunction with the exhibit In Pursuit of Pleasure, Schultz & Weaver and the American Hotel at the Wolfsonian Florida International University, which was based on the school's collection of firms' plans, photographs, and documentation. The Hotel Lexington was conceived as the largest hotel in a major hotel chain of some 52 first-class hotels located in the United States and Canada. Constructed at $6.5 million, roughly $100 million in today's currency, by the Turner Construction Corporation, one of the world's leading building concerns. The hotel's rooms were marketed as modern luxury at very moderate rates, both out-of-town visitors or those seeking more permanent accommodation. For nearly 50 years, the Lexington played a significant role in New York's cultural scene, hosting 2 distinctive venues. One, the Hawaiian Room from 1937 to 66, was famous for not only Polynesian cuisine, but also providing the best in Hawaiian music and dance. And for that alone, it was recognized on its 75th anniversary by the Hawaii State Senate for its contribution to the preservation of Hawaiian culture. Another resident was Chateau Madrid from 1968 to 1983, which was New York's famous outpost for flamenco. The Hotel Lexington has maintained a remarkably high level of architectural integrity throughout its history, except, of course, at the base. In 1984, the base of the building, which had previously been altered, as you can see here, was restored to a modified version of the original design as shown on the Lexington Avenue side and East 48th Street side. The Hotel Lexington played an important role in transforming East Midtown into a commercial center in the first half of the 20th century and continues to play a vital role in the hospitality industry of the city of New York.
Thank you, Marion. Do the commissioners have any questions? Then we'll take testimony. Bill Tennis.
Good morning. I'm Bill Tennis, the Executive Vice President of Diamond Rock Hospitality Company, a lodging-focused real estate company in the United States. Diamond Rock is the owner of 4 hotel properties in New York City, including the Lexington Hotel located at 511 Lexington Avenue at the corner of 48th Street. As a lodging-focused real estate company, we're highly concerned about maintaining a thriving East Midtown, where, in addition to the Lexington Hotel, we also own 2 Courtyard by Marriott hotels. We strongly support planning efforts to improve the transportation and infrastructure for New York City's core business district. However, we are deeply troubled by the proposed landmarks designation of the Lexington Hotel. Based on the history, appearance, and condition of 511 Lexington Avenue, this hotel does not possess the special character and architecture required for individual landmark designation. Judging solely on the merits, landmark designation requires a property to meet a high watermark of historical architecture, criteria which 511 simply does not meet. One of the many reasons that the Lexington Hotel does not merit landmark designation is demonstrated by the sweeping scope of alterations this property has undergone over the decades prior to our ownership to accommodate new fenestration and HVAC sleeves, as well as extensive facade alterations. To be specific, more than 80% of the original decorative facade along 48th Street has been removed and replaced during myriad renovations. A cascade of alterations of the upper levels have created the unfortunate condition of jumbo bricks substituting for large decorative terracotta areas at the upper levels of the facade. Repairs and masonry patches that are strongly different from the original areas because of the contrast between recent gray pointing and the warm hue of the original. Parapet walls on the corner of the building have been added to hide AC equipment, and all the original windows have been replaced. To quote from a report that our consultants submitted prior to calendaring, these changes, together with the modern aluminum windows, undermine the original architectural design of the building to such an extent that it does not possess the special character of a New York City landmark. And the report concludes, far better examples by Schultz and Weaver have previously been designated, including the Waldorf Astoria across Lexington Avenue, as well as two landmark towers, the Sherry Netherland and the Pierre, just to the north. Designation of the Lexington Hotel diminishes the meaning of a Midtown landmark. The much-altered Lexington Hotel does not warrant designation as a New York City landmark. End quote. Notwithstanding the significant investment we've made in our property, Diamond Rock faces serious obstacles in our attempts to compete both with nearby hotels, such as the landmark Waldorf Astoria, and the modern new hotels that have been built elsewhere in Manhattan and likely to be built in East Midtown. Like other buildings in East Midtown that are struggling with inefficient and outdated design, the Lexington Hotel already faces challenges in meeting the expectations of today's and tomorrow's guests due to the physical limitations of the original building. Low ceilings, narrow corridors, and small windows make it impossible to provide the larger and well-lit rooms that guests most desire and that national and international hotel chains readily offer. To remain competitive, comprehensive gut rehab, including a complete facade replacement of the building, will be required. Landmark designation will make it impossible either to transform the building or redevelop the site in the future.
Mr. Tanis, I understand that Valerie Campbell is speaking after, but wants to give you her time, so if you want to finish the testimony.
Okay. As significantly, my company is particularly concerned that landmarking will also increase the cost of operating what is already an economically challenged hotel by imposing additional landmark-related costs for the extensive renovations continually required by this building. These costs cannot be covered by increased room rates, and it will make the Lexington even more non-competitive against new hotels. Finally, we will submit comments on the designation report to Commission staff after we've had an opportunity to review it in detail. However, even a cursory review of the draft report indicates that it does not acknowledge the extent of the alterations that have occurred, nor does it adequately examine its architectural and cultural significance as a proposed individual landmark. What is more troubling, the designation report fails to address any of the findings of the comprehensive report prepared by our consultants, which concluded that this building does not warrant landmark designation. We have resubmitted our consultants' report, and we would ask the commissioners, to review it carefully and weigh it against the staff's designation report. Historic preservation plays a vital role in the city's economy and the quality of life for both visitors and residents. As a matter of policy, landmark designation is an important planning tool. However, it is one that should be used wisely and conservatively. It should not be used as a tool to block growth and development. Nor should it be indiscriminately ascribed to buildings which lack the extraordinary historical character to support New York City landmark designation. This is especially true in connection with the Lexington Hotel, where designation would preserve a building that is functionally obsolete while at the same time undermine the regeneration of East Midtown for the 21st century. For all these reasons, we respectfully request the Commission to vote no to designate.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Gary Papush.
Good Good morning, Gary Papish, Manhattan Community Board 6. Community Board 6 has passed a resolution in support of the designation of the Lexington Hotel, now the Radisson, 509 Lexington Avenue. The Lexington Hotel is designed by Schultz & Weaver, specialist in skyscraper hotel design, including the Waldorf Astoria, the Sherry Netherland and Pierre Hotels, and the Breakers in Palm Beach, which is not in Board 6. And it is in Romanesque-inspired style with vertical window bays and design elements which accentuate the building heights. And again, we support designation.
Thank you. Alex Herrera.
Alex Herrera from the Landmarks Conservancy. We are, of course, pleased to support the designation of the Hotel Lexington, which we successfully submitted for eligibility on the state and national registers in 2013. The 700-room Radisson Lexington Hotel, originally the Lexington Hotel, was among the first generation of luxury high-rise residential hotels in Manhattan. It was designed by the notable architectural firm of Schultz & Weaver, and is an example of their work in pre-Depression era hotel designs. Schultz & Weaver practiced together for nearly 20 years, starting in 1921. As the National Register eligibility report states, quote, "The partnership was a marriage of Schultz's training in the Beaux-Arts tradition, which allowed the firm to adapt easily to varying architectural styles and client needs, and Weaver's engineering ability, real estate background, and social capital, which brought in high-end clients looking to construct skyscraper hotels. High-profile work in Florida, California, and Cuba led them to New York with the Lexington in 1928, and then, of course, the Waldorf Astoria in 1931. Like the nearby Shelton Hotel, the Lexington caused a public sensation when it first opened, with its inventive and visually appealing synthesis of various animal and geometric motifs. An even bigger visual impact is created by the tapering stepped body of the building, one of the tallest residential buildings in the world when it was first opened. The 316-foot red brick tower rises in rhythmic steps and setbacks from an equally complex limestone base. The tower's massing is carefully modulated to give it a kinetic and sculptural quality. What is eye-catching at street level is the extraordinary ornament lavished on the lower stories. Eagles, gargoyles, angels, and folio carvings enliven the facades. The upper stories are of brick, and the bays are designed so as to emphasize the facade's verticality and height. The effect of vertical piers and vertical window bays play up the skyscraper nature of the design. The top of the building is crowned by a pyramidal roof that is nearly impossible to see except from other tall buildings. It is designed in a unique and almost expressionistic manner with strange vertical gargoyles and blocky corner pavilions. While there have been some alterations, the historic form and many design elements are intact. The Lexington Hotel is worthy of designation as one of the significant hotels of Midtown East's Hotel Alley for its association with Schultz & Weaver and for its robust architecture. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Lisa Easton. Lisa Easton, on behalf of the Art Deco Society of New York. The Lexington Hotel, completed in 1929 and designed by Schultz & Weaver, is an architecturally important Art Deco-style building, which is a critical part of the Grand Central area context, worthy of designation for its contribution to New York City's rich history of architectural design and style specific to the Grand Central neighborhood. The Lexington Hotel combines the Art Deco style and that of the Neo-Romanesque style, evidenced through the articulated details and monumental ornamental features. Overall, the building's massing was influenced by the newly implemented zoning code, with numerous setbacks and courtyard recesses articulated with elegant, modern, streamlined features, combined with traditional historic detailing that helped define the unique character and identity of the structure.
The detailing employed in this design aesthetic unifies the building as an exceptional example of Art Deco architecture. The building is also noteworthy for its relationship to the architect Schultz and Weaver, regarded as the preeminent American hotel firm of the 1920s, and whose notable works include the Sherry Netherland, the Pierre, and the Waldorf Astoria. The beauty of the architectural design and the use of the Art Deco style makes the Hotel Lexington significant and irreplaceable and is an exceptional example of Art Deco in New York City, and which responds to the programmatic changes of the neighborhood around Grand Central. Thank you. Thank you. Barbara Say. Barbara Say of the Historic Districts Council. Schultz and Weaver, a firm that specialized in skyscraper hotels, not only designed the Lexington, but also many other notable hotels mentioned earlier today. For the Lexington, the architects designed a massive structure with vertical window bays that accentuate the building's height and draw the eye up through a series of setbacks to the tower and crowning lantern. T-Square, the architecture critic of the New Yorker, found this dramatically massed hotel to be a, quote, romantic addition to the Lexington Avenue skyline. The Lexington Avenue entrance to the hotel is through a beautifully carved limestone arch in Romanesque-inspired style. The original exterior arch is now inside glass doors, but retains its classically garbed figures representing various professions. The restaurants at the Lexington were among the first to experiment with the European notion of replacing tips with a 10% service charge added to all bills, an idea that never took hold in the United States. The Lexington opened on October 15, 1929, only 14 days before the stock market crashed. Unfortunately, this hotel, which was planned to cater to middle-class tourists, soon failed, and in 1932 was in the hands of a receiver. Fortunately, though, through a series of ownership changes, the hotel has continued to thrive, and we support its designation. Thank you. Thank you. Megan Weatherby. Hello, I'm Megan Weatherby from the Art Deco Society in New York. The Hotel Lexington, designed by distinguished luxury hotel designers Schultz and Weaver, is a wonderful example of New York's unique Art Deco vernacular and should be landmarked by the LPC. Though the firm is known for some of New York's premier luxury hotels, such as the renowned Art Deco masterpiece, the Waldorf Astoria, the Hotel Lexington is as aesthetically charming in its own right. The designers utilized the Art Deco style's predilection of historicism to incorporate neo-Romanesque inspirations. Most prominently, this can be seen through the romantically ornamented setbacks clad in limestone, brick, and terracotta. Neo-Romanesque influence can also be seen in the low-relief arches sculpted into the entrance level of the hotel, as well as the refined pilasters spanning the first and second floors. Arguably, another eclectic influence that can be seen in the design of the Hotel Lexington is Art Deco's fascination with all things Egyptian. The pyramid-capped towers create a uniquely Deco aesthetic while also illustrating the evolution of the modern skyscraper style during the period. Although the base of the hotel was recreated in 1984, architectural embellishments such as the geometric motif utilized in the spandrels as well as a cap of the base ornamentation remain a wonderful reminder of the simple elegance of New York Art Deco. Though the Hotel Lexington is a very modest example of New York Art Deco, it is worthy of landmarking by the Landmarks Preservation Commission due to its architectural merit. Thank you. Thank you. And the last speaker is Tara Kelly. Tara Kelly, speaking on behalf of the Municipal Art Society. The Hotel Lexington, designed by Schultz and Weaver, was completed in 1929 on the corner of East 48th Street and Lexington Avenue. The Art Deco neo-Romanesque hotel stands 26 stories, clad in limestone and brick, and marked by tiered setbacks as a result of the 1916 zoning resolution. Working with Warren and Wetmore, Leonard Schultz was the chief of design for Grand Central Terminal from 1903 to 1911. Together with Spencer Weaver, the firm is responsible for such notable luxury New York hotels as the Sherry Netherland, the Pierre, the Park Lane, and the Waldorf Astoria. Farther afield, the duo designed the Breakers in Palm Beach, the Atlanta Biltmore, the Los Angeles Biltmore, and the Sevilla Biltmore in Havana. Another substantial contributor to Terminal City's Hotel Alley, the Hotel Lexington is deserving of individual landmark status. Thank you.
Thank you, Tara. Are there any other speakers on this item? Any other speakers? Okay, then we can close the hearing. All right, the commissioners have any questions? All right, I know we've been given material to read, so we will look at that as well as our staff. And we will have the hearing on the other 7 items on September 16th? September 13th. So the 7 items, we will have our hearing on September 13th. Thank you, and we can move to the preservation agenda. Well, I just want to thank the team, our East Midtown team, Gail, Marianne, Matt, Maribeth, and Lisa for their work. Thank you. Okay, we'll start the preservation agenda at 12:15, so we'll just have a 5-minute break.
Say I need to do this. You and everybody else.
Here before, right?
Okay, Commissioners, the first item on the Preservation Department agenda is an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Brooklyn. This is docket number 18-2470, 121 Congress Street, located within the Cobble Hill Historic District. This is an Italianate style row house built 1850 to 55, and the application is to alter the facade, replace windows, and install ironwork. This was written to the record on July 12th, 2016, and is being presented today for the first time.
Commissioners, Child Shivrani of the Preservation Staff. The application before you is 121 Congress Street, which is located between DP and Henry Street in the Cobble Hill Historic District. The application has a few components. The first is to remove the modern cornerstone cladding that's been there since the time of designation, and to install a cementitious stucco cladding in a brownstone finish. These photos show the deteriorated brick that's beneath there. There's some probes that were done. This is where the cornerstone is popped off above the windows. And this shows the existing elevation. The rest of the row is brick, and then there's brownstone further. The second component of this application is to install fiberglass cornice. The third component is the removal of modern 2/2 double hung windows and the installation of new 2/2 double hung windows. And finally, the applicant is proposing to remove the modern sheet walls on the stoop and the areaway wall, and to install decorative ironwork and security walls in the basement. The architect, Christopher Steiner, of Urban Matrix, is here to discuss the proposal.
We have to reopen because this was voted into the record. Do I have to reopen or anything? I have to make a motion to reopen. Okay, so make a motion to reopen the hearing.
Sorry. You should change that motion.
Hopefully everything Michelle said is on the record as well. My name is Christopher Steiner, I'm the architect. I'm just going to try to adjust this upwards. The house is located in Cobble Hill District, just on the edge, near the BQE and Henry Street. It's actually cited in the designation report as one of the reasons why historic districts are needed. This restoration happened, or this we'll have to find the right term to describe what they did to the building, but this happened right before the designation report, and again, it was cited as the things that could happen without historic oversight. The photo on the right is from the 1940s tax map, and you can see that it was all brick buildings, fairly simple facade. There was some ornamentation on the window headers, and below it's difficult to make out all the details, but clearly it's of the period and similar to its neighbors. The image on the left is from the designation report, and it shows what had happened. Quite literally, all the ornamentation was stripped off, and this sort of ashlar base, white-colored brick was applied to it, I guess as an attempt to modernize it. And we've looked at, what the result was. This is the current photo, looking as it is today. And this is looking down the block in both directions. So to the west, on the left side, you can see the rest of the brick row, and then to the right is heading up towards Henry Street, and you can see the two stucco facade buildings that are just there adjacent, with our white brick building here just on the edges. And so, as Michelle mentioned, we did some probes to look at the facade, and sadly, the workmanship on the stucco brick permaface that they put on this thing is very well adhered to the bricks. As we went to remove it, it literally takes the bricks apart with it. You can see in the upper right where the material is chipped away and it's taken the old material with it as it's come down, so it's really quite glued to it. As we've looked at it, the sense of removing all of this is literally going to destroy the bricks, so talk about this as sort of a form of vandalism that was done to the building several decades ago. Nonetheless, the facade needs to be redone. Needs to redo it, and so the decision was made, thinking more traditionally, how would one repair a building in which the entire brick facade had been ruined? And so we've looked at doing sort of a brownstone stucco finish, which is more in character with the neighborhood, and for which there is precedent on the buildings just adjacent to the east. So this shows the existing building in its context with its neighbors on the side. Curiously, the window heights don't align with the neighbors, so it's difficult to state which building this may have been paired with originally. Each of the buildings seems to step down, and even in the original photo from the 40s, there was a clear disparity in window dimension, so we weren't proposing to change those at all. Really what we would like to do is to come back in and remove this white perma brick and apply a stucco brownstone type finish, but in doing so, we now need to take the details around the windows and around the door and just pop them out a little bit to accentuate them, otherwise they'll get lost. So, which again is in keeping with the two brownstone finished buildings just adjacent. In addition, as Michelle mentioned, we wanted to replace the windows. The old ones are in a serious state of deterioration. We're proposing to replace these with wood windows in the same pattern. And then, of course, removing the cheek walls and the masonry wall at the front and replacing it with metal as it once had originally. So this is just comparing the before and afters of the two facades. And so I'll go through these things sort of one by one, working from the bottom and going up. And the bottom are quite literally going to duplicate the adjacent steps patterns of the stoop. So we'll, just showing what's there adjacent. And also the lower level of the building will have the same treatment with the reveals into the stucco as we have. For the metalwork, we found an original that we can cast, which is slightly different than was there originally, but there is examples of this sort of hoop pattern metal railing along the street. The corner post is similar to what our neighbor has, and we were looking to try to capture that. And then, of course, on the windows, we're looking for grille work that is a little bit more in keeping with the historic. So we have this pattern as well. The doorway, in this case, I'm comparing it with the two doors that we have, doorways of the neighbors at 125 and 127. they're sort of in a various thing. We talked a lot about this with the Landmark staff in terms of what was appropriate here. We've pulled it out, but really minimally. We wanted to keep it tight to the facade, and you can see that at 125, there's a very tight entrance around there, but with absolutely no detail, whereas the next neighbor down has an enormous amount of detail. And so we wanted something a little bit more restrained there, and so we've kept it tight for the facade. We've kept the proportions similar to the neighborhoods, but it's just a very simple cornice, similar to what we're seeing around the neighbors, so it just comes out a few inches along that. The window details, again, these will be wood windows, finished, I have to say, very similar to what's there now. They're going to be custom made, so they'll be fitting very closely to the window openings as they are now. And then for the cornice, which Michelle did mention, it's in fiberglass. We're looking at how that can be done. This is the proposal that we have now, which I think that is quite a successful match. We're using 6 brackets across the top as opposed to 4. There's actually 6 on the neighbors adjacent. And we'll use a simple panel and really just a very simple cornice across the top. So that's the idea. It'll be up at the top and back. So that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant? Any questions? Okay, we can take testimony then. Barbara Zay?
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. HDC finds that while the proposed facade alterations certainly bring the building in the right direction, it would be more appropriate if the details matched those of the building's immediate neighbors and the building's own history. It does not appear as though the building were originally clad in brownstone, but rather brick, like its neighbors, so we would prefer to see the building clad in brick. HDC applauds the proposed stoop, railings, and windows, but would prefer a wood cornice to the proposed fiberglass. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers on this item? Any other speakers? We can close the hearing. Do we have any other questions for the applicant? Okay, we can close the hearing. We closed the hearing already. So, other comments? Yes, okay.
I think regarding testimony about the brick, that would have been a wonderful thing to do. The problem has been well demonstrated, I think, by the presentation, that in order to get the original brick, they destroy the original brick, and to put new brick on the outside of that would seem maybe a possibility, but I think everything would have to be raised, and the whole facade dealt with in a more false way, I guess. So I think this is the right way to do it, and certainly to say it improves things is not a good compliment, because I think anything could improve this, but I think what's being done here is really a very sophisticated way of bringing back a condition which is unfortunate. It's too bad that cementitious stuff has ruined the ability to get the brick back, but so be it.
Yes, Michael?
I agree, generally. I think that they could have done a thin brick over it, but I think it's okay to do the stucco. The one thing that I find curious, but they may be able to just think about with staff, is the headers the design of the headers and the trim, quote unquote, they're using is very much appropriate for the brick buildings that they're imitating, but not really for, you don't really see that kind of very simple square header type trim on brownstone buildings. And clearly, not on the one immediately to the right was clearly stripped at some point, and it is not reflective of the period to which they're reconstructing the building. I think that if they looked at, with staff at some neighboring or typical buildings, they might be able to give their trim a little bit more appropriateness to the kind of look that they're suggesting.
Okay. Any other comments? I think this is good overall, and I think we can incorporate Michael's comments into our statement. Fred?
Councilman Rourke.
It was just to let staff the details of the trends.
Yeah, right. In the matter of 121 Congress Street in the Cobble Hill Historic District, the application is to alter the facade, replace windows, and install ironwork. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Cobble Hill Historic District. I further note that the building was originally faced in brick with brownstone details, and that prior to designation, permastone cladding was applied to the facade, stoop, and areaway wall, and that this cladding is in a deteriorated condition. I recommend approval, noting that removing the permastone cladding will eliminate a feature that detracts from the building in an historic district. That probes have determined that historic red brick beneath the permastone is also in a deteriorated condition beyond reasonable repairs. That the installation of the proposed cementitious stucco in a brownstone color will return the building closer to the style and character of other buildings on the block. That the proposed fiberglass cornice, decorative metal areaway, railings, and simple entrance surround will recall details historically found on row houses of similar age, style, and type. That the proposed 2/2 wood-hung wood windows are in keeping with the building's original Italianate style, and that the proposed work will enhance the special architectural and historic character of the building and the Cobble Hill Historic District, and the applicant will work closely with staff on the details of the facade renovation.
Second. All in favor? Any opposed? This application is approved.
Okay, Commissioners, the second item is an application for a certificate of appropriateness, Borough of Brooklyn, docket number 183193. This is 96 Decatur Street, located within the Bedford-Stuyvesant Expanded Stuyvesant Heights Historic District. This is a Romanesque Renaissance revival style row house designed by Henry Olmsted and Sons and built in 1892. The application is to construct a rooftop bulkhead, install a deck and stair, and modify a bay window. This was read into the record on July 12th, 2016, is being presented today for the first time.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Abby Grove, Preservation staff. This application is for work at the roof and rear of the building at 96 Decatur Street, just right here on the south side of Decatur Street, between Throat and Albany Avenues in the Bedford-Stuyvesant Expanded Stuyvesant Heights Historic District. So there are two parts to this proposal. The first is the construction of a light beige stucco-clad bulkhead at the roof of the building, and installing a metal railing around the roof of the building. You will be able to see, they did a mock-up, and you'll be able to see the bulkhead from these vantage points here on Fulton Street, but not from the front. So here's some photos of the bulkhead on the roof. The second part of this proposal is to modify a portion of this bay window at the level at the rear by removing the window, lowering the sill to accommodate a door, and leaving the rest of the bay intact, and installing a metal deck and stair. So again, as you can see, this work will be visible from that one spot on Fulton Street. So if you have any specific questions, the applicants are here to answer them.
Commissioners have any questions? Okay, we can reopen the hearing to take testimony. Margaret Fletcher.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Margarita Fletcher, and I'm representing the second block of Decatur Street, and we are part of the expanded district, as was stated. And we are opposed to the proposed bulkhead, fencing around, and because we have questions, we have concerns about this, the bulkhead, and what plans are for the roof. Because if you're putting a bulkhead there, it means that you plan to in some way, and if you're putting a fence around, in some way you're planning on using this for other purposes than just having a bulkhead. And we are strenuously opposed to this because it's true, it's visible from the Fulton Street side, but it's also visible from across the street. And it changes the whole character of our block. The row houses, the character of these old brownstones. My house is on this block and it goes back to 1889. And we were landmarked, we achieved landmark status in 2013. We were so proud of achieving landmark status because it meant something. I've lived in Bed-Stuy all my life. In the 70s, my husband and I went out with our babies to Long Island to look for houses out there. My mother-in-law at that time had decided she was tired of Brooklyn, so she went to Jersey. We bought the house from her. This house that we live in, which is only a few doors down from 96, we're 88, Decatur. This is 96. We are so proud that we stayed there. We decided to buy the house from my husband's mother-in-law. My husband is the third generation in that house, so it's been in our family for a very long time. And we feel, as I said, we were so happy when we achieved, finally, when we achieved landmark status because it meant something. We felt it meant something to have achieved the status, meaning that our beautiful brownstones would remain intact. I'm for modernization, but not to destroy the original beauty of these beautiful old brownstones, the character, the integrity of these. And this is how the block feels. We're a community. We're families in this community, homeowners in this community who feel very strongly about where we live and what our block is. And with this bulkhead, and we also received information that a gas grill is planned on the roof. Now that wasn't mentioned in the presentation, but this was our understanding that a gas grill also is there, and that's another reason for concern, because this means that this roof is going to be used for more than just a roof with a bulkhead on top with a fence around. And we have real concerns about that.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, your time is over.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, but these are our concerns, the integrity and character of our block and as a community and what that represents. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there other speakers on this item? Any of the speakers? All right, do we have any questions for the applicant?
May I speak?
Yes.
I just got here, I need a chance to sign up.
Yeah, that's fine. You can come forward and speak. Be given 3 minutes. Good. Say your name into the record.
Good afternoon. My name is Nelson Stout. I'm the Vice Chair of the Landmarks Committee on Community Board 3 in Bedford-Stuyvesant. And I wanted to quote something from the Brooklyn release that you yourself released, Commissioner, about Bedford. The Brooklyn District owes its remarkably intact buildings to the countless homeowners who have safeguarded Bedford's architectural heritage for over a century, said Commissioner Chair Minashki Srinivasan. And this was the release for Bedford. Now, this applies also to Stuyvesant as well. And people that are coming forward to develop in areas that are already calendared or landmarked, such as Dixon, and I'm mentioning them because in addition to this property, they have several properties in Bedford itself and throughout Bedford-Stuyvesant where they're seeking to put bulkheads and penthouses on existing structures that are there that are architecturally sound and we've worked so hard to preserve. I cannot understand how this present commission, unlike the last one, is allowing these things throughout the district after we've fought so hard for recognition and for designation, and especially to continue on to allow this out-of-scale development to occur. Yes, modernization is needed. We we're glad that people are coming in and taking these buildings back to what they were in terms of the internal beautification that they're doing, but this just bears it's appalling that they're doing this, and it seems to be okay by this commission. I really like you to take serious consideration on this particular project, on Decatur, as well as the others going forward that Dixon and other developers of their ilk are bringing to us. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers on this item? All right, Abby, can you just clarify, is this bulkhead visible from the...
It is not.
That's what I thought.
Out there and...
Across the street, which is what they
It's not
said.
visible. When I was there, they're not for the railing.
From either side?
From either side, we walked up and down, and it was not visible. We did see the railing here, though, and so when I pointed that out, they said that they would move it back and create a notch so you would not see the railing from the front, so...
So it was the mock-up for the railing that
For the
was...
railing and the bulkhead, right, so I love that photos. This is the railing that you're seeing right there, and so they have changed it so that it won't...
In the drawings, that's how it's reflected?
Exactly, there will be a notch. I think you can see it in the plans.
Okay. All right, do you have a question?
I think a way to make the railing even less visible is to take the Ipe off the top of it. The Ipe is going to look brown compared to the black of the railing. Take that off and have it fine.
I guess just another question, is this, many districts that we see obviously have stair bulkheads, but so is are there almost no stair bulkheads in this district?
Again, I was up on the roof, and we did look around, and there are other bulkheads on the roofs going this way. And if you look,
It looked from the area.
the bulkheads here that kind of go down the block here. This is where you will see this bulkhead. It's from Fulton Street, this way, that way.
Right, yeah, I saw that. Yeah, it looked from the area that there were some others, but obviously community's reaction is as though there weren't any to begin with, so that was my question. Okay, thank you.
Are there other questions? I just want to note for the record that Community Board 3 recommends denial due to the large size of the roof and bulkhead, visibility from the public thoroughfare, and negative impact on the district's streetscape and character. So if we have no other questions, we can close the hearing. All right. I know we've heard some testimony about concerns that this bulkhead is going to wreak havoc on the district, but I think that in terms of appropriateness, I think we have supported when there have been minimal bulkheads, that they're not visible from the primary facade, as it's been in this case, it's not visible, and that even if it's visible at the rear, then it's in the context of rear facades as well. And so I think even if you look at the plans of this proposal, it's very limited. I think they haven't expanded it greater than sometimes we've seen larger bulkheads. And I think, again, at the rear, the changes that they're making are they're very modest. They're extending the door of a bay window. We've seen that before as well and supported it. And they're putting a deck. I do believe that these small changes are not going to, in fact, take away from the character of the neighborhood or from the sort of the intent of this district, which is to protect a wide variety of brownstones and row houses. So I could support this. Okay. Others? All right. So, Jeannie?
Okay. In the matter of docket 18-3193, 96 Decatur Street, Bedford-Stuyvesant, expanded Stuyvesant Heights Historic District, a Romanesque Renaissance Revival style row house designed by Henry Olmsted and Sons and built in 1892. Application is to construct a rooftop bulkhead, install a deck and stair, and modify a bay window. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Bedford-Stuyvesant Expanded Stuyvesant Heights Historic District. I recommend approval, finding that the proposed bulkhead will only be visible from select incidental views over a secondary facade and will not diminish any prominent building silhouettes or streetscape views. That the bulkhead will be typical in size, simply designed and finished in a neutral beige color, which will help it to blend with the color palette of the building in row when seen from the building thoroughfares and recede from view. That the simply designed metal railing, deck, and stair will be typical of installations of this type in terms of placement and size and maintain a level of transparency. That the removal of a small portion of the bay beneath one existing sill in order to convert a window to a door will be a modest alteration which will not significantly alter the character or compositional organization of the bay. And that the overall effect of the proposed work will not overwhelm the building or detract from the special architectural and historical character of the building, site, or historic district.
What about Michael's comment on the e-pay on the railing? Are we living with that or not? What are we doing?
Yes. Yes. So, should we just incorporate that?
And that the e-pay of the railing will be removed.
Okay, second, all in favor? Any opposed? This application is approved.
Okay, Commissioners, the next item on the agenda is an application for certificate of appropriateness of Borough of Brooklyn, docket number 18-1255. This is 271 Macon Street, located within the Bedford-Stuyvesant Expanded Stuyvesant Heights Historic District. This is an Italian-style row house built circa 1872-73. The application is to legalize the installation of windows installed without Landmarks Preservation Commission permits. So it's read into the record on July 12, 2016. It's being presented today for the first time.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Julianne is the staff. 271 Macon Street is located on the northwest side of Macon Street near the end of the road at Avenue. The proposal is to legalize windows that were replaced without Landmarks Preservation Commission permits. The replacement windows may not comply with staff level review because the arched upper sashes of the windows have been replaced with straight-headed sashes. The flat panning does not match the historic brick profile, and the replacement windows are metal instead of wood. Replacing wood windows with metal complies with the rules when the windows are straight-headed, but at arched-headed windows, the commission requires that wood windows be replaced with wood. I would now like to introduce the applicant, Jake Fancher, who will describe the work being performed.
You will reopen the hearing.
Hi, I'm Joseph Fancher. I'm the owner of the building, 271 Macon. First of all, we started purchasing buildings 2.5 years ago. It's kind of an interesting model. This is kind of a retirement business for myself. Most of the buildings that we're purchasing are either SROs or private estate tenants. So different than a lot of the experiences that people have here. They're actually going in and doing improvements within the buildings, making changes within the buildings, and they're promoting people to stay within the buildings. So we have a number of building units that are there. We've never offered buyouts or anything of that nature. So the original intention here was really to try to help the situation. Since then, I've worked a lot of work with Landmark. We've purchased a number of buildings since then. And we're very closely with them to try to do what we have to do to make sure that all the permits are in place. So with this particular building, this is an SRO. We have 3 units that were living houses and 2 day units. Before they had vinyl windows over there. The idea was to try to insulate the apartments. We didn't take most of the heat in the building, so show to the benefit of the tenants to have more insulated structures. At the time, I wasn't familiar with the archways or anything of that nature. So we came up with a violation. Did the work last summer. I instructed the contractor to replace the windows. The windows were that are definitely wooden windows. They're manufactured by Trimline. We went ahead and took the archive photos, got the archive photos. We looked very closely to show that the old windows way back when didn't have a curved sash on the top there. The windows that we did put in there do not. They're rectangular windows. We tried to keep it within what we thought was reasonable to the local area. We wanted to try to do this with as minimum invasiveness as possible. We tried to stay within the envelope that existed within all the windows. This is what was there. There's people that are paying $1,100, $1,200 a month. One woman has a nice selection of shoes over there. Anyway, we just thought we were going to pop out the little bottom windows and put in wooden windows. That's really as simple as it comes. When I got the violation, I sat down with Landmark. They suggested that I go and just do an analysis of all the windows and all the structures that are up and down the block. I took a lot of photographs, 2 blocks one way, 2 blocks the other way on Mason. Certainly all the adjacent properties that are next to it, they all have square sashes up on top. And I did not find one building within, I don't know, 3 or 4 block radius on both sides that had curvatures on the top of the sashes. They all have straight top. I imagine over so many years people kind of squared out the insides and just replaced them just so we went ahead and we just took a bunch of photographs just as an example of everything down up and down the block. The same exact block over. And these are just examples of buildings. As you can see, every single window in there is exactly the same as far as what it is. What it was in 2014, just the building, this is what it looks like now.
Are there any questions, any commissioners? Any questions? All right, are there any speakers on this item? If there are no speakers, Community Board 3 recommends approval. This application. Okay, do we have any questions? Okay, we can close the hearing. All right, comments? I have a question just for maybe some of us here. What's the life of these windows? The ones that they've installed? All right. Thoughts?
It's so much better than what was there before. I hesitate to, really,
the rules are very clear. It's, and the principles behind those rules are good principles. I think that here, it's hard not to let context infect one's considerations of the thing. I think that the context here argues for letting it go. Precedent is not good on doing that, though, and I think that gives me pause. I think everything about the context, the fact that remarkably, unusually, this does not appear to be a case of gentrification and pushing people out, and it's clearly an improvement, and clearly there's context behind the argument. The only reason to say no is that it causes a precedent and allows others to do the same thing. I wish kind of that they had been aluminum windows, because then we'd feel comfortable that in about 5 or 10 years they'd be heading for the ash heap. But I could go along with it.
I think one thing that makes me slightly uneasy about it is that I think I would want input from staff on this. I mean, if I was the applicant, I would go through the neighborhood and find all the windows that have been squared off and not show photographs of windows that retain the arched head. So I would look to staff to say, well, we looked at the neighborhood and we found X number of arched head windows that remain or have been replaced with arched head windows. So I think we're dealing with only one half of the evidence here. So I'm reluctant to approve it, actually.
Okay, yes, Diana?
Yeah, I'm kind of sympathetic, I think, to in this case, to the project, because I feel that the applicant did survey the adjacent blocks. Now, if it's, maybe the staff might come up with something different from that, but that in this case, though, that I don't feel myself that it's creating a precedent to allow it, simply because it seems like the entire couple blocks has the flat window at the top rather than the arched. And normally we would ask them to, but if they would, they'd be actually moving in a different direction. Yes, we could then say we try to move all the blocks ultimately, but I kind of feel in this particular situation that it would not look inappropriate on this particular block.
There are a couple of things here. One is that there's the arch head, there's issues about the panning, and I think there are ways to perhaps make the window better, and they can work with staff to improve some of the details of this. So, Jared?
We can do that by moving the panning. Perhaps there's a way to add to the top sash, make that more closely replicate the segmental arch.
Okay.
Well, this violation, so the staff they'd work with the staff, and we'd have to review it for compliance.
Okay, so the commissioners was fine with that. Judge, do you want to give John? Yes. Okay.
I think it's important to recognize that what we're saying here is that this is a condition that exists throughout this district, which was recently designated, and therefore...
Yes, that is the reason.
Right, and in that sense, and I think that, so going forward, we need to be consistent when other applications come forward, and that, so just people need to understand that. We can't sort of, notwithstanding the...
I understand. I think it's because the context of this bears is that, but I think that's one of the reasons why the commission was sort of grappling with this. Okay.
Both sides, yeah.
Okay.
John.
Yeah, we're going to stumble through this one. In the matter of docket number 18-1255, 271 Macon Street in the Bedford-Stuyvesant Expanded Stuyvesant Heights Historic District, the application is to legalize the installation of windows without LPC permits. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Bedford-Stuyvesant Expanded Stuyvesant Heights Historic District. I recommend approval, finding that the windows were installed in existing modified openings, that the windows match the historic windows in terms of configuration, operation, material, and finish. However, that the windows are in keeping with other windows in the district in terms of details and that the straight heads on other windows. However, the windows do not replicate the historic details of the arch-headed form. Therefore, I recommend that the panning at the exterior of the windows be removed and the applicants work with staff to more closely replicate the historic curvature and profiles.
All in favor? Any opposed? This application is approved. And we will break for lunch, and we'll come back at 1:30? No, let's make it 1:20. It is a heavy afternoon.
Historic District, a Romanesque Revival-style warehouse building built in 1881-82, and the application is to install a platform and barrier-free access ramp. This was read into the record on July 12, 2016. It's being presented today for the first time.
recommended to my presentation staff. Mr. Chair mentioned this on Hudson Street, November West. The application districts are a platform and very access ramp. The plan here is the existing sidewalk along Hudson. There is some granite, however, at the base of the building is concrete, and then the ramp portion will be at this northwest corner.
Will reopen the hearing on the motion to reopen?
Hello, my name is Josh Lefferts with SW Engineering. Today we're going to talk about this proposed ADA compliant ramp. As you can see, we're located along Hudson Street between Leonard and Worth Street. The sidewalk along Hudson Street is approximately 20 feet wide by 116 feet plus or minus length. This is the existing west elevation, slide 4, which is the street facade along Hudson Street. We're proposing to put this ramp. Slide 7, we have 4 commercial space entrances, and we also have 1 main building entrance as well as a service entrance along this facade. The entrances we have vary from 1 step to 2 steps, and it slopes slightly downward from the north to the south, approximately 18 inches difference. What we're planning to do is install kind of a loading dock / ADA ramp along the entire facade to reach all the access points, the 6 entrances. The ramp will start at the north side. It's approximately 8 feet in length by 3.5 feet in width. That's just the ramp. The overall structure itself is approximately 5'10" to 6 feet wide. And this continues the entire length of the street facade along Hudson Street. And that's about 116 feet. As you go to the south, it varies from 1 step to 3 steps at the end. The main entrance is approximately halfway down, and the last commercial space is right at the very end. Slide 12 shows you the ramp plan, shows you the different access points, where it varies from 1 step to the south, to 2 in the middle, and then also 3 at the end. And where the 3 steps are, it's approximately 18-inch rise from the sidewalk level. Slide 13, you can see the elevation view here. You're going to have, all the rails will be 1.5 inch outside the hammer height. Will be 3 feet tall. This is the section right at the ramp on the north side, the handrail. And this rise here is 6 inches, so it's like a 1 to 16 slope, not as steep as a 1 to 12.
Just a quick question on that. The intermediate horizontal rail, is that required by code, or is that just to stiffen it up?
That is, you don't really need the guardrails unless you're 30 inches above.
Right.
That's more of just aesthetics, just to kind of keep it level across.
Okay, and the reason why it extends over the entire frontage is, do you have multiple retail? Is that the reason?
Yes, it's 1 space, but there's multiple entrances. And the entrance this space uses right now is all the way at the end, at the south side.
But the base of the building is commercial.
I'm sorry,
There's six storefronts at the base? Is that what you said?
Sorry, let me go back to the picture here. So we have, it's all one commercial space, and it's four entrances to the commercial space, and then a service entrance and a parking main building entrance.
But it's, okay, but it's a single tenant right now, is that correct?
Single tenant at the commercial space.
In the commercial space.
And then residential, all the rest of the floors.
So why wouldn't a single ramp to a single door and commercial space do the trick?
This isn't for the commercial space, this is for the actual building owners. So they need the ramp at a minimum, you need to get to the...
Is this the length that you need to get to the...
To get to the main building entrance, you could do halfway. If you go halfway instead of 116, you could go about half.
So you need an 80-foot run, 80 feet.
Now, we did look at kind of doubling it back right in front of the main building entrance, but we were coming up with almost 10 feet out on the sidewalk, and that would just be a small ramp, maybe 10 by 10, and kind of just doubles back loops. Kind of thought this was just a better idea, less of an eyesore in our opinion, just to have one single ramp right in front of the building.
Right, but just to go a little bit further, if you can have the length of the ramp at 80 feet and you've chosen 160, does it do other things besides just provide ADA access to the main building entrance? Does it? Yeah.
It's more just aesthetics. Instead of stopping it halfway, we just continue to run it out. A lot of the buildings around that area have the loading docks and ramps, so we're just kind of trying to keep it all uniform across.
I want to challenge that a little bit too, because years ago, before I sat at this table, I was an applicant like you on a big block on Gansevoort, right at the end of the High Line. And we had the same issue. And and this commission was very smart, smarter than I was, and said, don't make continuous ramps, make them discontinuous. And so we looked and came up with steps and ramps when we needed them. But to me, this is really changing the character of this building dramatically. And I know we have to provide handicap access somehow or other, but I don't know. I'm finding this to be very inappropriate.
Right, but we're not in comments as yet.
You're right.
Some questions, and we can have that discussion, but it was just factual. I just wanted to understand. So,
Just to clarify that, from the building main entrance, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 openings from the left. From there over, you're in the optional territory, right?
Correct.
Great, thank you.
okay, are there other questions? Okay, we have one speaker, Bob Rosé.
Barbara Rosé of the Historic Districts Council. Given this building's past as a warehouse, it is likely that a platform existed at some point, so our committee asked that the design for a new platform and ramp be informed by the historic conditions at the site. This information would instruct both the design and function of the new platform, which at this point looks somewhat clunky and out of place. We also wonder whether it is necessary to have the ramp running the entire length of the Hudson Street facade, obstructing the masonry piers. Thank you.
Okay, are there any other speakers? The Community Board 2 recommends denial for a convenience ramp that overtakes the entire building facade. Okay, do we have other questions for the applicant? Okay, in that case, we can close the hearing. Well, I just remember a case that we had, just to counter your point about Gansevoort, where it was two sides. Do you know which? It's
Canal Street.
It's
Canal Street.
not Canal Street. It was, I think, on. What do I call it? It was where that restaurant is.
Was it on Franklin Street, the building that got split?
Franklin Street, where there were two sides that were very wide, and I think I was perhaps in the minority who said, well, let's try and cut it short. But we gave, I think, a ramp over the entire two facades, or roughly about two facades. I think, just to put some context, we have allowed ramps in Tribeca. Very often they kind of emulate or mirror or suggest loading docks and platforms that you see in other parts of the district. So sometimes we have found it appropriate, so that's just a general statement about the length and, in this particular case, whether it's appropriate. I think in the context that we've seen in other parts of Tribeca, it may be appropriate here. Clearly, they don't need to do it at this point because they don't, an 18 feet or half the length of the ramp would work for them. But I think if we think about in the future, which is currently they have a single tenancy, but if they had multiple tenancies, then this would provide access for all the storefronts.
But the idea would be to have it start where it starts and end at the entrance door? I mean, the alternative idea.
The alternative idea is to start from midway, right?
You start over there.
Yeah.
And you stop after you... Yeah, go 6 over, basically.
Okay.
And, yeah.
Do you have to start all the way over?
Yes.
That's the run, yeah.
You need that.
No, you don't.
I don't think you do need that whole run.
No, you don't. You could pull the right from the ramp. You really just need those two, the commercial space entrance and the building main entrance, openings 5 and 6, theoretically.
Do you think this is the area to start with?
You would start... Because it's rising. If commercial space is, let's say, 12 inches off the ground, you need 12 feet. So that would be about 2 windows over, a little less.
Yes, Corey, do you want to...
There's one thing to point out with the existing condition while we're discussing this. So there is a band of granite that you can see here and here, and it does not run the full length. It actually stops at this point where the wall cover slabs go past that. So that may indicate a stopper, starting point, some sort of platform, all lengths. It's hard to say. I don't think we found any evidence of that. But just to reinforce that, often when we do see this stone strip and band, it does imply that there may have been all-white panels or a platform behind that. In this case, it's been replaced with concrete. So that occurs roughly at the, I think, just past the canopy and the main entrance. Right here.
But it's not about the retail, it's really about the residential. Isn't that correct?
Must be both.
Well, it's, because right now, I think it's a single retail tenant, and therefore, it's access, isn't that correct?
Steps. There are no steps.
They're claiming it's one tenant.
It's got a line to the left, look at the picture, go back to the picture. Maybe that's no longer accurate. Wine and liquors and then credential.
So just one more point. So because there are multiple access points, it does appear, even if the ramp were to pull in this direction, it might cross in front of some of those sets of doors to keep them active. You might need to kind of be careful about where this is placed exactly so you don't prevent someone from using those doors. But perhaps within that space, there's room to make adjustments.
Well, I think the question for the commissioners is do the commissioners feel we should try and limit the ramp to the amount necessary versus...
What would that look like? What would the minimum...
What's the least amount of impact on this building?
So for example, it could be perhaps that the ramp starts at this location, goes up before it hits these sets of doors and happens in that location, and then it's a platform up until the key entrance, something like that.
Makes sense.
So I think if the applicant, whatever is being said, I think in addition to that, since this is a rather extensive length, no matter how short it gets, I'd ask the applicant to look at other railings in the district. I think that the rather generic one that they've chosen meets code, but it doesn't really seem to go a whole lot further in trying to blend in.
Okay, so why don't we have them work with staff on both issues? Is the commission comfortable with that? To reduce the length of the length and we work with staff and sort of find the appropriate location for it, that will give them access, that is also based on sort of historically where one anticipated that there was a platform, and that they work with staff on the railing as well, to make sure it meets the code requirement, but is minimal in its hardware. Okay. Yes.
In the matter of 183578,
docket, at 90 Hudson Street in the Tribeca West Historic District, Romanesque Revival-style warehouse building built in 1881-82. The application is to install a platform and barrier-free access ramp. I note that the building's style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Tribeca West Historic District, and I recommend approval, finding that the loading platforms and stairs are common features of buildings of this type and age found throughout the historic district, that the proposed steel and diamond plate platform, stairs, railing, and ramp, all with a black finish, will be of simple design that is in keeping with the industrial character of similar streetscape features, that the proposed ramp and platform will allow for accessibility into the building without damaging or destroying any significant architectural features of the building, that the proposed ramp is modest in length and will not overwhelm the overall installation of the continuous platform or detract from the facade's composition, that the proposed steel platform will be installed on top of existing concrete paving at the base of the building and therefore will not damage or obscure the existing historic granite paving, and that the proposed work will not diminish the special architectural and historic character of the building in the Tribeca West Historic District, and that the applicant will work with staff, A, to reduce the length to whatever the minimal length needs to be of the ramp, and also will work with staff to make sure that the railing conforms to other railings in the district, in the design.
All in favor? Any opposed? The application is approved.
Next item on the agenda is item number 6. It's an application for a certificate of appropriateness to the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 184437. This is 35 West 10th Street, located within the Greenwich Village Historic District. This is a building originally built in 1831-32 and altered in the late 19th century. The application is to construct rooftop and rear yard additions and excavate the rear yard. This was read into the record on July 12, 2016. It's being presented today for the first time.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Jennings Preservation staff. This application is for 35 West 10th Street. It's located on the north side of the street between 5th and 6th Avenues in the Greenwich Village Historic District. The application is to construct a combined rear yard and rooftop addition, which will not be visible from a public thoroughfare. The applicant is here to further discuss the proposal.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Paul Alter.
Sorry, let me just reopen the hearing.
I'm sorry? Go ahead.
We just reopened the hearing, that's all. Go ahead.
My name is Paul Alter. I'm a principal at Lee Skelnick Architects and Design, and I'm here to represent the project. There are a number of projects with modern rear facades, and I think that these diagrams that we're going to show, I want to focus particularly on this donut in this part of the village. The project site is on 10th Street, and the donut runs to 11th Street. And this particular block interior has extremely cacophonic and varied interior forms. Some of the buildings are built full, some of them are apartment buildings, some of them are townhouses. Some of them are 5 stories, 2 stories, 7 stories. There's really no cohesion to the architectural integrity or townhouse integrity, unlike some other blocks. Here you see the front facade with our project site in the middle. Here. Also, I'd like to point out that the owners of this building have had the property for over 25 years. We've done 2 other major renovations here. There's always been a great deal of respect for the front facade, and 25 years ago we completely rebuilt the rear facade. And I'm just going to go through these front facades quickly. Now the rear facade, as you can see on the left, is quite obscured by plantings, which we will be saving, but there is a lot of glass in the rear facade. The proposed design is a much more modern and very glazed design. I'm now looking at the section. The existing section has a penthouse. The proposed design removes that existing penthouse and pushes the bulk to the rear, none of which will be visible from the street. I'm going to go through the plans quickly and try and get to the essence of the matter. These are axonometric views, the left showing the existing conditions with the penthouse, and the right showing the proposed design with the penthouse pushed back to the rear. Again, the front facade is maintained intact. The rear facade on the left with the bay, all of this was built in two phases. First 25 years ago, and then 15 years ago we did the penthouse. So all of that construction on the rear of the facade is new construction. There's almost no existing historic fabric on the rear facade. You can see that there's a tall building to the right of our facade and a shorter building to the left. There is no consistent massing. We're now going to go through a series of photographs of the rear of this donut to show you the existing conditions, just giving you a sense of the diversity of project types and scale. This building is also tucked into an alcove, so it's almost in like a little cove that's not really totally visible from the whole donut. This is a drawing from the earlier work that was done in 1992, and you can see the shaded area is all new construction. And these two little wings, and I'm not even sure if those bricks made it to stay in the project. It might have been that logistically, by the time we took all that brick down, all of that rear may have been replaced completely. This is an image that we're using to show you the discrepancies of rear facade and massing, and that there is no real consistency or integrity to the townhouse form at this point in the block. Also, this block has a legacy of modernism, and I think that's an interesting and important thing to understand in terms of the design. We're not proposing the design to be a small modern addition to an existing rear facade which has tremendous historic integrity. We're proposing a totally new facade, and we think that that makes sense in this case. Directly across from this building is the Paul Rudolph design, which was built in 1978 and just recently totally renovated in 2013 with a added bulk rear penthouse expansion as well. This is the diagram of that project, where this little area in the rear of the facade was actually built out. This was the project before there was a roof garden here. Now there's a roof garden on top. Very similar in scale and proportion to what we're proposing. This is another modern facade or piece of a building in the rear of this donut. These are other references to totally modern facades in the Greenwich Village Historic District. Now here's one where there's a modern piece on what is maintaining the original fabric, even though there's been some changes and obviously the windows are modern. And that may make sense in a building or in a block where there is a tremendous history or integrity of adjacent townhouses, but I don't think it makes sense in this particular case. Here's the existing rear facade with a tremendous amount of foliage, but there is a lot of glazing. We are preserving the foliage, and here's a rendering of the rear facade with the preserved foliage. The excavation that we're proposing in the rear yard is only in the center. We're maintaining the existing grade and old plantings at the perimeter of the yard. This is an evening shot with the foliage removed. We built a mock-up as per the request of LPC. Staff reviewed it. We actually got positive feedback saying that certain elements on the existing facade would now no longer be seen because the bulk of our penthouse was pushed to the rear. So just to quickly show those mock-up elements And that is the presentation. I'm going to just leave you with this image. And if there are questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Any questions for the architect? Okay, we will take testimony. Barbara Zay.
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. It seems that nearly every month there is an application to all but destroy a federal row house in Manhattan. These buildings are rare and treasured examples of early dwellings that should be respected, not mutilated. HDC finds the proposed rooftop and rear yard additions to be rude gestures on a very elegant house on a very elegant street. The introduction of cantilevers and sloped glazing is a huge intervention that is in stark contrast to the sensitive alterations that have already been undertaken in the rear. We ask the Commission to reject this aggressive approach. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sarah Beam.
Sarah Bean Atman of the Grangeville Society for Historic Preservation. We oppose the current proposed changes to the rear facade. Regardless of what has been approved in the past at other houses, the overwhelming glazing with little to no articulation between the floors has no place on a 19th century row house, even at the rear facade. We urge that any changes include more masonry, and the fenestration should take its cue from that which is currently at the third floor. Thank you.
Are there any other speakers? All right, Community Board 2. Yes, I'm going to just add one thing into the record, and then you can comment. Community Board 2 recommends denial of this application unless the rear wall design respects the rectilinear form of row houses and has a considerable increase in the solid area to identify the floor levels and create a vertical separation between the glass plates.
I just want to add that we do have 2 letters of support from neighbors who live in this block who have written to show support for the modern design. Those are in your file.
Okay. Yes, I think I've got that here. We've received 2 letters in support. Do we have any questions for the architect?
Just,
Yes,
if you don't
Adi.
mind, Paul, could you go back and show us the section that has the build-out? I just want to...
I don't know.
This is the section of the proposed, and the red dotted line shows the existing, and this is the section of the existing with the red showing the proposed. And we want to look at the proposed.
No, I think this one, I think...
This one?
Oh, that is...
This is the proposed. So
Right.
This red line shows the existing penthouse, and this is the front facade.
Right. So the back is already excavated, but just not full, not as deep.
That's right. The back is already excavated, and you can walk out from the level of the lower level into a courtyard, but we're proposing to take the center area of the rear garden and extend that lower level, leaving the perimeter of the garden at the existing grade. At a considerable expense to save the plantings and save the sensibility of those old plantings, which for 25 years this owner has consciously maintained.
And sorry, just one quick other question. So the original facade, the original rear facade, where did that end? Right there?
Here.
Yeah.
So this bay window was totally added on. This piece was added on. And the original brickwork was up there, that rear, but it's not original brickwork, it's just, that's where the building ended. But these rear additions that you see now in the form of this bay window and this bay window and these projecting elements, and this is a cantilevered bay window, actually. And this is a roof terrace with a bay window. Those are all new construction in I think around 1998.
But the 3 top windows are not original either?
Not original windows, and the brickwork around them is not original.
Okay.
But it is roughly the original
location.
Of the building.
Thank you.
All right, are there other questions? Any other questions? Okay, we can close the hearing.
Sorry, just one.
Yes.
The Rudolph Building is directly across the donut from you? And what year was that?
Well, it was originally designed in '78, and it was just recently totally renovated.
In 2013.
In 2013. I can show you the both on there. There. So the Rudolph Building had a large cantilever element, a two-story element right here, before they started the work in 2013. And then in 2013, this rear bulk was added, and this was expanded to create a roof garden. So a substantial rear facade renovation or recreation of already a very modern facade is what took place there.
Are there any other questions? Okay, we can close the hearing. All right, comments? Yes.
On page 6 in the existing elevation, it shows what typically we require when there's an additional modification to a rear facade, and that is the upper 3 windows, leaving that vestige of the Federal period townhouse. And the proposed elevation has no relationship to the original townhouse and leaves no evidence that this is a 19th century townhouse. And for that reason, I don't think I can approve it.
You said that was not original material.
Doesn't matter. We obviously required that to remain. Those 3 openings at that location. At first he said he wasn't sure, then he said it wasn't.
Okay, other comments?
I think two things. Firstly, the fact that that nothing that's on the current rear facade is original. It is an important factor. And then secondly, I do think that the Rudolph Building across the way, if it doesn't establish a precedent, certainly a conversation with this proposal. And for those kind of 2 reasons, which are not, bulletproof, but are compelling enough for me, this proposal, I think, is appropriate.
Other comments? I would agree. I think that this block, I think the architect has actually made a pretty compelling argument why we may take a slightly different approach to the rear elevation. The fact that this block itself and the courtyard in the center is varied, and they have different heights, they have different styles. It is not a row that we've seen in other cases. And I think that it creates a particular context around this building in particular, because both sides, one side you have this building which protrudes out, and while not the immediate neighbor, but I think the next building to the left extends out at a higher height, much deeper into the block. I think the fact that within this block, the rear elevations that we've seen, including the rooftop building, also, I think, at least informs the context in terms of its architecture. I would agree with you again that I think because in this particular case, you have a rear facade that's already changed, nothing's historic, that it can be replaced with something, an elevation that actually reads comprehensively. I actually think this design is quite wonderful, and that's the first thing that struck me, which is that some of the things we've done for other elevations where there are setbacks, where the adjacent buildings all line up, we may feel more compelled to retain that and include both the line of the building height as well as the plane as well as the windows. But I think in this particular case, it's not necessary, and I think trying to do that would actually take away from this modern design. So everywhere in the village, perhaps this is not appropriate, but I think in this case it is, and I must say it's really quite a fine design. Yes?
I think I'm somewhere in between Michael and your position. I think that the context, the fact that there's no original material on the back facade, both argue for me that the facade can be removed and replaced. And I'm really kind of reluctant to wade in once having made that internal decision into the specifics of the design, which we generally tend to give a lot of leeway to. However, when I look at the examples provided, and I look at even the building across the street, the Paul Rudolph example, there was something about the way that the buildings express themselves, the modern buildings express themselves as multi-story residential buildings with a top that somehow relates to the old top of the buildings, a line above which a north light or something would occur. There's something about this that is very aggressively anti-residential in it to me, and it defies scale. It's got a two-story reading on the upper floor, a two-story reading on the lower floor. For me, there's something about it that just feels like, okay, I think you can take the facade off, I think you can do a modern facade, but I think there's some cues that would help tie it into to its history, to the block, even if it's a somewhat messed up block, that this is missing. So I
would just say that I think the top two floors almost feels like, the studios that you have.
Right.
And I think that's sort of an interesting play on a...
But if you look at the massing of it, that's what kind of threw me off. I originally thought that as well, but when I looked at it from different angles, I felt that because it's rendered as two stories, even though it's actually, because it's rendered as a single element, even though it's really two stories, and because it breaks the scale of the rest of the townhouses in the row, it kind of squishes out what would be the bulk of it. If you look at the Paul Rudolph across the street, even it has an element that relates to that top of townhouse mark. It's far from literal. But, and certainly the other modern buildings shown have a kind of volumetric and scalar relationship. They all indicate floors. They all have a kind of more residential scale that I think is appropriate to an interior of a block. This feels very commercial and very frontal and kind of, I don't know, there's something about it that for me makes me feel like even though the removal is appropriate, the replacement isn't.
All right, other commissioners? Afraid to move in?
I'm just wondering about those three windows. I think it's been well established that they're not original, but I'm just wondering if anybody could possibly remember this, probably not, on staff, if those windows were replacing a failing system at that point, and then they were replicated. If they were, that's a different story than removing, something that was put up there for a design reason back in the 90s. A little bit different story. I realize it's not the original material, but it seems like it's just like a two-step process then to get rid of it, But that said, I think it's a relatively minor thing. Once you let the cat out of the bag and the rear yards are, and I think, a relatively free design moment for homeowners and the architects, which I think is basically a good thing. This is, maybe it pushes the envelope in terms of what's been done on the block and been done on other blocks as well, but I think it's a It's a very articulate and specific design approach, which is handsome and, to me, an integral idea that's well thought through and well integrated, as I said. So I think I could support it. I just am a little, I don't want to be caught with those windows. If those windows were a replacement for a facade that was falling down and therefore we kept it, I think that has a different approach than if they were just part of.
Sarah, do you want to clarify what was happening?
Well, I can maybe address it if I think I understand your question. So while the commission, in reviewing applications for rear yard additions, if there is a context in the row, the commission has asked that the top floor either be retained or recreated if it's unstable. And that's typically the masonry, the sort of facade, the masonry portion. The commission rules allow the staff to approve replacement windows even at the top floor with any window type. So even if those windows that were in place prior to that were not deteriorated beyond repair, the staff could have approved the new single-pane windows in those openings.
The windows is even brick.
Yeah, so oftentimes when we approve, three-story rear yard additions and we keep the top floor, because during construction, that top floor doesn't always stay stable. Lots of times it does require rebuilding, and in those cases, the commission approves reconstructing that top floor to match the historic plane and brick, and reusing brick if possible.
That's exactly what I'm getting at, and if that's what happened here, then it's like a two-step process to get rid of it. And I don't know, feel like it's a little bit of a game here. But I'm not sure that would stop me from approving it now. I just wanted to establish that arcane point.
All right, other commissioners? Yeah.
In this case, it is there. There's the window openings are there. The top floor is there. If you drop me into the backyard when this proposed construct is completed, I will have absolutely no visual or otherwise clue that this is part of an historic district. That's the problem that I have with it.
All right, other comments, Wellington? I know it came slightly late do you want to comment?
No, I apologize. I just finished the other event, but I tend to agree with Fred. I think this is a nice addition, and I'm less tickled about, since I'm feeling, I'm not, the merit of where the top floor of the window should be preserved, so I'm fine with it.
Judy?
I do have to say that it is a surprise. I was at first a little taken aback by it. But given a couple of things, given the diversity of rear yards that exists here, and, some great looking, some not, I do like the play of the Rudolph building across from this. I also think the way it looked before, regardless of those windows, it was a little bit of a hodgepodge. This is a very cohesive, attractive design. Understanding where you're coming from, I get it, Michael. I still think it works, and I would vote for it.
Okay, others? John, Diana?
I'm with Commissioner Devonshire.
Okay, and Diana?
I'm on the other side in this case because I feel like it is, there are other instances where we have not required the replacement of that floor if it's not original material and it's not a roll, and there's a lot of diversity here. What it's necessary for, as Michael has indicated, would just be to express that the front of the that the original building, what its character was, kind of hanging it on that floor. And in this case, I just don't, I feel that then yes, the design would be a lot worse, obviously. Well, maybe you could come up with something that would retain that, but it would be very, very difficult with this design. But we have done that in the past, but I think in this case, to require it, I feel that it is not accomplishing enough for the original building to say that this design, which I think is a good design, is not appropriate. I don't feel that the things that have made me feel before that I really want to have those three, openings to recall the building. I just don't think there's enough left there or enough character within the donut of other buildings that have a similar, I can't see what I'm expressing there, so I'm okay with approving it.
Okay, then I think we can make a decision. Diana, do you want to read that?
Okay. In the matter of the certificate of appropriateness, Borough of Manhattan, 184437, 35 West 10th Street, Greenwich Village Historic District. Application is to construct rooftop and rear yard additions and excavate the rear yard. I recommend approval, I note that the building's stone, scale, materials, and details are main features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Greenwich Village Historic District. I recommend approval finding that no significant architectural features which are original to the building are part of a later alteration will be altered, eliminated, or concealed by the proposed work. That the building is not part of an intact row or adjacent to a neighboring row house with a largely intact historic rear facade. Therefore, the work will not detract from the unity of a row. That other rear yard incursions and larger apartments and institutional buildings exist within this block, and the proposed addition will not project more deeply into the center of the block than adjacent additions. The proposed addition will not extend to the rear lot line or substantially eliminate the presence of a rear yard. That the portion of the addition at the roof will be set back from the front facade and typical in terms of rooftop enlargements on this block in terms of height. That the placement size and proportions of the projecting, stepped, and sloping portions of the rear of the addition will recall in a contemporary manner the layered historic development of the rear buildings within this block and historic district, including the addition of studio windows and incremental stepped and partial width additions. That the placement and spacing of the metal and masonry framing and the proximity of the floor slabs to the glazing of the rear facade of the addition will help the addition to be reflective of the residential scale of a row house. That the limited modifications to the grade level at the central portions of the rear yard will not significantly alter the perceived scale of the buildings or affect the relationship of the grade levels at the perimeter of the yard to the surrounding yards. That the proposed excavation will be designed and built in compliance with Department of Buildings regulations under the supervision of a licensed professional engineer to protect the building, and will be set back 5 feet from the property line to preserve plant and green space, and that none of the proposed work will be visible from a public thoroughfare.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed.
Who opposed? This application's approved.
Okay, Commissioners, the next item on the agenda, item number 7, is an application for certificate of appropriateness. Borough of Manhattan, docket number 185114. This is 422 Hudson Street, located within the Greenwich Village Historic District. This is an Italianate-style row house built in 1853. The application is to legalize painting elements of the facade without the Landmarks Preservation Commission permits and to replace windows at the storefront. This was read into the record on July 12, 2016. It's being presented today for the first time.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Edith Bellinghausen, Conservation staff. The first part of this proposal is to legalize painting the base of the building, lintels and sills of the upper floor and cornice without permits.
This is the existing condition of the facade. Commissioners will note that the building was painted at the time of designation, but that the scheme does not maintain that grandfather condition and thus requires review by the commission. The second part of the proposal is to replace storefront windows. Again, this is the existing condition. The proposal is to change the operation from fixed to operable, maintaining this multi-light configuration, but changing the operation to operable, which requires commission review as well. This is the existing elevation and proposed again, maintaining the same configuration, change in operation, and generally within the same spaces as storefront. The applicant is here to answer any additional questions.
Just a quick question. I don't know, maybe you can answer it. So the only issue in legalizing the storefront is that they're not operable windows and previously they weren't, or is it just the operability or is it the configuration as well?
It is the operability.
Okay.
Operable storefront windows is not stoppable.
Okay. And just a question about the painting that they've done, and just in your own sort of analysis of different palettes in the neighborhood, does this fit within that palette, or do you see this, just generally speaking?
Again, the building was painted prior. It appears to have been one color throughout.
Okay.
The areas in question are the storefront and the lintels and sills. It is typical of this district to have a commercial ground floor that is differentiated in terms of material and palette. Again, with the upper floor details, the staff would typically require that the applicant match the masonry material. But again, because of the diversity of the painted facades on this block in the district, I think that would be fine.
Okay. Do we have any questions for the applicant? Were you intending to make a sort of larger presentation?
I was just going to introduce myself and ask if there were questions.
Okay, that's fine.
If there aren't any, that's fine too.
Okay. Are there any speakers on this item? Any speakers? No speakers. Let me just see, this is... Just to make sure, this is 422 Hudson. Okay, all right.
I just wanted to point out that, I'll introduce myself. I'll make this real quick.
Okay, we'll be open so that the applicant can speak.
My name is Alta Endelman. I'm the architect for this project, only for the storefront replacement, the painting that took place on the base of the building, and the lintels and sills was done prior to my involvement with the project. So we're just legalizing those. The windows that are there are they're fixed partially, and the upper portions of them are operable transoms. We're making them one operable sash each instead of dividing them into two, they're fixed and operable. That's it.
Okay. All right, so there were no speakers. Community Board 2 recommends denial of this application. Okay, why is it saying here denial?
They're telling me it was approved unanimously.
Well, here it says, whereas the ground floor facade lintels and cornice were painted existing cream color without approval, and the approval of the existing condition is requested, and the existing conditions are attractive. With historical details, there's no reason to alter and replace the windows. Now, therefore, is resolved that Community Board 2 recommends denial.
That's not what they told me.
Well, unfortunately, that is what they submitted to us.
We waited until the end of the hearing, and they told me it was approved. How do I deal with that?
Well...
Just wait and see how we vote.
Yes, I think that's the way to do it. Okay. Okay, so let's close the hearing. Unless there are more questions, we can close the hearing. Yeah, you have a question.
Is that stone going to be painted so that it matches?
It'll be exactly the same color, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, we can close the hearing. Comments? Do we have any concerns about, I don't have any concerns either. Okay, good. Michael, sorry. Michael, will you read that into the record?
Matter of 422 Hudson Street in the Greenwich Village Historic District. An application to legalize painting elements of the facade without LPC permit and replace windows at the storefront. I recommend approval, finding that the removal of existing storefront display windows will not eliminate or damage significant architectural features of the building. That historically, building facades and storefront infill within this historic district were altered over time, reflecting the area's layer of development and mixed use, and that the proposed operable display of multi-light configuration windows will be in keeping with the commercial character of the streetscape. That the black painted finish of the display windows will recall painted finishes historically found on storefront infill within this historic district. That the facade was painted at the time of designation. There is a precedent on this block within the historic district for painted facades in various colors. That the existing color palette on the facade consisting of a cream-colored base, light blue facade, and cream cornice and trim, including windows, lintels, and sills, is harmonious with the base of the building and with other painted facades on the streetscape. The work will not detract from the special architectural or historic character of the building or the Greenwich Village Historic District.
All in favor? Any opposed? Application is approved.
Commissioners, item 8 on the agenda is an application for a certificate of appropriateness for Manhattan docket number 184960. This is 246 West 11th Street, located within the Greenwich Village Historic District. This is a Greek Revival-style row house built in 1842. The application is to remove the studio window dormer, construct rooftop room yard additions, excavate the cellar, and alter the areaway and front facade. This was read into the record on July 12, 2016. It's being presented today for the first time.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. James Rosillo, Preservation Staff. The item before you today is 246 West 11th Street in the Greenwich Village Historic District. The building is located on the south side of West 11th Street between West 4th and Waverly Place. The proposal has several components. At the front facade, the applicant is proposing to alter the existing front facade and areaway, including excavating to lower the stairwell in the areaway and removing various historic elements from different periods, including ironwork at the base of the building, wood surrounded trim parlor entrance, and articulated by the window and door link pads, and installing Greek Revival style elements throughout. The proposal also includes removing the historic wood-facing studio door and the majority of the pitched roof to construct a new rooftop addition sunken into the pitched roof in part, which will be visible from West 11th Street. Lastly, the proposal includes the removal of the existing rear yard addition and the construction of a new partially visible three-story addition and the excavation of the cellar and rear yard to the left. The Preservation Consultant Board Dennis of Jack Bickey's Wayford is here to further explain the proposal. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. Good afternoon, all. Ward Dennis with Higgins Boulevard. This is the project site here on West 11th Street. Historically, part of a row of 3 Greek Revival row houses, interestingly, all built in the same year by different builders. There are some views in the rear yard. In the donut, you can see that there is sort of a half block of donut back here. And the architect, Adam Ralston, will be explaining the rear yard addition, the rooftop addition, but I wanted to go through some of the early history and existing conditions. This is the existing building, as James pointed out. It is sort of a hybrid of at least 3 different eras, including the original Greek Revival, some late 19th century alterations, including at the entrance and ironwork, and then a 1930s alteration that created this skylight and raised the front parapet. Excuse me. The front of the building is painted. The existing lintels are sheet metal, not sure, probably dating from the 1930s, and there are 2/2 replacement windows. The rear of the building has this extension, which replaced a much earlier, presumably T-porch type extension. What's here, obviously, on the exterior is not historic. On the interior, the framing is all iron and not an original fabric in terms of the T-porch. The rear facade has also been painted and covered in mastic and has a boiler flue that extends up the rear. You can see here in an earlier image the three buildings with, in yellow here, the T-porches, the wood porches that extended off the rear. Again, three buildings, same year, 1842. Ours was built by a mason by the name of Thomas Moore. The other two were built by other masons. In subsequent years, these three buildings to our west were constructed, and you'll see that there is a narrow slot of visibility from West 4th Street through the rear yards where our rear extension is visible. And you'll see that later. Historic photos, all the photos we have are from 1940 and later, or 1930s and later. So the historic condition of the facade and also the historic conditions of the adjacent buildings is not known, but has been pieced together by looking at the examples on the different buildings. At the base of our building, we have brownstone stucco with no decoration, it's just a plain stucco. Ironwork, which we believe dates from the late 19th century rather, and the parlor windows at 2/2. The outside entry doors have been removed, but the interior entry doors also appear to be from this late 1800s period. You can see the parlor floor window with its sheet metal cap, and the sheet metal cap at the front entry here missing one of its pendants. Again, the sheet metal caps on the windows, the painted facade, and then the offset skylight at the top, which is from a 1930s edition, and just beyond it you can see the caps from the original chimney. And then, of course, the cornice, which was removed, and the windows that were raised up. At the rear, again, the top two floors maintain their rhythm of windows. We are proposing a two-story extension at the rear, maintaining that top floor with its windows and rhythm of windows, which matches up with the buildings to the right. The facade is covered with a mastic. The corbelled cornice at the top will be retained. So again, the front view, these are the three buildings, all painted, all with different periods of alterations over time, all also maintaining their chimney stacks at the top. And the proposal here on the right with the existing condition on the left is to restore the building back to a 1840s Greek Revival style with side lights and transom at the front entry, a single leaf door, a Greek Revival railing and stoop. The parlor floor windows would be 6/9 shutters on all the windows, and then the upper floor windows would be 6/6, and a new denticulated Greek Revival cornice at the top. And then at the roof level, we're proposing to remove the skylight and construct a new single-story addition that would be set into the pitched roof, much less visible from the street than the existing skylight. We have details throughout, which I'd be happy to answer questions on, but I'll go through fairly quickly. We are proposing to lower the level of the areaway at the front of the building by 2 or 3 feet to get a little bit more headroom going under the basement. And we do have evidence of shutters on the block and on adjacent buildings, so we feel that this gives us good evidence for installing shutters on this particular building. And you can see the details for the shutters here with the pintles, details for the wood windows. New windows will be wood, the new cornice detailed up here and here will also be wood. All the lintels will be replaced with new cast stone, brownstone lintels, matching appropriate historic profiles. And then the front entry, again, with the multi-light side lights and transom, and then the Greek fret areaway railing and stoop railing. I'll let Adam Ralston from Inc. take over here to start talking about the rooftop addition and the rear yard extension, and I'll be happy to answer questions on the restoration later.
So we did this diagram just so it could be clear what we're proposing. So this is the existing profile of the roof. That's the existing skylight, which is asymmetrical to the overall roof. We're proposing maintaining a portion of the roof around the perimeter so that you can hang on to that historical profile, and then removing a portion in the center, shown here, to allow this new bulkhead slash lantern to emerge with access out to terraces on either side. So this is from the front facade, and then you can see this from the back. So this being the original profile, maintaining that slope, the removal of the skylight, the hole, and then the new lantern. And then we are also, additionally, part of this application, proposing an additional floor on the existing two-story as of right T-porch. And then you can see the section here with that addition there and that addition there. And that portion is the maintenance, a 2-foot zone maintaining on the perimeter the slope. So here it is in 3D. That's the existing condition. This is the new. So the three-story addition, or rather one-story addition on top of the existing two-story addition. Using a language that makes reference to the historical technologies of traditional brick, a historic brick, and divided light windows with in steel and black painted, with a terrace at the upper level. On the upper level, we're maintaining both the roof line and the existing top story of the original row house. The only modification is the dropping of that lintel to allow access out to the terrace that's on top of that addition. So here you can see the terrace that relates to the lantern. The lantern, shrouds for mechanical, the terrace on the back side, and then the roof slope maintained on the front side. We're augmenting or replacing the existing fireplace flues with new but similar in profile and brick. Okay, and then just to give you a little context for the block, this is the interior of the block here. This is a Google Earth picture. You can see that there's several 3-story additions in this area, even a 4-story one, and several in this location as well. So specifically, 240 is a 3-story, and 238 is a 4-story. And you can see that here. Here's the 3-story and the 4-story directly adjacent to our site. So there's literally, only 2 buildings intervening between us and those two additions in the back. And here you can see the side of the 4th-story addition right there, the 3-story addition directly adjacent to our site. So there is strong precedent in the donut here for these additions. And then finally, this is just looking back at the rear facade, or what you would be seeing from standing in the backyard, or the back of our building. So that's the rear courtyard. Similarly here. And then this is standing, if you look at this little map right here, standing on the street here, there's that slot that was referenced, and you will see the side of our addition right there. And you can see that right here in this. It's a little hard to see, but right here, there is the addition, and then also you'll see later on, I'll show you the constructed framework or mock-up for you. So before and after, before and the after. For the rear, one single sort of generous opening, balancing traditional language and contemporary need for lots of natural light and air. This is the side view that you would see from the alleyway, the addition at the top, and the roof that's maintained around the center. We're maintaining on the side to maintain that profile, a 2-foot zone on either side to keep the profile. And then some local precedent that we're all aware of in the area, Jane Street, Bank Street, Waverly Place, and West 11th, all modern backs, but that have some relation to this back wall. Before and after. So one thing to notice that, there are traditional stair halls going up through the middle, which manifests in a bulkhead above, and then the terrace on either side, and then this roof that's being maintained around as a donut around the addition. You can see that here too as well. Roofing material and also the bulkhead material is zinc. So this surface is zinc, that's zinc, and all the roof material is zinc standing seam. Full section, we are grading below grade to maintain and to create a usable basement. And then these are the sightline views you can see from the sidewalk, virtually invisible from a direct line. This point of view from this corner is this view. This is directly on, and then of course the trees are covering that, but that's the road view. The only visible portion, the minimally visible portion of our addition is caught between these two chimneys. And those two chimneys, you can see that right here in our mock-up. That's that little bit right there. So that is both our chimney and the chimney of the adjacent townhouse. So it's that little bit is the part that's visible from the street. And then here you can see our mock-up looking down the alleyway here, adding on top of the existing two-story addition, our one-story addition. That's it.
Thank you. Other questions? Yes, Michael, and then Fred.
Can you go back to the plan 21A?
Sure.
So you're proposing a full excavation of the rear yard to the property line, ground floor, right?
Correct.
And, I'm sorry.
Yeah, with a raised back platform and a 3-foot tree planter for mature trees.
And your AC is going on the roof of your new bulkhead.
Correct. There's one unit that's here, and then two here and here, all of which, to get them out of visibility, we actually did a mock-up with all of them up there and have removed them as possible because they were visible above the cornice line.
So wait a minute, so the places that's shown on that plan are not visible?
These are not visible. The only thing that's visible is that corner through those two chimneys, the one that's here and the one that's here.
Okay, thanks.
Sure.
Yes, Fred?
If you go to the section, I think it might be the next slide, yeah. There are two issues here that first, Michael just asked the question, but the section shows it too, that there's no, traditionally we require a 5-foot, 3-foot, 5-foot unexcavated piece of the backyard so that a real mature tree can be planted there. So that might be an issue when we talk. But the other question, it would be, my question is, on the left, it shows the north-facing dormer, and if a commissioner perhaps was thinking that maybe that's a layer of history, what would you say to that commissioner to help him or her figure out what to do with that layer of history?
It's a particularly dumpy one. There are definitely nice ones that I would say to a client, you have to maintain this. It's both in disrepair, it's asymmetrical, it's not a particularly lovely one, I will say.
I think also I would add to that, that the overall composition of this building is not a coherent whole to any one of these periods. So while there are layers, I don't think it rises to that level of significance in terms of creating a complete whole.
Although, just on that point, and just going back to your point as well about this is not a particularly good one, but I know, I looked at these drawings, I thought to myself, oh, this was something that should be kept. It seems like it's obviously an addition, an alteration. But having read the report, I think it really does sort of recognize, there are two very strong things it talks about in this report. The residential buildings, it's all about the residential buildings, and then it talks about its cultural history and cultural history of artists, etc., manifested in these studio type of studio lights and skylights. So the beauty of that skylight may not be what makes it significant, but really it's that it tells a particular layer. And then just thinking about these, for us, is the removal of them is that, it's good to hear your point of view of why you think that's appropriate to remove a layer, which is not maybe about its aesthetic as more as about what it tells you about how the neighborhood was an area for artists and has cultural layer. So I don't know if you want to respond to that.
Yeah, I think, again, I don't think that this is it does not seem like it was done as a particularly thought through, when you look at the Row House Reborn, Andrew Dolkart's book, where you have some very well thought through sort of complete renovations of these buildings, often removing the stoop, turning them into multi-families. I don't think that this building goes that far. I think that removing it and then retaining the pitched roof that does allow us to shift, as it were, back to a Greek revival style building on the front facade and insert, I think, more gingerly into the roof rather than this skylight which opens up the whole roof. But I do take your point that this is as much a cultural artist skylight thing, even if they were more done for development rather than artists in particular.
Okay, are there other questions? All right, we'll take testimony. Barbara Zay.
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. While the changes to the areaway and rear seem to be acceptable and the front facade restoration is commendable, HDC finds that the preservation of some of this house's subsequent layers of history would improve the project greatly. Studio window dormers are a characteristic feature of the Greenwich Village Historic District. Why not incorporate the dormer into the new design for the roof rather than destroy it? This seems like a missed opportunity and an unnecessary loss. Similarly, our committee felt that the circa late 19th century ironwork on the basement windows on the front facade, while not original to the building, is a significant part of the building's history and should be retained. I also want to note that Andrew Dolkart, architectural historian, wrote a letter opposing the demolition of the studio window dormer, which I can submit as part of my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Susan Bean-Ackman? Sarah, sorry. Sarah.
My sister's name is actually Susie. I've been called Susie my whole life. Sarah Bean-Ackman with Greenwich Village Society for Historic Preservation. While the proposed changes to the front elevation are welcome, the changes at the roof are not. The historic roof line is rare and should be left whole. Further, the studio window, noted in the designation report, should be left intact. It references a significant historic chapter in the buildings and districts past when Greenwich Village was housing a burgeoning artistic community. Thank you.
Thank you. Christabel Goff.
Christabel Goff for the Society for the Architecture of the City. Here you have a structurally well-preserved Greek Revival townhouse of 1842 with an historic alteration from 1930, a studio window skylight, a fine example of one of the most telling historic alterations that this particular historic district is known for. The world thinks of Greenwich Village as a place that was a bohemian community of artists, and the studio window, of which this is an intact example, is a feature that this commission has often suggested as a means of masking contemporary rooftop additions, a device to make a modern expansion look like the old village. But now we see a proposal to demolish a real studio window, and with it an intact historic pitched roof from 1842 in order to create an immoderately large superstructure with multiple terraces and other heirloom features such as mechanicals on dunnage in what was once the sky.
The strange thing about this wanton destruction of historic features is that it appears to be completely needless. The additional space gained is whimsical, 2 extra rooftop terraces supplementing another terrace that is to be built on the new rear yard addition. There's no lack of outdoor space here. There is a good-sized garden and no division into apartments. We can only hope that this house will survive with its studio window and roof line intact. I'd also like to add that the contention that this is not a well-thought-through alteration is quite fallacious. It was thought through, though not in the way that the architect considers thinking. These additions with the somewhat ad hoc windows were made when these buildings were converted into multiple apartments, and the studio section was allowable without a kitchen. It was a purely economic attempt, which naturally drew artists from all over and illustrators. Greenwich Village was not only an artistic colony, but the whole magazine illustration, newspaper magazine illustration industry was there. I realize now it's been a long time since I report on studio windows. I think maybe I should send it around again. So we hope that this important historic feature will survive.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? Community Board 2 recommends approval of this application, provided that the commission ensures that the design of the shutters and hardware are correct for the period of the building, just the details. And we did receive a letter from Andrew Dolcart that was submitted into the record, which does note his opposition to the removal of the studio window. All right. Yes, you would like to respond? Sure.
I'm not going to go back over the studio window or argue with Andrew. Just wanted to point out the well-preserved 1842 Greek revival. The facade is certainly not an 1842 Greek revival, and that's what we want to restore to. So that, and then also just to point out that the studio window does take away more than half the roof at the front. So a lot of the roof has already been removed. We certainly look to your guidance in terms of the skylight, but if you feel that the skylight is something that needs to be retained, then I think we would like to understand, it's not a full-width skylight. Can it be widened? Could it be? It is not in very good condition, so I think whatever happens there will require some kind of replacement in the way.
Does anybody have any questions for the development team? Okay. In that case, we can close the hearing. All right, comments? Yes.
I think it's an appropriate project in general, but I tend to agree with the testimony with regard to the studio skylight. I think that it's listed in the designation report. That era, that artistic bohemian era of Greenwich Village is the one that I grew to know Greenwich Village for, and I think it's a very important era in the history of the village, and this is an important artifact of that era, and I believe it should remain.
All right. Other comments? Yes, Fred, please.
Yeah, I asked a leading question, and I think my answer has to be that I think it should stay as well. I don't think it does undue harm to your overall scheme. You do have to rework the plan at that top level, but I think it can be retained in some way or other, and should be retained. I do think also you should pull back on the rear of the full excavation of the property and provide an unexcavated rear so that a mature tree could be planted and could grow there. And I think you should work with staff to be sure that all of the very detailed aspects of the facade, this whole idea that you're going back to the pure Greek revival
I don't think we need to get into all the details of what that might mean here, but I think you work with staff to be sure that some of the layering on the facade as well is retained, and I'm not going to, in my comment, not specify what that should be, but working with staff, I think we can achieve a mix of going back to the origins and also keeping some of that layering.
I agree with Fred. I think the dormer should be retained, and I think it's an opportunity to incorporate into the new design.
Right, so others want to comment? Yes.
I think the applicant specifically asked for input
guidance.
related to if the north light were to be retained, what could be done with it. And I would say that if it is in bad repair, then it could be replaced in kind. I think it could be expanded slightly, but I think in this particular house, I think its asymmetry and its general placement is part of its charm and its particular history. So my suggestion would be to have the spirit of it retained in terms of its proportion and general placement, even though the specifics could be varied.
Okay, others? All right. I would agree. I think, if it's falling apart, it could be replaced. I think, my feelings, it could be expanded as well, and, I don't know, I'll have to see how it fits in, but I think it speaks to that layer. But I think if the commissioners feel like we should retain it roughly the same size as it is right now, and but could be rebuilt, then we can ask them to work with staff on that issue. Okay. All right, so, yes, Michael, do you want to read that?
Regarding 246 West 11th Street in the Greenwich Village Historic District, the application is to remove...
Sorry, Michael, just one second.
Going to the Greek revival as they proposed, or wants to see some retention with staff.
Oh, okay.
Yes, but in general, we had taken the stance on the
Go? No? No.
Okay, yes.
No? Go. Yes. The application is to remove studio window dormer, construct rooftop rear additions, excavate cellar, and alter the area in front facade. I note that the building scale, style, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architecture and historic character of the Greenwich Village Historic District. With regard to the proposed rear yard addition and excavation, rear facade alterations, and front areaway alterations, I recommend approval with modifications, finding that the removal of existing rear yard addition will not eliminate or cause damage to any historic significant fabric or architectural features of the proposed rear yard addition, will match the depth of the existing rear yard addition and align with an adjacent rear yard addition, therefore will not further diminish the central green space, that the proposed rear yard addition will not rise to the full height of the building maintaining the top floor, and will be consistent with other three-story rear yard additions found at nearby buildings on this portion of the block, that the proposed rear yard addition will only be partially visible from an opening in the street wall on West 4th Street, which will reveal the side brick wall and therefore will not detract from the significant architectural features of the building or streetscape, that the proposed alterations to the top floor rear facade, including the removal of the non-original chimney, reconstruction of the dentil cornice, modest raising of the windows and lintels to match those at the adjacent building, will restore certain elements of the historic rear facade, thereby preserving the relationship between this and neighboring buildings in the road. The proposed cellar excavation will be designed and built in compliance with Department of Buildings regulations under the supervision of a licensed professional engineer to protect the building's facades and the adjacent buildings, and that the modest excavation to lower the areaway steps and adjacent landing adjacent to the building, using new bluestone steps and pavers and lowering the basement windows at the sills, will be in keeping with typical alterations for expanded basement entrances and consistent with the paving materials historically found in areaways of buildings of this age and type. However, I recommend that the rear yard excavation be pulled back at least 5 feet from the lot line to allow for substantial plantings. With regard to the removal of the studio dormer, proposed rooftop addition and front facade alterations, I note that the removal of the historic north-facing window dormer will eliminate a significant feature on that building and in the Greenwich Village Historic District, that the proposed rooftop addition sunken into the ridge with portions of both slopes and of the pitched roof will create an irregular stepped rooftop form that will be partially visible from West 11th Street, detracting from the character of the historic pitched roof. And the removal of the late 19th century decorative ironwork and stoop and window openings at the lower floors, molded wood surround and trim at the parlor entrance, and articulated metal window and door caps at the facade will eliminate all evidence of the historic period alterations that occurred at this building over time, leading up to the construction of the studio dormer. Therefore, I recommend that the studio dormer be retained. It can be modified, it can be slightly extended, although the general sense of asymmetry and proportion should be retained. And that the proposed alterations to the front facade be restudied to incorporate more of the surviving historic elements and to better represent the changes to the building over time.
All in favor? Any opposed? Application's approved.
Commissioners, the next item is item number 9 on the agenda. It's an application for a certificate of appropriateness for Lower Manhattan, docket number 178133. This is 83 Horatio Street, located within the Greenwich Village Historic District. This is a Greek revival-style house built in 1852-53. The application is to demolish an existing addition, construct rooftop and rear yard additions, perform excavation, and replace the cornice.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Mary Service, Preservation staff. 83 Horatio Street is a house located on the north side of Horatio Street between Washington Street and Greenwich Street in the Greenwich Village Historic District. It also borders the Gansevoort Market Historic District. The house is located between a 4-story house and a large warehouse building and is therefore not part of a road. This application is to construct visible rooftop and rear yard additions, perform excavation both within the building footprint and in the rear yard, to perform work at the areaway and to install a new cornice. Norman Cox of Union Street Studio is the architect and is here to present the proposal.
Will we open the hearing?
Good afternoon, everyone. Norman Cox, Union Street Studio. As you can see, our building here, 83 Horatio Street, is squeezed in between two larger buildings, one on the west and one on the east. This is a commercial building and this is a 4-story house. Our project is essentially to enlarge it vertically and horizontally, but there will be none of the enlargements will be visible from the street side. We are also proposing to, let me get to the section view here. We're proposing to lower the cellar and the basement levels because the existing ceiling heights are quite low in those two floors, around 7 feet. At the second through third floors, we propose to raise the third floor, raise the second floor and the third floor to create higher ceiling levels on those floors as well. I'd like to point out that the building actually has 4 floor levels. The top level is an attic with fairly low headroom, but it does exist as a level in the building. Our proposal is to increase the number of levels by 1, which is to create this small 5th level up here. As you can see from the section, the vertical additional levels are set back from the street line, and they will not be visible from Horatio Street. This particular block has a very small interior. On the north side, we have the Gansevoort Historic District, and there are commercial buildings here. I'm sure you're quite familiar with them, having been the subject of a recent application for enlarging the building, or enlarging. So our proposal involves extending the building to the rear and bringing it pretty much in line with the adjacent buildings to the east. Here's our proposed building, and these are the adjacent buildings to the east. And you can see they're all about the same height as our proposal, and they all have a similar pattern of windows, which are individual windows in the masonry. Front elevation here shows the facade as it exists here on the left. The work we're proposing on the facade is to replace the windows with matching 6/6. We'll restore the front door and its transom. We will be excavating the areaway below the entrance scoop slightly to allow us to get to the lower basement level. The existing iron railing will remain and be altered to shift the gate over to the west slightly to accommodate the extra couple of steps that we need. The drawing on the right shows, looks like I lost the laser. The drawing on the right shows the enlargement, the additional floor at the top, and the enlarged fourth level. You can see the height of the adjacent building to the east here, and the height of the adjacent building to the west there. These are elevations of the rear of the building. This is the existing here on the left. There was an addition added at some point, I think it was in the 80s, which looks like this. The upper portion of the original house has been heavily altered, the windows replaced, fire escapes added, and some of the window openings have been made smaller. This view down here shows 83 in ratio in between its adjacent neighbors, and you can see how how squeezed in it is between those. The existing wall is set back it's about 20 feet back from the back of this building. So the rear elevation proposes a brick veneer with individual windows. This is the doors opening out into the lower basement level. It's the parlor level, second, third, former attic level, and then a sort of a studio-type window on the small fifth level addition. These are the plans. Here you can see the existing building and the extent of the adjacent buildings. Here, you can see here that this is the attic level, so this is the fifth level, and the proposed enlargement pushes the rear wall back pretty much equal with the adjacent building to the east. We plan to excavate the rear yard somewhat, but not all the way to the rear yard line. This portion of the rear yard will remain at its current natural elevation. This level, which corresponds to the attic level, the fourth level, has the front wall pushed back, and there'll be a small roof terrace, and then the additional fifth level is kind of a studio level, with its front wall pushed back again. And I think that pretty much covers it. If there are any questions.
Can I ask a question? Can you go back to the aerial shot of the block? Right.
Our property is here.
Right. Is it the same depth as the three buildings, like four buildings to the left, like those three, or is it even shallower?
It's even shallower than those. It's a fairly shallow building. It's about 35 feet.
It's about 35 feet away?
About 45 feet from the street wall to the back of the building.
Any other questions?
Any other questions for the applicant at this point? Yes, Diana.
Could you, what's the square footage of the addition? Do you know? I mean, in other words, what's the square footage of the current house and, of course, square footage of the...
The addition is about 18 feet by 20 feet, so it's about 360 square feet on each level. So if we multiply that times 4, that's 1,200 square feet plus let's see, another 300 or 400 square feet. So it's probably getting close to 2,000 square feet.
And how much was the original house?
The original house is 5 levels at 18 by 35. The original house is 5 levels at 18 feet by 35 feet, so that's roughly, biting my head.
We can calculate it, yeah.
It's about just under 700 square feet per row, so call it 3,500 square feet.
So it's fair to say that this is an increase of 75%? 70%?
No, 50?
No, it's an increase of about 50%.
50, you're going to point at those figures.
35, I'm sorry.
Most of the increase is due to the extension to the rear, and not so much due to the vertical enlargement. Since there already is a floor here, our floor here does not materially increase the amount of floor. This is essentially the amount of vertical enlargement.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll take testimony. Bob Brazee?
Right, yeah. I'll try to...
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. Although surrounded by larger buildings, the proposed treatment of this survivor is in no way justified. The replacement of the cornice is unnecessary, the rooftop addition overwhelms the building's scale, and the rear yard addition does not adhere to any commonly accepted practices, including the retention of the existing top floor. The Landmarks Commission was created for situations just like this, to protect our historic architecture from grossly inappropriate development. There are better ways to enlarge townhouses. Thank you.
Sarah B. Knappman? We'll allow you to respond after we take all testimony.
Sarah B. Knappman of the Greenwich Village Society for Historic Preservation. GVSHP regrets the proposed loss of the interior of this house, including and especially the horse walk. That said, we recognize that the LPC's jurisdiction does not extend to these interior elements, and we understand a new owner's desire to reshape a home to their needs and tastes. It seems that the proposed two-story addition would be invisible from the Horatio Street side, thus also making it outside the jurisdiction of the LPC. However, the proposed rear additions and rooftop additions appear to be visible from Gansevoort Street and would eliminate and replace a significant amount of historic material from the rear facade. The building would read entirely differently in style and scale from the rear as a result of the proposed changes and would no longer look at all like the early 19th century house that this is and which is such an important component of the Greenwich Village Historic District. Additionally, we are concerned that the proposed changes, which involve excavation and demolition of all but the facade of this building, could inadvertently lead to compromising of the remaining facade and even impact surrounding structures. We urge the Commission to work with the applicant to ensure that as much as possible of the historic exterior material of this charming house is preserved, that any additions are minimally visible, and that any work undertaken does not negatively impact remaining historic materials of this or neighboring properties. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Christopher Goff.
Christopher Goff for the Society for the Architecture of the City. Looking at the powers of the Landmarks Preservation Commission as they are understood, and the rather limited protection currently afforded to landmark row houses, those interesting artifacts are well on the way to becoming fragments, albeit that those fragments are preserved. As the Burma wasteland has it, these fragments will have showered against our ruins. The expansion demands we see are amazing. Here, for example, a modest brick house from 1853, 3 stories in the basement, is to spread upwards and become 5 stories. set back from the front, of course, but in the rear, a flat and solid wall is derived from the newly excavated basement at home as a full 6 stories. The house, extended in the rear, as far as we could see, has nearly doubled in size. The architect's calculations were not audible from the audience. But this, apparently, is not enough. The old house had a passageway from the street to the rear yard, an exceptional feature generally known as a house walk. Several other examples in the district offer charming glimpses of back gardens. Here, however, the passageway is to be guarded street-side by a non-functioning door and appropriated within for wider new rooms, and of course the elevator, which runs from the newly excavated sub-basement to the new 4th floor. So what remains? The front door, standing as a fragment. That's a problem.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers on this item? Community Board 2, let me see, recommends approval of this application. You wanted to respond?
Yeah, I wanted to make comment about, the first speaker made a comment about the cornice not needing to be replaced. In fact, that cornice is not a historic element. It was a reconstruction. It was a relatively recent installation, and it's deteriorated, so it does need to be replaced. And then, secondly, with respect to the rear of the building, I think it should be very clear from the context photos that the proposed building is not at all on scale with the adjacent buildings. In fact, this building is a significant enlargement of 3 row houses that was done sometime in the 80s. So I would take exception to the fact that this is an objectionable and uncharacteristic appearance in the back of this floor.
Yes, Michael, you have a question?
No question.
Okay. I thought you had a question. Do we have any questions for Rob? Yes.
The windows on the adjacent building, those side windows are, let me see which page, page 11. I'm sorry, 3 of 11.
These windows here?
Yeah.
Yes. Those windows are actually set back a couple of feet. It's hard to see in this view, but there's a slight notch here, and those windows are about maybe 2 feet back from the property line.
And what kind of windows would those be? Are those...
This is a commercial building.
Windows that are rear windows?
They're lot line windows. Well, they're actually set back by 2 feet or something from the lot line?
Are there lot line windows? They don't look...
There are lot line windows legally, even though they're not right at the lot line.
This little slot right here.
They would have to be rated with a sprinkler head or closed up.
Yeah, closed up or rated,
Yeah.
Yes.
To clarify that traditionally the top floor wall and its 3 window masonry openings, I understand the windows are not original, but the masonry openings are original, I suppose. That we're seeing right there, yeah.
Okay, any other questions? All right, we can close the hearing.
So moved.
Any comments? Yes, Michael?
Yeah, I mean...
Can I just note, I noted that community board, no, I already noted that community board supporters. Okay.
And for me, this is a very vivid example of where urban planning policy and what is right from an urban planning point of view might not exactly jive, at least in my view, with historic preservation policy. I think that urbanistically, the argument that they make is correct. It isn't at a scale with the block. It's appropriate urbanistically. But I think what kind of bugs me about it is that the reason that the house is, I think, valuable as a contributing member of the district is because it is quirky and different and unusual, and it is not urbanistically uniform. And I think that I agree with a lot of the testimony in this one. It just feels like there ain't nothing left, and the house is just a facade. I think, they bought the house they bought. It was a charming little house, and I think that, it can take certain, I think there's a sense of proportionality, a sense of scale, where it becomes no longer an addition, but really a reimagining of the house. And I think that the memory of the house as a three-dimensional historical object at a certain point just vanishes.
Okay, yes.
Yeah, I could see an addition to this building because it is, small and is between two other buildings, and I could see something happening here, but I just feel that the volume is being increased too much in this proposal and needs to be scaled back.
Yes, Fred?
The first thing that grabbed me were the uniform windows in the back that make it look very similar to its neighbors, a commercial building, and I certainly don't think that that's a trait of a rear, even a contemporary version of a rear yard elevation in Greenwich Village or in any of the Brooklyn or New York brownstone neighborhoods. But more fundamentally, when you look at the section and start understanding the scale of what's being offered, my window analysis goes away because I would have the floor area behind them go away as well. I do think that in this case, that rear wall that we so treasure retaining when it exists and it's original, and that's why I asked the question, that top floor should be retained. I just did a little sketch. I'm sure that it could be added onto. We could come out below that, certainly to some length, and make an addition there. I think the little attic floor could certainly be added onto, perhaps even with something above that, if it's not visible, but even a studio window, new one, might be added on top to create more space up there. But I think this is just completely out of scale, and it makes it into some other kind of structure with a little facade that is a reminder of what it once was, and I think it's inappropriate.
Okay, other comments? Do the commissioners want to comment on this? Okay, I can understand some of the concerns of the commissioners that the amount of bulk that's being added to a fairly small building may be overwhelming the building, and I think it can be scaled back. The only point that, I know that Fred, that you made of retaining that floor and those windows, which we've done in other cases, I don't know if I feel so compelled it should be done here. This building is surrounded, I think we've done it when they've been sort of a row and consistency over several buildings. So I think that I would be okay with if the whole scale of this building is, if it's scaled down, and there are different ways of doing it. They've got, I think, an additional floor on top, and but my concern is if we try and retain that, then I think the bulk will go on top, and I think I don't know, it just feels like I would be open to see whether it necessarily needs to be retained. Can we just go back to the section? Right, so just to understand, so Fred, you're talking about the top floor where the attic is that what?
Yeah.
That's, okay. Well, that's not, I think,
It's like this.
Okay, so this stuff goes.
So it's that wall right there.
Oh.
So this would go away. And if you didn't keep that wall, then it would come out.
So we're talking about all this going?
I think a lot of us felt that it was just too much bulk. I'm trying to accommodate all that bulk. Some of it should just go away.
Right, why don't I suggest this? Let's just, obviously we have concerns with the amount of bulk that they propose on this building, and I think let them come back and show us a scaled down version, okay? But I think, just if I had to sort of paraphrase, the concern with the bulk at the back is that it sort of takes away anything, any kind of idea of what the building was about, and I just have to think about creatively how to ensure that this doesn't, the scale of this building, particularly from the rear, and when looking from Gansevoort, so there's actually a view of it from the High Line and maybe even from Gansevoort Street, I'm not sure, then I think you want to scale it so it still remains a residential building, and I think that's what, it becomes a loft building at the rear. So, and while again, urbanistically, as Michael said, they fit in with some of the other buildings, but it does sort of take away from what this building actually is. So why don't we bring this back? Okay.
Commissioners, the next item is item number 10, docket number 17-8333, 30 Grove Street in the Greenwich Village Historic District, Block 588, Lot 12, application for certificate of appropriateness, a vernacular Greek Revival style townhouse with early Italianate style and transitional features built in 1851 to 52. Application is to replace entry stairs and areaway fence and to alter the areaway. Please note this was read into the record on July 12th, 2016.
Speak loudly.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Gabriella Gutowski, Preservation Staff. This application is for 30 Grove Street. It's part of a row of Greek Revival row houses on Grove Street in Greenwich Village, approximately mid-block between Bedford and Bleecker Streets. And the application before you today is to alter the areaway and entrance steps. So here is existing and proposed, and the application consists of replacing the areaway ironwork at the fence, replacing the metal entrance stairs to feature metal railing and stone treads, and to alter the areaway by installing a permanent mailbox by the cellar entrance. And the project architect, Brian Boyle, is here to further explain and answer your questions. Okay, so right and left, and the red is a pointer.
Can we reopen here?
So, we were in the process of renovating this house, and you can see here that this was when we started our renovation. During the course of our renovation, we had originally intended to sort of spruce up the existing metalwork, but the work of construction just wreaked havoc with what was there, and we discovered falling apart and rusting and rotting. And so its current condition is as seen here. These are our immediate neighbors, and they have cast iron railings that run along the front of the areaway. And this is part of a row of 6 row houses that were built at the same time. And the other 5 have retained their original stoops. You'll see later in my drawings, the 4 to the west all have the original ironwork. The next one down to the east does not, so I didn't include that in the drawings, so it doesn't look as pretty. So these are our immediate neighbors that have the original ironwork on an original stoop. So as noted, this is just a line drawing of the existing on the left and the proposed on the right. And then this is a rendering of we are here. During the course of our construction, number 28 had modern ironwork in the front and going up the stoop that was just plain verticals. And so they decided to go ahead and have the castings redone because one further down the block had done it a couple of years ago. So they're able to get in touch with the metal worker who had done that. And once we saw that happening immediately adjacent to us, I talked to my owners and said, hey, there may be an opportunity here to be able to be more consistent with our neighbors, but at the same time, this stoop that exists, they like because they're able to, as many people who live in these buildings, they spend a lot of time on the basement floors where the kitchen is, and so that's where they enter most often. So when they bought this house, they liked that kind of entrance under that platform into the basement floor, and then this spiral kind of stair that goes up to the parlor floor entrance. There are other precedents in the neighborhood. One is a half a block away on Grove Street, which is much more sort of modern. Gabriella told me that actually was from the time of designation.
It was installed sometime between designation at 69 and 1988, so it's a very early commission approval. At the time of designation, it did not have a stoop. It had just had a basement entrance.
And then this one, which is on Commerce Street, it actually has a stair form, which is very similar to ours. And so I just thought that was an interesting precedent. And I'm showing materials here where we have bluestone, which had previously been approved on our original renovation for the areaway. We want to use bluestone as the steps that go up the stairs. And then these are just detailed drawings of the areaway. We wanted to put a large mailbox here, which is tucked here under the stair. So the stairs step down to that basement level entrance. So it's probably end up being out of plan or something in front of it. And then we do have a trash enclosure, which meets all the LPC guidelines, which would be over on the left-hand side here.
Okay, any questions?
I guess.
Yes, Diana?
Why did you what's the precedent, or why did you decide to use the bluestone treads instead of, most of the examples you were showing were metal, right?
Yes. Because we had the bluestone material that was being used on the areaway, and we thought it would be consistent as a horizontal material finish.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we'll take testimony. Barbara Zay.
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. Just quickly, our committee only questioned why the ironwork is being redesigned as opposed to restored. That was the extent of our issue. Thank you.
Are there any other speakers? All right, Community Board 2 recommends approval. And do you want to answer the question about the ironwork?
Yes, so the ironwork along the sidewalk is to match the immediate adjacent neighbors. So that is period, and it will be done with the same castings that were done for the neighbors' railing. The ironwork that goes up the stair, the ironwork that was there was, quite frankly, really, really cheap looking. And in my opinion, unworthy of preservation, but what we are attempting to do was to do castings for this stair that emulate the castings. So we're modeling them after the ones that are used on the stoop stairs. So it's the same idea. The castings in the front are a different pattern than the ones that are used on the stairs. And for us, we are matching the castings along the front fence, and we're taking the idea of the ones from the stair and adapting them to our stair, which is different.
But the treads themselves remain metal, not...
The treads are bluestone.
Oh, sorry, the new treads will be bluestone?
Yes.
Okay. Full.
Yes.
Sorry.
Okay, any other questions? We can close the hearing. Comments? Comments? Do you have any issues with this as proposed? Do you have concerns about the bluestone versus metal?
Yeah. That's an odd thing, isn't it? Is there precedent for that? I think it should be metal.
Metal?
I mean, isn't that typical? Metal stair, metal riser, metal tread, metal riser.
I think, the metal looks more, it looks airier, lighter, and also, I would think the bluestone might be kind of slippery, truthfully, if it gets wet, you know. Man, he says, okay.
The metal might look better, but the metal might be slippery. Because that's what I was thinking, visually, the metal would be better, but it practically might not be great. But it's snow or...
Is the more filigree, sort of thinner, lacy, existing rail more suitable for metal stair than the heavy one that's, in the front with stone?
Maybe. I don't know if it's... There's some other...
I don't have any strong feelings about that.
Concerned, the applicant mentioned that they felt it was not cheap, but it wouldn't have to be so heavy, I wouldn't think. And some of the other ones seem to be lighter, but I don't know. I think this...
All right, why don't we suggest that they work with staff on the issue of the bluestone versus metal and the railing? Because you feel it's...
As they proposed it.
All the commissioners feel the same way?
No, I kind of like that it ties in, that the whole block ties in now. It's very nice. I don't think it's too heavy.
We're okay with that, then? Okay, great. No, just condition that they work with staff to replace the bluestone treads with metal treads.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
In the matter of Fairleigh Grove Street, Greenwich Village Historic District, the application is to replace entry stairs and areaway fence and to alter the areaway. Noting that the building style, scale, materials, and details among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Greenwich Village Historic District. Also noting that the original stoop and areaway ironworks was removed at the time of the destination. I recommend approval with modifications, finding that the existing metal stair and areaway fence are badly deteriorated and are not original to the building, and therefore their removal will not result in the loss of any significant historic fabric. The building is one of a row of 6 Greek Revival row houses, Greek Revival style row houses, 3 of which currently feature their historic ironwork, and therefore the installation of new replicated historic ironwork with a black finish along the areaway will restore a missing historic feature and help to unify the row and streetscape. That the installation of new iron railings with a black finish at the entryway stairs, replicating the historic ironwork at the areaway, will create a harmonious composition at the facade and will unify all the ironwork at the buildings in terms of design and finish. That the rebuilding the entry stairs to feature a modified curve will remain in keeping with the existing metal stairs and other metal stairs found at buildings within the district. That the proposed large mailbox will be discreetly located beneath the entry stairs, adjacent to the basement entrance door and recess areaway stair, and therefore will not calling undue attention to itself.
However, I find that the proposed use of bluestone steps at the metal stair will result in an awkward combination of materials and will not be in keeping with the typical stairs of this type, which features metal treads and open risers. Therefore, I recommend that the bluestone step be eliminated and replaced with metal treads at the metal stair, and that the applicant work with staff on this detail.
Second, all in favor? Any opposed? This application is approved.
Okay, Commissioners, the next item is item 11 on the agenda. It's an application for certificate of appropriateness per Manhattan docket number 18653. This is 89 Grand Street, a.k.a. 36 Green Street, located within the Soho Cast Iron Historic District. This is a neo-Gothic-style store building designed by W. Hume and built in 1877, and the application is to modify window openings. This was read into the record on July 12, 2016, is being presented today for the first time.
Historic Preservation staff, and I present you an application for 89 Grand Street, also known as 36 Green Street, located in the Soho Cast Iron Historic District. The application is to enlarge 3 window openings at the first floor of the Green Street facade to create larger display windows at the existing commercial space. I'm waiting still for the presentation to come up.
That we can see in our handout. So perhaps we can just look through our handout. Just use the handout while that gets fixed.
My name is Jonas for 36 Green Street Corporation. This application is to enlarge windows on the western facade of the building. It's located at the southeastern corner of the intersection of Grand and Green Street. On the second page, you can see the context of the neighborhood. The photograph at the lower right-hand corner is the subject building. On the third page, there are photographs of the 3 windows we would like to enlarge. And on the fourth page is a photo montage of the windows with the lowered sill. The existing windows are approximately 8 feet above the level of the sidewalk, and we intend to lower them approximately 3 feet in order to provide more visual, more vision into the store. The rest of the drawings are
the details.
Elevations of the existing condition and the proposed condition. The new windows will be fixed with metal frames that will be covered with rotary painted black. The cellar windows will remain untouched.
Okay. Are there any questions? Right. Are there any speakers on this item? Any speakers? Okay. Okay, Community Board 2 recommends denial of this application because the window openings originally served to unite the highly detailed ends of the facades, and the proposed lengthening of the windows would compromise the intact facade of the historic building now. All right, so that is Community Board 2's recommendation to the Commission. Do we have any questions?
Question about the height. The other windows on all of the levels are different heights, or is it just the very top floor that's a different height from the other four?
So the windows at the storefront?
The windows, the other windows on the elevation? Are they all at each level different from the other?
Yes.
So each one? I just had to...
As you go up in the floors, the height of the windows...
decreases.
I would also like to mention that, there are several other buildings in the neighborhood where those ground floor windows have been lowered. And on one of the sheets, and I don't know which one, but the building was directly across the street. They were just lowered last year at 38 Green Street.
Yeah, I saw.
All right. Any other questions? Okay, we can close the hearing. Any concerns with this? Okay. Then we move to decision. Fred?
In the matter of 89 Grand Street, also known as 36 Green Street, the Soho Cast Iron Historic District. The application is to modify window openings. I note that the style, scale, materials, and details of the building are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Soho Cast Iron Historic District. I recommend approval, noting that the proposed work will not eliminate significant architectural features, that the windows to be removed are not special windows, that the proposed window enlargements will be in an area of plain masonry and will not cause the removal of significant historic fabric, and will terminate above the stepped stone band at the basement level, preserving this significant feature. That the proposed work is consistent with other similar modern alterations of storefronts at buildings within the district, is consistent with the commercial character of the streetscape. That the proposed painted finish for the wood display windows will relate harmoniously to the ground floor infill materials of the building, and that the proposed work will not diminish the special architectural historic character of the building or the historic district.
Second, all in favor? Any opposed? Application's approved.
Commissioners, the next item is item 12 on the agenda. It's an application for a certificate of appropriateness, Borough Manhattan, docket number 186394. This is 120 Queen Street, located within Soho Cast Iron Historic District. It's a neo-Gothic-style building designed by Fred S. Schlesinger and built in 1892-93. The application is to establish a master plan governing the future installation of painted wall signs. This was written to the record on July 12, 2016, and is being presented today for the first time.
Okay. Good morning, Commissioners, or good afternoon, Commissioners. Gabriella Gutowski, Preservation Staff. I'm sorry that the slides are not working. The project before you today is to establish a painted wall sign master plan at a building at 120 Prince Street. It's a corner building with one facade painted wood work. The facade where the applicant would like to install the painted wall sign is actually the rear of the building, which is visible from Prince Street. So if you turn to your slide 19, excuse me, 14, you will see existing conditions.
Page 19?
Yes, it's slide number 14, excuse me.
Oh, 14, okay.
You'll see that it's, so the proposed painted wall sign would be at the rear of the building, which is visible from Prince over the corner adjacent building. And the painted wall sign master plan would have certain criteria, which is listed on slide 15. Oh, here, great. So I'll introduce the project lawyer, and he'll explain and answer any of your questions.
Okay, will we open the hearing?
So
Stuart Beckerman from the office of Slater and Beckerman, and I'm representing Angel Media, which is the lessee of the wall. I have Albert Beta from Angel Media here with me. So first, I just want to open by saying that the community board, as you know, voted unanimously to approve 39-0, no conditions. And just a little context here. I've been representing these signs for quite some time. I've seen an evolution in the attitudes of the community board. They've now come to support these signs. They see them as contributing to the character and very of the area, the commercial area, and we seem to generally support it. They're happy with the way these master plans work. So the proposed sign is a 330 square foot sign, 6.5 foot high by 20 feet wide. It faces east toward Green Street. I'm just trying to do this. How do I? Oh, there we go. So it's on the east-facing facade. You can see that it's raised up enough so it can be seen, from Green, and it's fully conforming to the zoning. The zoning actually allows a 415 square foot sign, so it's less than what's allowed. Here is, as you can see, we've actively researched the history of signs and just the character of the area, looking at the original designation report, looking at historic photos. And this is, again, what the sign is very much reflective of the character of the area and the history of signs in the area. Here's mapped out historic signs based on research. Here are some examples of some of the signs that the area did, as you can see, as you know, was quite different than it is today. But we'd like to think that we're sort of paying respect to the history of the area, but we're also sort of tailoring it to the character, the commercial character of the area today, which is somewhat different than it was then. And again, here's some more historic signs. Okay, here's historic photos of 120 Prince. So on the left, you can see a sign in 1940 that occupied the wall.
Is that your building?
Right, that's the building. You can see the sign peeking through. You don't see the full sign, but you see enough of the sign. And here are approved signs, other signs that have been approved in master plans in Soho. So we have 393 West Broadway, the commission approved recently, and then there are 4 other locations that have been approved as well. Here are some examples of approved signs under master plans. And these are, just so you see, I know there's concern about precedent, we've only identified a few walls where signs could go up under, could be viable, that currently don't have signs.
Are those in the entire? Are those in the entire district or?
The entire district.
Okay, so.
And Albert has actually done the research. You can speak to that if there are questions. And this is the wall, and this is the outlines of the sign that we're proposing. And then, I don't know if you'd like me to go through the picture, but...
I don't think so. We've seen many, and it's basically the same, right, that has been used for all the other master plans. Okay, are there any questions? And just one question about the size of the sign vis-a-vis the amount of wall that's exposed. I think in the other cases that you've shown us, the size of the sign doesn't seem to not overwhelm, but take over the entire wall. Can you go back to what you're proposing? I'm just wondering, do you need such a big sign? Can't it be? Well, that's a good question.
I believe it occupies about 40% of the surface area of the wall, but we believe that, given the history of signage on this wall, there we go. And let's go.
Maybe that's the reason.
Yeah, I grabbed the one. So let's just, yeah. So actually, if we just go back to the original, so you can see plan. Here we go. So yes, it is 40% of the wall, which is a little bit, at least as a percentage, larger than what has been approved for other walls, but in terms of actual square footage, it is not, it is smaller than some other locations. So, we believe it's appropriate given, where it is, and we believe it is, consistent with the character of Prince Street, which is commercial, and it's sort of a low-lying street, and we need the sign to be that size, to be commercially viable, and Albert can talk to that.
That diagram doesn't really look... Could you go to the one that's actually, that you're proposing? I mean...
Page 14?
Pardon?
Which, Diana, sorry, what were you asking?
Photo montage with the box?
Yeah.
Oh, sure, that's for the...
It was page 14.
Here we go.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks.
And how does this compare to the signs that, the other signs that you've shown us, the ones on page 11?
I actually have page 11. So do we have the square footages for this side?
I know them by heart.
Yeah, okay. I'll let Albert take over here.
Hi, I'm Albert Beta from Angel Media. How are you?
Hi, Albert.
So I'll quickly go through everything. This sign at 305 Canal Street is 540 square feet. This sign is 890 square feet. This sign is about 700 square feet. That sign is about 1,400 square feet.
And the one you're proposing?
330 square feet.
And I'll just point something else out. Our wall doesn't have windows, and these do. So I would factor that in. So, if you look at just the portion of the wall that doesn't have windows, our percentage probably comes close to what these are.
I took into effect LPC's interest, and we put some multiple setbacks, and I only made the sign as big enough as long as it's commercially viable. We weren't trying to overdo anything.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Any speakers on this item? Speakers, no speakers, and Community Board 2 recommends approval. Okay, if there are no speakers, we can close the hearing. All right, comments? We're okay with it? Okay, I just want to say a few things. One is that we have allowed signs in Soho, and we've seen, I think, recently a few master plans, but I think we have found it appropriate in a couple of contexts. One is that if the existing building had grandfathered signs, if the signs were viewed on, let's say, major corridors. And I think in this situation, it sort of follows both, which is that they did have signs historically. Some buildings did not, but this one did. And also, it's being viewed from Prince Street, and I think Prince, Spring, West Broadway, there's certain streets that are the major corridors versus maybe Mercer or Green. So I think this is appropriate in that context. And in terms of the size of the sign, I think maybe the argument that one can make of saying that the sign as proposed is the size appropriate is because historically, if you look at page 9, it was a fairly large sign and seems very similar. This is a smaller building with a smaller facade, so I think I'm okay with the size of the sign as well. Okay, any concerns? Okay, do you want to? I think similar to other master plans, we've I think imposed a term of about 10 years. Okay. And that's what we've done recently, right? Okay.
Okay.
in the matter of docket 18-6394, 120 Prince Street, Soho Cast Iron Historic District, a neo-Gret style, a building designed by Fred Schlesinger and built in 1892-93. Application is to establish a master plan governing the future installation of painted wall signs. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Soho Cast Iron District. I recommend approval, finding that historic precedent exists for painted signage on this rear wall as evidenced by historic images of painted wall signs at the building, that the painted application of the signage will be in keeping with the traditional application methods and commercial character of painted wall signs historically found on various buildings in this historic district, that the rear facade of this corner building has been altered and is currently undeveloped with no windows or architectural features. Therefore, the installation of a painted wall sign will not conceal or detract from any architectural features on this facade, and that the proposed parameters on the size and limited color palettes will result in a graphic quality that will be in keeping with the character of historic painted wall signs. I also recommend that the proposed master plan be valid for a period of 10 years, during which time the applicant will document every sign approved under the master plan so that there will be documentation that the commission can consider when reviewing the effectiveness of the master plan criteria.
All in favor? Any opposed? This application's approved.
Commissioners, next item on the agenda is item 13. It's an application for a certificate of appropriateness, Borough of Manhattan, docket number 185730. This is 740 Broadway, a.k.a. 2 Astor Place, located in the NoHo Historic District. This is the Beaux-Arts-style loft building designed by Francis H. Kimball and built in 1910 to 12. The application is to replace storefront infill. This is read into the record on July 12, 2016. It's being presented today for the first time.
I just want to say one thing, Gabrielle, before you go. I just wanted to say that we're very sorry to see Gabriella leave. She's going to be leaving the agency, so it's the last presentation here. She's going on to do bigger and better things in D.C., and we all...
D.C., is that where you're going?
We wish you well, and we will miss you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Caroline Passion, Preservation Staff. The subject property is located at the southeast corner of Broadway and Astor Place. This is the building here facing Astor Place, and this is Broadway. The applicant is proposing to remove the existing infill. This consists of paired metal doors, side lights, and transoms at the building's main entrance, and this is located at the southernmost opening on Broadway. And they're proposing to install new infill, seen here, which features a revolving door, side lights, a single leaf door here, and transoms. And the architect is here to discuss this proposal in more detail.
Can we already open the hearing?
Thank you, Caroline. So, Caroline mentioned a few things already. I'll just walk you through a few more. What you're seeing here is the designation photo, which shows the existing bronze storefront infill from 1999. The building, I'll walk through other slides since you've seen these. This photograph here shows, again, the bronze infill, which is our project. And then this slide here is the other retail storefronts around the building, which are various materials at the moment. Interesting part about our discovery here is that we found some very old photographs up top here from 1913, which showed two large columns and an entablature that demarcated the entrance there, which does not exist any longer. This was evidence to us that we weren't removing any historical fabric. which gave us sort of the confidence to actually make the proposal that we're making. You can see it a little better here at the upper right. This is the actual entrance right there. So again, those columns no longer exist as the entablature right there on top. Down below here are the 1940 tax photos. If you look closely, they're also very blurry. It's still there in the distance. So again, gave us sort of the confidence and evidence that we could make change. So the client basically tasked us with modernizing the lobby. Together with that, they requested that we find a way to mitigate the draft through this lobby because of the vestibule and the excessive traffic up to the top floors. The doors are always left open, so there's a significant hot and cool load that's blended into the space, which makes it uncomfortable. With our engineers, we basically came to the conclusion that a revolver is going to be the best way to solve this problem. Not many options to locate a revolver on such a tight storefront. We currently only have 11'4" between the existing stone on either side. That accommodates really one smallish revolver, about 6'6", and an egress door for ADA. It couldn't be centered for that reason because of the width that we have there. It actually worked out, we thought, quite well because of the way the elevators were oriented in the space. So you get most of the traffic coming in and exiting right out through the revolver. Let's see, next slide shows the existing, just a line drawing of the existing and the proposed up above, which we try to keep the design as elegant as possible, as clean and as minimal as we can. Again, just close up of the line drawing, and then I think you've already seen our renderings depicting what it should look like with the revolver there. Everything's inset. The proposal is to introduce stainless as material on the storefront. The client again is looking for a low-maintenance solution that is still very elegant and very simple and distinguishes itself from the other storefront retail around the building. There's another close-up. Shows all the same things. That's basically about it. This is the precedent slide, which shows another revolver in the district at 770 Broadway in stainless, and some other stainless storefronts as well in the district, also at 770 Broadway.
What's the finish on the rest of the infill?
On the rest of the infill?
And your building, the rest of the storefronts,
The rest of the storefronts are all existing, we're not touching them.
Yeah, but what's the finish on them?
It varies. At times it's painted metal, which is a dark gray. Other times it's a frameless glass storefront. And then there's I think one that has some chrome on it.
So there's no consistency now?
There's no consistency.
Okay.
Right, but I'm sorry. There is one approval that the commissioners approved several years ago, and that is this storefront infill here. So this did come to hearing several years ago. It was bronze? It's actually, it was aluminum glass infill.
Any other questions? We have one speaker, Bob Zay.
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. The proposed design gives the entrance an even more contemporary and incongruous feel with its lack of symmetry and stainless steel material palette. While the existing entrance is far from exceptional, the proposed changes miss an opportunity to replace the infill with something more appropriate. Thank you.
Are there any other speakers? Okay, the Speakers Community Board 2 recommends denial of this application. And do we have any additional questions for the applicant? Yes.
I might have missed it. Why are they not proposing to make it in bronze?
Existing infill is pristine, symmetrical, and the bronze material is the color and design that is in keeping with the building, and the bronze adornments on either side of the entrance. And the proposal replaces very satisfactory existing conditions with an asymmetric arrangement, and the air circulation difficulty cited as a reason for the revolving door can be overcome with interior reconfiguration and/or technological solutions.
And I'm asking, why is it
You want to answer that?
is not using bronze?
Well, there's no other bronze around the building. Sorry. There's no other bronze currently around the building, so it's a choice of distinguishing that facade, that entrance from the rest of the facades as stainless.
Do we know what the original material was?
The original material?
Yeah.
From these photographs, and we're basing it on the historical photographs, it looks like they're all originally custom wood entrances. I'll show you. It's hard to see, but this is where it's most clear, is that corner door, and it's the same sort of detailing that you can kind of see. It's hard to see on this image, but on the original that we have, it's a little more visible. Again, this is 1913, so everything was wood and glass back then, these entrances.
Okay. Any other questions? We can close the hearing. All right. Ernest? I'm okay with this. I think I have to. Any concerns? Okay. John?
In the matter of docket number 18-5730-740 Broadway, also known as 2 Astor Place in the NoHo Historic District. The application is to replace entrance infill. I note the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the NoHo Historic District. I recommend approval, noting that the proposed alterations to the ground floor entrance of the Broadway facade will not eliminate or conceal any significant architectural features or historic fabric, that the proposed metal and glass infill featuring a revolving door flanked by side lights and a single leaf door and transoms will be consistent with the variety of configurations, materials, and finishes found at other storefronts in this building, that the new entrance will relate to similar contemporary ground floor treatment at buildings of this age and type within the district, and that the proposed work will not detract from the special architectural or historic character of the building or the NoHo Historic District.
All in favor? Any opposed? Application is approved.
Commissioners, the next item on the agenda is item 14. It's an application for an advisory report, docket number 187289. This is Riverside Park at 109th Street, located within the Riverside Park and Riverside Drive scenic landmark. This is a skate park constructed in 1996 within an English Romantic style park and parkway, built in 1873 to 1902, designed by Frederick Law Olmsted, with modifications and additions built in 1934 to 37, designed by Clifton Lloyd and Gilmore Clark. The application is to reconstruct the skate park.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Jennings Preservation staff. This application is to reconstruct an existing skate park. It's located east of the Henry Hudson Parkway, approximately West 109th Street in the Riverside Park and Riverside Drive scenic landmark. And the applicant is here to further discuss the proposal.
Good afternoon. My name is Tyler Silvestro. I'm a landscape architect with the design firm W Architecture and Landscape Architecture. Yes. Again, we're here today to talk about Riverside Skate Park, which is west of Route 108 to 110th Street in Riverside Park. This is just west of the Riverside Park Promenade and just east of the Henry Hudson Parkway. We started off with some of the goals we wanted to meet. This is a skate park currently. It was built in 1996, which I'll get into in a second. At the hands of Andy Kessler and community members in the area of the Upper West Side. Some of the goals were to really start to look at this thing. It's actually currently constructed of wood and sheet metal primarily, and it's relatively dilapidated. It often needs repair, and one of our goals was to make this thing much more permanent and a primary feature for the local community. Here are some of the budget numbers that were kicked in through local council members, Mark Levine and Helen Rosenthal and Manhattan Borough President Gail Brewer. Again, this is the site. As you can see, it's embedded deeply within Riverside Park, west of Riverside Drive, and in earshot of both the Henry Hudson Parkway and the river. Just a couple of the areas around it. Again, just due west of the northern tip of Central Park. Some of the zoning. Likewise, not in the floodplain, as you can see. Again, going back to its original intent, Frederick Law Olmsted in the late 19th century had a vision for this place that was mostly about the Riverside Drive and not much about the railroad, which was down on the west bank
1934, this is actually 1937, but the West Side Highway expansion, West Side expansion. Improvement. Excuse me. Brought, behold, the Henry Hudson Parkway and the waterfront Esplanade. This brought in mountains of fill, which connected Riverside Drive down to the river for the first time, and subsequently burying the train line, which is currently under the tunnel, which is now called the Freedom Tunnel, which is, again, just adjacent, abutting our site east. The site, the image on the left we dug up is from 1938. It's where the current skate park is. You can see whips of pin oaks and London plane trees just being planted in the hillside. It's fenced in recreation. This is very much what was going on in the 30s. Just, again, what always was meant to be and still continues to be various swath of active recreation. So that's where it was. And this is the gentleman I mentioned earlier, Andy Kessler, who is a skating icon, skateboarder, New York City legend in the skateboarding community. He brought together a lot of youth, troubled youth, skateboarding youth, people who were kind of getting in trouble and being kicked out of public spaces to come help construct this in 1996, which they did. This is part of that effort. You can see local community members. You can see Andy Kessler on the bottom right holding a skateboard, playing with some kids. The kids are actually doing the construction. They're laying cobblestones. And on the far left on the bottom, you can see the large element, which you'll see in a second, is the half pipe. But you can see the integration of the community in this process. Currently, the skate park has a number of features connected through this essentially a large asphalt lot. You can see the grid of trees mostly intact. These are 75 to 80-year-old trees now. They're quite large. They're 75 feet, 80 feet tall. Very beautiful, and it kind of holds this space together. But space in general, it has a lot of features, but they're not connected through any real system other than just kind of fitting them where they could go. So this is, again, where we started. This is what it looks like today. It's been told or said, and I believe it, that this is the only place that uses pool-colored blue anywhere outside of a swimming pool in all of New York City. So it kind of makes sense. Like a lot of skateboarding of this style was started in swimming pools, so actually kind of like that. But the top right is a mini ramp, quarter ramp, mini ramp at the bottom. On top left, then you have the half pipe, the monster, which actually used to be larger, as I'm told, and is now slightly lower to be more accommodating to more kids and more skaters. This is the legacy of Andy Kessler, but again, there are a lot of issues with its maintenance. It's fenced in always and opened only part of the time because there are regulations that stipulate when this park can be opened and how high features can be to have a fenceless skate park. Things that we consider the new design. Just a couple of site analysis features. Again, the river is to the west, which in this image is on the top. Drainage, all these things are being considered. One of the primary issues with what we're trying to do is critical root zone of trees. We're trying to stay out of it completely. In order to do so, we have to basically abide by the dotted line, which you see in circles around all the trees. So the area between that is where we're really trying to focus. These are the trees that are staying, and 3 of which are being removed due to poor health. And here we are today. I don't know how many people in this room skateboard. I know there are a few of us back there, but I'm not going to get into too much of the technical details, but I will say that this is something that has been vetted by and in discussion with the community of skateboard advocates, who are very driven to see this thing through. And we also work, I should mention, step back, I'm not a skateboarder myself, but we work with a company called California Skate Parks, who has designed numerous skate parks in New York City. They're based in California, but they work here often. They do a lot in this community, and the local skate park community here they know each other. They all know each other. So it's been great. We had kind of a nice process towards the end, especially when we really came together and figured out the details of the sizes of these elements. So what you're looking at on the left is what has been kind of called a street style or plaza style skate park.
We've turned it into something that's more traditionally transitional, which is the style of skateboarding that was preferred by Andy Kessler and also by the current climate of skateboarding culture. So that whole area is, all the elements in there are 3 feet or less, so that entire area is now going to be completely without fence. Something that's very new and very promising for this area, because if you go there on most days, anytime before 11 in the morning, or Monday, Tuesday, I think it's Sunday, the park's closed completely. So this is going to be open now to the public all year and all day, at least during the Riverside Park open hours. The area on the right is the large skate feature. It's calling it the bowl, or the flow bowl. It has 2 different depths that connect, just like a swimming pool, a shallow end and a deep end. You have 6 feet on the right side, and you have 11 feet on the left side. This is something that we've worked with the community to get to, and this is where we are today. So this area will maintain its fence line, similar materials. We're not introducing any materials that Riverside Park currently doesn't have, so we're staying within the material palette of the park at large. These are some of the precedents that we looked at. Top left is designed by the California Skate Parks group that we're working with. Bottom right, this is in Brooklyn. It's a very nice transitional style skate park as well. It is fenced in, but it's definitely something we looked at to get us to where we are. And then the bottom left is a quintessential skate park, kind of plaza, street-style course, which is very heavily used. It's underneath the Manhattan Bridge in Lower Manhattan. So this, I'm not sure how well everyone can see this, this kind of gives you a scale of the current mature tree canopy versus the size of the large feature. Obviously, in comparison, it doesn't look so big, but it is, again, 11 feet at the deepest part. This is something that we've worked to try to get into the ground as much as possible, not to bring up as some monolithic structure, which we don't believe that it is. We think that it's modest in scale. Is this still on?
Yes, it is.
So this is the cross-section of that section going from the promenade on the bottom, around the river on the top. So these stairs are integrated into the feature, and they face the river. So this is also something we're keeping in mind, trying to make sure that the park responds to its location near the Henry Hudson River. And again, the material palette is it's not a departure from the current Riverside Park's material palette, so we feel like we're staying in line with the legacy that was left by both Frederick Law Olmsted and Robert Moses. And here's just a little bit of the planting palette. This is the last sheet. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Any questions? All right. This is the advisory on this project, because it goes to PDC, so this is a public meeting item. So we can just move to discussion. My comments? Yes?
I think it's great. Being an authority on this subject.
All right, great. I think it's great too. You're doing a very nice job. And this will go to EDC as well, but we can send our advisory report. And is it ready? Yes, great.
In the matter of docket number 187289, it's the Riverside Park at 109th Street, Riverside Park and Riverside Drive, scenic landmark. It's the application is to reconstruct the skate park. The skate park was constructed in 1996 with an English Romantic style park and parkway, built in 1873 to 1902 and designed by Frederick Law Olmsted, with modifications and additions built in 1934 to 37 and designed by Clifton Lloyd and Gilmore Clark. I note that the skate park is an active recreation play area constructed in 1996 within the area, added to Riverside Park during the 1930s under the direction of Park Commissioner Robert Moses. And I recommend approval, finding that the removal of the existing play equipment, fencing, asphalt paving, and concrete and cobblestone pavers will not eliminate any original historic features or significant later alterations, that the proposed concrete pavers at tree pits will match pavers historically used in this portion of the park in terms of their placement, material, and design, that the presence of an active play area will be compatible with the original design for this portion of the park, which featured active recreation areas when it was added to the park in the 1930s, that the proposed concrete and asphalt paving will not exceed the existing paving in terms of footprint, will be in keeping with paving found throughout the active recreation areas within the portion of the park in terms of materials and finish, and will help provide a subtle demarcation between the play area and the surrounding pathway system. That the 8-foot-tall chain link fence will be smaller than the existing fencing and footprint feature a simple design and typical material and finish, and its height will help maintain a barrier needed for safety. That the 3 trees to be removed without replacement are in poor health and were not part of the original composition of planting at this portion of the park. That the proposal will include an increase in the number of trees at the border of the play area in keeping with the typical arrangement of trees at active recreation areas historically found at this portion of the park. That the low-profile and neutral color palette of the play equipment will help these installations to remain a subordinate presence when seen within the context of the larger surrounding landscaping. That the proposed benches, light fixtures, drinking fountains, and wickets will be compatible with the naturalistic character of the overall park and consistent with installations of this type found throughout this portion of the park in terms of their design, materials, and finishes. And that the proposed work will not diminish or detract from a prominent vista, a significant architectural or landscape feature, or the overall significant architectural and historic character of the Riverside Park and Riverside Drive scenic landmark.
All in favor? Any opposed? This application was not approved by us, but we will send an advisory report in support of this project.
Okay. Commissioners, the next item on the agenda is item 15. It's an application for a certificate of appropriateness, Borough of Manhattan, docket number 184050. This is 1112 Park Avenue, located within the Park Avenue Historic District. This is an old Bible-style apartment building designed by Emery Roth and built in 1926-27. The application is to install chimney flues. It was read into the record on July 12, 2016. It's being presented today for the first time.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Abby Roma, Preservation staff. This application is to extend 10 chimney flues at 1112 Park Avenue, which is an apartment building located on the southwest corner of Park Avenue and East 90th Street in the Park Avenue District. The active chimney flues are located at the southwest corner of this building, and due to the recent construction of the new building next door to it, they have to be extended in order to meet code requirements. As such, the proposal consists of angling the flues away from the primary facade and installing them at border joints to the decorative bulkhead on the roof of this building. The tops of the flues will be visible from a public thoroughfare, Park Avenue, south and east of the building. The architect is here to explain the detail.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Well, I'm sorry, we need to open the hearing. Now.
Are you ready to go? Yes. Okay, so we're here to talk about chimney flues. Just a little bit of background, if I can get this thing to go. Okay, thank you. This building here is 1110 Park Avenue, not the subject of this application. A project that, for which I was the architect with my client Toll Brothers, who are here today. This building was built prior to there being a landmark, to this being the extended Park Avenue landmark district. The building that we're speaking of today is here, 1112 Park Avenue, Emery Roth, and at the top it has a water tower that's enclosed with a decorative brick element. There's a need because the building built in 1110 is taller than the Emery Roth building. There's a need to extend some existing chimney flues at about this point so that they are the minimum required distance from operable windows or rooftop structures. This shows a mock-up. If you don't mind, I'd like to skip through these next two images because there was a later mock-up that would really save time if we go straight to that. This is an early mock-up that did not accurately reflect the horizontal runs that connect the flues from the existing party wall across to the water tower. So we mocked up a second rooftop structure, and it emulates or it replicates what we're doing here. This is a section through 1112 Park. This is 1110 Park. Here's the existing chimney breast. Here we are offsetting various flues at various heights in order to keep these offsets to the water tower below the sight line when viewed from Park Avenue. This shows an elevation of how the chimney flues are arranged on the enclosure to the water tower in a way that they will not interfere with or in any way damage the detailed elements of this decorative water tank enclosure. We are supporting these flues with brackets that will be connected to the water tower enclosure at the brick joint lines. We will be offsetting the vertical rise of the flues around any protruding architectural elements from the window openings in the water tower enclosure. This shows in the plan the chimney breasts, the offsets, and the rise up the water tower. This is 1110 Park Avenue property line here. This is a detail that shows the connection method for supporting metal brackets off the water tower along the joint lines. These are the recent photographs that show a mock-up that includes the horizontal offsets, and as you can see from the most exposed conditions here, or from any position, none of the horizontal runs are visible. What is visible is the visibility of the upper portions of the first four flues back from Park Avenue. It is our proposal to paint these flues in a color to be agreed by wood staff to be sympathetic to the brick color. We don't necessarily want these to stand out, but we're also mindful that we don't want to have a maintenance issue. We'd like to ask that we defer that detail to a staff level view. And that, I think, is really the crux of what we're proposing. But I would also like to add that we did look very carefully at the possibility of running the flues up the property line of 1110 Park, which, as you can see, is 3 stories higher than 1112 Park. The flues would have required to go above this structure at the top, which is our condenser farm for the air conditioning for 1110 Park Avenue, and extend even further above that. At that point, we would need a permanent ladder structure to gain access. All these flues have actually an inducer on top that needs to be maintained at least once a year. So that structure, to get access to the top of the flues, to maintain the inducers, to our eye and I think everybody else who looked at it, would be a very much more onerous obstruction visually than offsetting to the water tower.
Yes, Michael.
Are you, when you showed that first mock-up image, it looked like, and I thought I caught every glance as well, are you removing an existing vent from the front from the street facing?
We are not. We are proposing to leave that vent, which is in fact a boiler flue vent that has existed there for some time. So the answer to that is no, although we do show it removed in the first few pictures.
Okay. Are there any other questions? All right, we'll take testimony. Barbara Say.
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. The Park Avenue skyline is dotted with decorative water tower enclosures that were integrated into the design of the thoroughfare's grand apartment buildings. They are a defining and celebrated feature of the district. In this application, chimney flues are needed due to the newly constructed 1110 Park Avenue, but unfortunately 1112 Park Avenue's charming water tower enclosure is being asked to pay the price, with the installation of what looks like 10 stainless steel soldiers crowding its rim. Our committee felt that a preferable solution would be to create a boxed enclosure along the side of 1110's roof that houses the necessary flues, which is what the architect was just describing. The result would be akin to a square column rising up the side of the top of the building. If If the commission deems the applicant's solution to be approvable, however, we would suggest that at the very least, the flues could be galvanized and painted to better blend in. Thank you.
Thank you. Elizabeth Fagan?
Hi, Elizabeth Fagan, Friends of the Upper East Side. The proposed extension of the chimney flues at 1112 Park Avenue is much too visible and overwhelms the water tower, a distinctive detail of this building. The multiple flues are inelegant and exacerbate the already unsightly flue running up the top of the facade. We ask the Commission to deny this application as proposed and have the applicant work with staff to create a less visible solution so as to not detract from the historic water tower enclosure. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? Okay, Community Board 2 recommends disapproval of this project. Okay, I'll just ask you a question. If you ran the pipes along the facade of the new building, it would be higher than, how tall would it go? How high would it go? And then you said there's a ladder, and can you just explain that a little bit?
At this point here, this is the mechanical penthouse. It's actually the elevator overrun, and on top of that, a condenser unit is another 7 feet above the elevator overrun. They're enclosed by a decorative mesh that screens the view of that mechanical equipment from Park Avenue. The flues would have to run 10 feet above the top of that to maintain clearance required by code for any exhaust emissions from fireplaces.
So it's 10 feet above that?
Higher than this, which would be about where my dot is here. And then there would have to be a ladder access requiring OSHA-protected access to maintain the...
And where would that be?
The ladder access would have to be continuation of existing ladder access to the mechanical roof.
Okay, so there's ladder access, and then you have to go
up another 10 feet with a ladder. And we think that would have to, at that point, be a permanent ladder because there's no room to scaffold for access to maintain the flues because there's a condenser farm taking up the full footprint of this area.
Okay.
Can I ask a question about that?
Yes.
About my previous question? Boiler flue, can it be moved? Technically?
Technically, yes.
Thanks.
But just to clarify, the boiler flue, you're representing the building next door, correct?
Yeah, I'm representing...
the new building.
I'm representing the owners of the new building.
Right, owners of the new building. So the boiler flue is...
A pre-existing boiler flue is serving...
An adjacent building, so I don't know.
Look, 1112 is obviously part of the mix, or else they wouldn't be letting them put these chimneys on their building.
So just explain that to us.
Been dealing with more and more where because of the taller construction adjacent to a building, chimneys that are within a certain distance of that new construction have to be raised or moved so that they are a minimum of 10 feet away from that obstruction, new construction, or above it. So I think, so the issue here is that the boiler flue apparently doesn't have to be moved because it's far enough away, so that's not being affected. But the owner of the new building is obligated to offer to pay for the changes to the building, to the flues, to make them compliant. That's why he's here representing to do this. And I believe the owners of the building, adjacent building, have given you consent to propose what you're proposing today.
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions? Yes, Adi?
But you could do what you were asking about, which is have all of it happen on the new construction. It would just mean more height.
Right, and I think they've noted that's the other solution, and I think we're probably going to discuss both options.
Okay.
Okay. All right, if there are no other questions, we can close the hearing. All right, so those are the two options. So there's, I think, pros and cons to both. What do the commissioners think? We'll have to resolve it one way or the other. Yes.
I think it's okay where it is if they move the boiler flue. I think that what you're trading is views of the stuff on the side of this very lovely decorative bulkhead versus improving the more visible face. And I think the option of running it up the side would be considerably more visible. So I'd go for that.
So you think that
it'd be more visible if it's on the white building.
A, because it's considerably higher, B, because it would require some kind of catwalk to get to it. So you're building really a kind of structure up there floating in the air versus sticking on the side.
I think the other thing is also, just in terms of visibility, you can see it from the street. When you turn around the corner and you start moving to the, I think, north, the new building cuts off the view of the side of the decorative bulkhead. Does it though?
You can see it here. You can see it here. Imagine it riding up the side of that white wall versus, right, and then continuing up, right. And versus, for me, the attraction is the proposed at the bottom, which is not really what's proposed, but what should be proposed, in my opinion, is, you've gotten rid of the nasty flue on the bulkhead there, which is, I think, an improvement. So I would take that in trade for putting them on the side.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, but one is new construction, the new building is new, and, wouldn't be overwhelmed by these flue.
It would be overwhelmed, but it would be just much more visible.
Yeah.
And I think, if you look at these, the photographs, page 1, and it's true that it's a decorative bulkhead and those are important features. It turns to the side, and at some point when you walk further, you don't really see the side that much. That's the reason I think it starts disappearing. I would say that neither are great solutions, but I think there's no way out of supporting one of the two options. So are we okay with this? All right, Michael?
Regarding 1112 Park Avenue in the Park Avenue Historic District, colonial revival style apartment building designed by Henry Roth, built 1926-27. The application is to install chimney flues. I recommend approval of modification, finding that the flues will serve the existing active chimneys and only extend above the adjoining bulkhead by 3 feet. The minimum height necessary to comply with health and safety regulations and will only be visible from the public thoroughfares from limited vantage points at a distance. That the flues will be the minimum circumference necessary, simply detailed and finished to blend with the context. That the placement of flues adjacent to the bulkhead instead of adjacent to the new building will allow for the flues to be smaller in size and less visible from the public thoroughfares and will help simplify the requirements for the maintenance of the flues. That the flues will not obscure any significant views from the public thoroughfares and of the existing decorative features at the side of the bulkhead, which are only partially and obliquely visible from public thoroughfares at a distance. That the flues will be anchored at the joints of plain brickwork without attachment to any of the decorative features of the bulkhead. That the flues will only be installed on the side of the bulkhead and set back from the front of the bulkhead to the extent possible, helping to minimize their visibility from public thoroughfares. And that only the upper vertical portion of the flues will be visible from the public thoroughfares, helping them to maintain a simple profile which will not detract from the silhouette of the building when seen from the public thoroughfares. However, I recommend that the applicant work with staff to select an appropriate color, and that the applicant revise the proposal to remove the existing boiler.
If you say that, because that they have to negotiate with the next door building, right? Or can we just require?
They have to be approved, so they're not under obligation to move that one.
So can we say make best efforts
They
working with
endeavor to negotiate with the building ownership and make best efforts to get the flue removed to the side, if possible.
Okay.
Please.
Okay, second. All in favor? Any opposed? This application is approved.
Okay, Commissioners, the next item on the agenda is item 16. It's an application for a certificate of appropriateness for Manhattan, docket number 1788626. This is 169 East 71st Street, located within the Upper East Side Historic District. This is an Italianate-style row house designed by John Sexton and built in 1866. The application is to construct rooftop and rear yard additions. This was read into the record on July 12, 2016. It's being presented today for the first time.
Good afternoon, sir. Good
afternoon, Commissioners. Karina Bishop, Preservation Staff. The project before you is 169 East 71st Street, located between Lexington and 3rd Avenues in the Upper East Side Historic District. The application is to construct a rooftop addition, a 4-story full-width rear yard addition, and to install 3 lot line windows. The rooftop addition and the 4th story of the rear yard addition will be visible from the northwest corner of 72nd Street and 3rd Avenue. Here to present the proposal is the architect, Alton Walker.
Move to open the hearing.
So moved. Good afternoon, everybody. The project we're presenting here is basically for a full restoration of the exterior of the building, and it's a 3-story brownstone with a basement, and we're proposing to create an extension in the back, matching the present height, plus adding a smaller penthouse. These are the existing elevations from a beautiful distance, and the front and the rear of the building. This plan indicates the present setup of the different buildings in that area. You have the center line for the block, and as you can see, our building is highlighted in color. And we have different shades that indicate the different heights and their actual numbers for each one of the buildings. And there are different heights and different projections into the rear yard for each one of the buildings on the south side of the block. We will show you the building in question with kind of light beige color, the existing, and then the higher sepia color indicates the extension, which is about 17 feet in length. On the plans here on the left, without colors, you're looking at the present configuration that runs from the basement to the 3rd floor. And then to the right, it's showing the proposed existing in the lighter color and the addition in the darker color. On the 3rd plan, we will show the proposed penthouse. And then on the last one, we're looking at the roof, which has sort of a peculiar shape, but it's not visible. This is the section, I think, that it clarifies a little bit what we're doing. The light color again shows the existing conditions of the building, and then in the back, which is to the right of the page, it shows the extension that we're proposing, and then above that, you have the penthouse. As you can see, the extension is proposed to follow the present overall height of the building, and then above that, you have the penthouse. In particular, we have selected 2 different heights for this, which are matching buildings to the east and the west. These are the proposed and existing elevations, and we have done is to try to build in within the context as much as we can. There are no changes to the front in the existing facade. The proposal is to restore the existing conditions and replace the windows in kind with the use of wood historical windows. And then above that, on the attic, we have gone to the height of the adjacent building to the left. A blow-up, and what we have done here is on the new proposed penthouse, even though it's invisible, we have aligned the openings on the attic so it would work out with the present configuration of the facade. This is the key to the project. In the back, as you can see above, we have the existing conditions, which shows a bit of an irregular arrangement for the windows. And at the bottom, on the extension that we're proposing, we're showing that we're going to pretty much repeat the arrangement in the upper floors, but make them align at the first floor, which right now is very different. And then above, you have the proposed penthouse extension also following the same vertical alignment. These are large elevations that show the conditions of the adjacent building, which is very interesting because it has a round shape, and both these buildings are contemporary and have a very similar, interesting decor
corbelly that works as a small cornice at the top, and we are proposing to reuse those elements in our extension. Here we have a rendering, I think, that clearly shows the intent, which is to create this extension up to the same level that we have. We have done interior demolition, and we're certain that we can reuse the existing bricks because we're looking to give this a sense of being in context and just extending the building back, but not making it different. We also are pretty certain that we will be able to reuse the existing stone lintels, and we'll show on the upper level for the penthouse. We want to differentiate it because it's a new addition, so we're going with a stucco finish. The lower one of the extension matches the building to the east, which is the one that has the round shape, and the penthouse matches the existing building to the east. This diagram indicates the corner vision from 72nd Street. If you're in the corner, you can see a little bit between those whole bunch of trees and a very prominent water tower with a tank that is very high. And it's a little hard to see, so in the following page, we have enlarged the photographs with a telephoto to show what the extension would look like. On the left, as you can see with the foliage, you cannot see it. On the right, you can see clearly the lower portion, which is highlighted in yellow color, shows the extension, and the upper portion shows the volume of the penthouse. Thank you.
I just have a quick question. The portion that's projecting out in the rear, it's 4 stories, right? Your enlargement at the rear, it's 4 stories.
It is a person-side room. Technically, it's a 3-story plus a basement.
Okay, I'm reading from your...
Down the bottom one is a basement.
Okay, I'm going by your drawing, it says 4B, so is it 4 stories and basement, or is...
No, it's a 3 stories and basement, and then there's a smaller penthouse.
Okay.
Because the building is a 3-story plus basement, so we're taking this in there.
Okay, I'm just based on your drawing. So, but if you look at the other buildings in the rear, along the block, do other buildings extend to the depth that you're extending and also go up as high as what you're proposing?
Well, there are all kinds of different buildings in the back, and some of them extend a little higher, and some of them go a little deeper, not necessarily the adjacent buildings, but if you look on the left, you have a couple of buildings that go deeper, and some of the buildings don't go that far back. And then, if you look at the darker buildings, they're taller. They're highlighted darker green. So there's an extremely irregular configuration. And I think you can, let me see if it... That gives you a reasonable sense of how different they are. So we're sort of in between. We're not doing the furthest back, and we're not doing the tallest extension. And then you have the building to the left is traditional. The building to the right has been done in the full stucco extension pre-designation, and it has sort of like greenhouses and large windows, and it is a little taller.
Okay. Any other questions? We'll take testimony. Barbara Zay.
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. As the Commission has discussed a lot today, typically the Commission requires the top floor of the historic rear elevation be maintained to keep a record of the original footprint of the building. This very old house should not be an exception. While our committee did not find the projection to be too offensive, the proposed height of the addition overwhelms the house. Further, the addition creates an awkward condition where it meets the curve of the neighboring house's cornice line. This could be avoided if the applicant were to preserve its own cornice in its original location. Finally, we urge the Commission to carefully consider the proportions of the window openings on the rear addition. Their diminutive size makes the rear of the building look like a tenement on the Lower East Side, not a row house on the Upper East Side. Thank you.
Elizabeth Fagan.
Elizabeth Fagan, Friends of the Upper East Side Historic Districts. 169 East 71st Street is not only significant for its architectural merit, but also for its place in cinematic history as the home of Holly Golightly and Breakfast at Tiffany's. Thus, we are pleased that the proposed work will not be visible from the street, nor will it alter the appearance of the facade. Friends Preservation Committee can recommend approval for the penthouse addition, as it will not be visible along 71st Street. Although it will be somewhat visible from the corner of 72nd and 3rd Avenue, the penthouse addition will align with the cornice line of the row house to the west, thus maintaining a cohesive and contextual rear roof line. For the proposed rear extension, it is refreshing to see the reuse of the historic brick wood windows and restrained traditional fenestration rather than excessive glazing. However, the height and depth of this extension is problematic. The proposal to extend this building out by 17 feet and a full 4 stories high is not a neighborly approach and encroaches upon the rear donut. For example, the adjacent building at number 171, which has a lovely curved rear elevation, would face 17 feet of brick wall if this application is approved. Other neighboring buildings already extend far into their rear yards, and the approval of this extension would exacerbate an existing problem. While Friends can support the penthouse addition, the excessive rear yard extension should not be approved by the Commission in order to preserve the historic green space in the rear. Thank you.
Are there
Any more speakers on Saturday? Community board. My understanding is that when you were at the community board, there was some changes that were made? Because they say application subject to change set forth above and as presented.
I think we incorporated their suggestions into our design.
Okay, so they said, yes, so approved subject to changes set forth and as presented. Okay. Now, do we have any questions for the applicant? Okay, we can close the hearing. My comments? Okay, other commissioners?
Yeah. I have a couple of other thoughts.
Okay.
I think the side lot line windows are inappropriate and kind of mean-spirited to the neighbor who's now being asked to be looked into. So I would get rid of those, but I would cut down the top floor and allow the original top floor to be seen and the original masonry openings, as we've discussed earlier today, to be retained, which would have the effect of reducing a little bit the mass of the building. Also, unlike some other things that we've seen today, I think, and it was alluded to in the testimony as well, the rear is almost too plain. But, and I'm not going to complain about it, I just think it's an opportunity to maybe spice it up a little bit, but, you know, I don't know, maybe that's what the east side's coming to,
Okay, other comments? All right, so is the commission comfortable with that we approve this, the rooftop addition and the rear yard addition, we make a recommendation or actually approve with the condition that they set back the top floor to the plane of the, not the penthouse, but the, I guess it's the third floor with basin right, to the plane of the original building?
So then that means that the penthouse, which is further set back...
The penthouse, well, I think the penthouse is set back from that plane by, I think usually it's at like 3 feet. So it does mean the penthouse gets a little bit smaller, but I think overall the building will read much better in the donut.
And we're taking out the lot line.
And, yes, I'm asking them to remove the lot line windows. Okay. Do you need to go to your vote? I forgot to tell you.
Yeah, Michael.
Okay, sorry, Michael?
In the matter of 169 East 71st Street, the Upper East Side Historic District, an application to construct rooftop and rear yard additions. I recommend approval with some modifications, finding that the rear yard and rooftop additions will not be visible in conjunction with the primary facade on East 71st Street, that while the rooftop addition railings and chimney will be visible from the northwest corner of East 72nd Street and 3rd Avenue, this view is in context of rear and side facades of the buildings that face East 71st Street and adjacent larger scale buildings to the south, and therefore will not call undue attention. The proposed rooftop addition clad in beige stucco will have a neutral presence and is in keeping with the character of the other rooftop accretions found within this block. That the rear yard addition will not project into the rear yard further than the existing rear yard extensions within this block and therefore will not further diminish the central green space. That the design and materials of the rear facade addition featuring punched openings, multi-light windows, and salvaged historic brick will maintain the building's residential characters in keeping with the character of the rear facades of the block. However, the rear yard addition should be reduced in height in order to maintain the top floor of the historic rear facade in original plane, and the lot line windows will be eliminated. Anything else?
And the penthouse will be set back from the rear wall?
Railing will be set back 3 feet from the rear facade.
Okay, second, all in favor? Any opposed? This application's approved.
Commissioners, next item on the agenda, it's item 17, is an application for certificate of appropriateness for Manhattan, docket number 182601. This is 252 West 76th Street, located within the West End Collegiate Historic District Extension. This is a Beaux-Arts-style apartment building designed by Ralph S. Townsend, built in 1902-03. The application is to install a barrier-free access ramp, alter the areaway, modify the entrance steps, and install an entrance marquee. This is read into a record on July 12, 2016. It's been presented today for the first time.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Timothy Shaw, Preservation Staff. 252 West 76th Street is located on the south side of West 76th Street between Broadway and West End Avenue, within the West End Collegiate Historic District Extension. The application is for the installation of a new barrier-free access ramp above an existing areaway, for modifications to the entrance and landing to accommodate the new ramp, the installation of a new stair at the other side of the areaway, and for the installation of a new entrance marquee. Please note that the new tall iron fence will be approved at staff level as restorative work based on the historic photographs, and the new entrance doors also meet staff level rules. Stephen Crashman, the architect, will present for the...
Reopen the hearing.
Thank you, Tim. Can you hear me? I'm Stephen Crashman, and this is Gregory Hess from my office. I think Tim said everything, but I'll pick up on some details. These are existing conditions. The existing building had a canopy, and we're proposing one. It doesn't have one now. The railings and details that we're replicating and reinstating are seen from the historic photos, especially this one down here. It has these alternating pickets and double banding that we've replicated as far as we can understand it from the photographs. There are no drawings, so some guesswork is required. We did find some historic material, and we're replicating that. We found historic colors, and we're using those. This is the existing conditions with, no fence, no canopy, and shows the storefront configuration with the oversized transom that we're completely taking out. Part of this application, but not under review for the hearing, is new windows everywhere, front and back. This is what the proposed elevation looks like. There's an existing stairway. This is proposed
This is the proposed sheet. There's an existing stairway on this side, providing the second means of egress from the cellar level. On the interior of the project, we're creating new amenity spaces on the first floor, a cellar that didn't exist previously. This was a hotel and converted to multifamily resi in about the 40s, and it continues to do so today. Our clients are renovating it and making it more attractive. And in order to meet the requirements of the new code, we have to have handicap access. And the reason we're not starting from this side is it's high on this side and low on this side as the slope runs down this way. So we get a bit of a head start. We have 21 inches that we have to rise. And we're doing about 21 feet of ramp. So we're doing this by about 15 feet on the exterior. That's about as much as we can get, and 6 feet on the interior with a landing here. And the existing conditions are a bottleneck. We can't get through. So we have to rework the stoop. We're going to actually replace it with new limestone. Currently, it's concrete. We're trying to make it look like it did before. There's new doors and side lights, and the interior is new. The proposed marquee is in between the jams. The original one was actually outside. It went from bracket to bracket and cut right across the existing cartouche and destroyed it. We'd like to repair that as part of this project and keep it smaller, not extended as much. The sidewalks are not extended as much. All we're trying to do is provide a rainproof entry with some lighting on the steps only to get more security and more curb appeal and restore it back to what it looked like. This is what the existing stair looks like. We're relocating it to this side. All the new work is the new ramp that's here, the new steps that are here will all be built out of black painted steel, as will the canopy. And the new entryway is the new doors are painted black wood with a transom. We've changed the proportions. They're taller now, and the transom is smaller. And we have an opportunity, which we didn't have before, to create two doors at the bottom that are not seen from the sidewalk. They're hidden, as you might be able to get a sense from that drawing. And we've added some windows to the doors, and we've made smaller versions of the doors above. The new rails and handrails will match the existing. We have to have a guardrail on both the ramp and the stair because they're floating in between the new fence and the building by a foot or so. These are just some of the details.
Are there any questions? Yes, Michael?
I talked about the choice of limestone for the new steps. Is that you said the existing is concrete? Just worried a little bit about your thinking on durability of limestone for that purpose. It's kind of just wondering if you think it's going to last.
We think it's going to last. We think it has greater compressive strength than the concrete, which is chipping everywhere. We have to rebuild it. We don't think the concrete was original. We picked a light stone to match the stone of the building, the base of the building. Another choice was granite.
Okay, any other questions? Right, Barbara Zay?
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. HDC wishes to commend the applicant on this very careful and respectful proposal that goes a long way toward restoring the building's graceful details while also serving as a model for other projects addressing accessibility. Thank you.
Sean Kasandi?
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Sean Kasandi for Landmark West. Our committee found this proposal to be a logical response to their given need. A ramp to the higher sidewalk provides accessibility and minimizes the required run of the ramp. We believe swapping the side of non-historic below street level stairs would not harm historic fabric. The existing brick knee wall at street edge has long been altered, and the proposed steel railing and gate seems fitting in color and style, if not height. With a stone base, this fence tops out at 7'4" at the lowest grade of sidewalk. We hope this can be considered in relation to the historic photos while working with staff, as even a small reduction will make a huge difference. Thank you for your consideration.
Are there any more speakers on the site? All right. The Preservation Committee of Community Board 7 supports this project. Do we have any questions for the applicant? Okay, we can close the hearing. All right, I think this is good. Nicely done. Well, do you want to read that into the record?
In a matter of 252 West 76th Street, West End Collegiate Historic District Extension. The application is to install a barrier-free access ramp, alter the areaway, modify the entrance steps, and install an entrance marquee. Noting that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the West End Collegiate Historic District Extension, I recommend approval, finding that the reconstruction and modification of the front stairs, the demolition of the existing areaway stairs, the installation of a new barrier-free access ramp, and the construction of a new below-grade stairs at the areaway will not eliminate any significant architectural features of the building. That the ramp and landing will be installed above the existing deep areaway following the removal of existing stairs. The installation will not require any significant changes to the site to accommodate barrier-free access, and its containment within the footprint of the existing areaway will minimize its visual impact on the building. That the call button for the automatic gateway will be affixed to the restored iron fence adjacent to a wide gate to accommodate access, and the presence of the button and wide gate will not detract from any significant features of the building. That the installation of the marquee within the masonry opening at the main entrance will not conceal or result in any damage to any decorative masonry. That while not as deep and with slight variation from the original, the design and materials of the proposed marquee will be in keeping with the design of the historic marquee, thereby restoring the presence of a missing architectural feature. That the light fixtures will be well integrated within the underside of the marquee and will not call undue attention, and that the work will enhance the special architectural and historic character of the building.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Application's approved.
Okay, Commissioners, the last item of the day is item 18, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 1213, Lot 32, docket number 18-4172, 466-468 Columbus Avenue, in the Upper West Side, Central Park West Historic District, a commercial building built in 1894, altered by William and Donald Freed in 1961, altered into large pursuant to a certificate of appropriateness 06-7569 by Grudson Sampton LLP in the late 2000s. Application is to demolish the existing building and construct a new building. And please note this was read into the record at the public hearing of July 12th, 2016.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Derek Danner, Preservation Department staff. Property is located in the Upper West Side, West Historic District on mid-block Columbus Avenue between West 83rd and West 82nd Street. The applicant is proposing to demolish the existing building and construct a 8-story building. The architect is here to present this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Derek. Hello, Commissioners. Harry Kendall with BKSK Architects. I'm here with my partner, Chad Poisson, and our clients are locally based family development business, BJ and Robert Rowe. In the interest of brevity, in the last item of the day, I have asked them not to necessarily speak, but they're certainly welcome questions if you have them. As Derek said,
let me just reopen the hearing. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay. Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. To reiterate, we're on the Upper West Side between 82nd and 83rd Street. On the west side of Columbus, this arrow shifted slightly. We found this as we were looking more closely. We are on the west side of Columbus Avenue, that is north. We're almost precisely mid-block, a 50-foot wide site, flanked by three 25-foot wide sites. And this is the existing building. A little closer look, just zooming in slightly. This existing building facade and top floor was added in 2006, and maybe 2007, included in 2006 by Landmarks. And it was, we'll look at what was there before, but at the time of designation, at the time of approval, the building that was there prior to this was called not one of the buildings for which the Upper West Side Central Park West District was designated. And by turning a two-story building into a three-story building, it was noted that the additional floor makes for a more harmonious relationship with the historic buildings on Columbus Avenue, and adding a floor to the two-story structure will help strengthen the street wall. Yes, we're seeking to demolish this, and there it is viewed from slightly north, and we're replacing it with a substantially taller building. Now, but we also are interested in a harmonious relationship with the historic context. We're also interested in strengthening the street wall. In many contexts, making a building that rose 2 floors plus an additional setback floor above the immediate context would not necessarily be a prescription for harmony, but we think on this site in the district it very much is, and so we'll go back into some of the patterns of the district and the history to explain why. This site has always been kind of quite different from the surrounding building. It was only briefly for 4 years or more the site of St. Matthew's Church. Here it is in plan already. Many of the tenement buildings, at least on Columbus Avenue, existed there. It's sort of intriguing, but not germane to this, that there was a taller brick building behind it, presumably the rectory, possibly that building, but again, we need to vote on that. By 1898, it had become a two-story commercial structure. And just as an aside, looking at the whole block, and this is the site plan of the building we're proposing, which is proposed to have an L-shaped plan, maybe more of a courtyard here above a one-story commercial base. So you'll see that it extends the sort of trickle of donut that happens in the block, but it is a block which has got limited row houses, a greater preponderance of garages and tenement buildings, and has a sort of wonky open space in the middle. It's not a typical donut block. So back to the commercial structure, it was Williams Department Store for quite a number of years. In 1961, it became, sorry, I always circle this, but it's this one here, and again, in 1980, sort of the Associated Supermarket or grocery store. So that was its history until it became this children's facility, this three-story structure in 2006. So since the late 19th century and until now, it's always been a kind of notably different animal than the rest of the buildings on the block. Now, let's look a little further afield, because when you do something and you give yourself license to be a little bit different in the middle of the block, you still have a context to relate to. So looking south from us, here we are, is the former Endicott Hotel, a 7-story building that fills the entire block. Looking north from us, we go out of district for one block. It's a 2-story school, and then it resumes in a sort of up and down context. Let's look a little bit at the larger district. These are all shots from Columbus Avenue. But the designation report describes the Upper West Side Central Park West Historic District as, again and again in different ways, I'll just read one quote, as a complexly interwoven urban neighborhood characterized by a mix of residential building types. You can say that about many neighborhoods, but it's particularly trenchant on the Upper West Side. The mix is quite disparate in scale, and when you're on the avenue, even when you have buildings that are, say, 4 or 5 stories tall on the avenue, you have this continuous presence up and down the avenue of taller residential buildings, sort of reinforcing the street wall, but from the mid-block. Staying on Columbus Avenue and its immediate patterns, we have observed, we're on the west side of Columbus Avenue, this is where it becomes out of the district and back into. We've observed something I would call consistent inconsistency. Every block has either, like the Endicott, former Endicott Hotel is 7 stories, our block goes from 3 to 1 to 4 to 5 to 6. And so up and down the block, every block is sort of a bit jagged. Not highly jagged, but in contrast, the east side of Columbus Avenue, from midway between 81st and 82nd to north of 86th, is a 5-story down with only one interruption, kind of the exception that proves the rule. There's a very strongly different perception from one side to another. We are on the side that we believe allows for, even asks for, a little bit more up and down or inconsistency. And there's another pattern besides the distinction between the west side and the east side, district-wide. And here I'm going to let the designation report speak to this disparity of height of a number of mid-block buildings on Avenue, on major cross streets, on minor cross streets. The designation report says contemporaneous with row houses are 5- and 6-story tenements and flats. Somewhat taller 8- to 12-story apartment hotels and studio buildings found on both avenues and streets began to be built in the 1890s. In the years following World War I, apartment buildings began to interrupt the rows of houses. The resultant 8- to 10-story buildings relate in materials and architectural details, even though twice the height of row houses. So this diagram highlights a number of these buildings that are distributed between the avenue, the major cross streets, and the minor cross streets. And this is a very distinctive Upper West Side phenomenon, something that you look at and you really know where you are in the city. These buildings that represent different eras, the townhouse era next to an apartment hotel era, and it's not just that there's a disparity of height, there's a great deal of design effort to give these buildings a sort of peaceful coexistence. And we look closely at all the streets, but and you see it again and again, the kind of on the side streets, the minor side streets, a 2-story base that kind of reflects the stoop and piano nobility of the townhouses. Then you see a 4- or 5-story midsection of a building that kind of reflects the scale in its own way of the earlier townhouses. And then to achieve the final height, a 1-, 2- or 3-story cap floor, not an attic floor, but rather a sort of exaggerated cap, with often a boldly projecting cornice. And the materiality relates mostly a language of brick, very elaborate, we'll talk about that more. But this pattern continues on the avenues, with the main changes that on the avenues stands to reason. Commercial bases happens generally 1-story, in contrast to a 2-story base reflecting the townhouse configuration. But the elaboration of design effort to break down the scale into the base, middle, and the top, it happens again and again. And on the major cross streets, the disparity in height becomes that much more emphasized, yet these buildings never lose their relationship. You're going to say, oh, how could that have happened? If this building, this district had been landmarked, this never would have happened. It's a sort of bona fide and admired, at least by me, Upper West Side phenomenon. The sister district, West End Avenue, Riverside, has a similar phenomenon, this frequent disparity of scale, and not just on the corner buildings, but in the mid-block. And when you take pictures of all these buildings, it doesn't look like the projecting cornices are prevalent, but so many of them, when you look closer, they've been lost prior to designation. So I just treated this to a few more images of the building projecting cornices throughout the district. What I want to note on is that the extraordinary level detail of the brick masonry. In our immediate block, in the surrounding blocks, it's distinctive. It looks Upper West Side-ish. It's got many, many planes. In this building, which is heavy corner from us, or just the next corner to the south, there are 5 separate planes of the wall stepping back in order to create a composition of vertical piers, an elaborate upper floor, a suppressed horizontal, and these multi-story readings that you see as the middle of the building are accomplished by this shifting of planes. And many of the touchstone buildings, sort of pun intended, of the Upper West Side do have a sort of glorious mix, not ever overly flamboyant. The Lucerne approaches the flamboyance, I would say, but a sort of carefully considered rumination or design lesson in masonry detailing. That we really ask ourselves, if you're making a 21st century building that is honoring this masonry tradition, the bar is set high, and so we really look closely at these buildings to draw inspiration from it. So here we are in the middle of our image, standing on the sidewalk, looking up at our proposed building, which has a single-story commercial base, 4 stories of the middle section of the building, and 2 more street wall stories where that detailing is somewhat more elaborate, and then you'll see a cornice element hovering above that we'll look at more closely. And surrounding it in these 4 images are buildings that we really, I think, express the, again, I'll go one more time to the designation report, the complex historical and architectural interrelationship among these buildings is one of the factors which helps to define the character of the district. So, when we stand to say, look, we're going to design a building which seeks harmoniousness, which seeks appropriateness, which fits in. How do you fit in an area that is characterized by successive eras of different residential buildings? And we are in our own era now, of course, and so we thought it was an absolutely worthy and just exercise to say, how do we honor this great masonry tradition with masonry materials in this anomalous site, a site that's always been a bit different from its neighbors. So Todd Corson, my partner, is going to describe the architecture.
Thanks, Harry. So our proposed street wall matches the height of the Endicott Hotel building to the south, and the 5-story neighbor data is registered with slightly different detailing of the upper 2 floors. Above it, entablature detail that you'll see in a minute. So there's a setback 8th floor with a projecting overhang that reaches back towards the street line. The multi-layered wall that Harry began to describe is seen more clearly here. This detail of the building's midsection from the 2nd to the 5th floor. First plane, most proud plane, is brick-clad structural columns, 4 columns. Slightly recessed behind that is a brick plane that creates a frame around an open joint terracotta rain screen baguette system. Slightly behind that is the brick-clad floor spandrels. And then lastly is the glass plane behind the terracotta screen, which spans from column to column and floor to ceiling behind the freestanding rain screen element. The gaps in the terracotta system relate more on the scale of neighboring tenement windows, but the glass behind our terracotta system spans from column to column and floor to ceiling. At the perceived more typical sill and head heights, we have a different color baguette that goes across and engages the brick columns, much like the continuous sills and heads in residential buildings throughout the district. The 5th floor is capped with a slightly four-hole brick element and a capstone sill at the 6th floor to register the neighboring 5th floor. The upper 2 floors are arranged with generally the same arrangement of masonry planes, but distinguish themselves from the lower floors by using slightly lighter colored terracotta, a terracotta spandrel in lieu of the brick spandrel. The terracotta spandrel is ribbed with the same profile of the baguettes. There's also a use of terracotta in the framing elements, the recessed frames, the multi-story frame elements here, 2-story readings below a 4-story reading of the frame. Instead of being brick, it itself is terracotta. Also, there's vertical, incised, recessed, linear incisions on the 4 structural columns. The street wall is capped by slightly corbelled parapet wall and capped with cast stone coping. In the middle of each bay, the baguettes are 8 inches deep from front to back, with 6.5-inch gap between the baguettes and the glass. At the edges of each bay, the terracotta engages the frame and then also returns in towards the window jamb, closer to only an inch away from the jamb. You can see the planes of masonry in this view with the structural columns, then the recessed frame with the terracotta system, then the spandrels recessed slightly, and the 6th floor slab sill at the 5th floor neighbor temperature level. Same information about the plan and section details. The baguettes are 8 inches deep with 6.5-inch gap behind them. The baguettes are sloped 17 degrees to keep pigeons from, among other reasons, to keep pigeons from landing on them. That is the magic number we learned to keep pigeons from landing on things. It was brought up in community board hearing. We didn't have a chance to respond to that, so I wanted to say that. And you can also see the robust 8-story projecting overhang that reaches back to the street line. It's proposed painted metal, like many of the cornices around the district. As inside, the building is being designed with passive house components. You can see a robust 4-inch thick layer of insulation, both plan and section, with triple glazed windows, robust insulation, tight wall, thick robust exterior wall. Your passive house allows you to minimize the rooftop equipment. The size of the rooftop equipment for this building are much smaller than a typical building of this size. Looking north from the south, our street wall matching the height of the Endicott building to the south. The 8th floor cornice, the 8th floor projecting, creating a closed cornice on the street line. These chimneys are an extension, a required extension of these neighbor existing chimneys. There's a minimally visible mechanical bulkhead clad in aluminum panel above the south wall. Approaching the building further from the same angle on the left. On the right, we're now looking south. The street wall, matching an Endicott. The reading of a very thick, robust street wall, allowing a slot of lot-line windows to allow the 8th floor to emerge from behind, and its overhead to act as a cornice on the street line. Again, metal-clad residential core elements are seen above the north masonry wall. The storefronts in the district are very distinct, but characterized by being really literally separated from the masonry walls above, as the designation report says, with often by a cornice or band course of pressed metal, wood, or stone, and often these elements contain frieze bands designed to accommodate commercial signage. Likewise, our proposed storefront separates itself from the masonry wall above with a terracotta band course that continues over the residential entrance, utilizing the same terracotta rib details reminiscent of the 7th floor spandrel. There's recessed and painted metal signboards in the terracotta panel. The storefront itself is metal, clad, and glass, sitting on a dark granite base with the Siamese gas and host bit plates. The plans, the ground floor is fully built, or the proposed building is fully built commercial building. The storefront is separated into 2 stores per zoning for the special enhanced commercial district, EC2. You see that in the plan here with the residential core to the north. Floors 2 through 7 are L-shaped, creating a courtyard to the southwest corner of the site. You do see this rear yard, the rear extension from north and south in the slot of space. From Wednesday 2nd and Wednesday 3rd, we'll show those views In the second, especially towards the balcony railings that you see on the south. The 8th floor sets back 10 feet from the street line with its overhang coming back to the street line. The roof plan has an upper room for the 8th floor duplex apartment. It also has mechanical spaces and core. There's many exuberant street-facing fire escapes in the district that we considered while we looked at our design of a railing system for the balconies that are visible on the rear extension. This is the existing view from 82nd Street north to what is now currently a vacant lot. It was a 4-story building that was demolished. You will see the proposed building is visible. The rear wall, punched opening in a masonry facade, as well as its rear extension. Likewise, from the north looking south over 83rd Street, existing 1-story building, the existing view, the proposed view of our masonry wall with a line of punched openings. The elevation and the street elevation and south elevation. The top uppermost bulkhead roof is proposed to be 105 feet off of sidewalk. Here's the rear elevation punched opening language and the north elevation. The overhang, the top of that 8th floor overhang projection is 89.9 inches above the sidewalk. Proposed building section, the street wall is 88 feet from sidewalk. Again, the rear yard extension with the balconies. Storefront elevation, proposed elevation and plan. The residential entrance is proposed to have a glass and more of the baguettes acting as a projecting 4 feet from the street line up at the top of the opening here. A map of our views, and that's it.
Okay, I have a couple of questions. One is this, I think a deliberate decision that you've made that the top 2 floors are different in floor to ceiling height from the floors below. And why is that?
They are slightly taller. They are 8 inches taller, I think. As I said, the upper floors often change character as they go above the down above that whatever floor line, and it's to give them more ceiling height and more robust.
Okay, but otherwise, I mean, what you've shown is that the lower floors for residential work well with whatever those floor to ceiling heights are. It's not...
Correct.
Okay. And can you just explain a little bit what the intent of the canopy is? Just like, what is it? Is it trying to... I'm not sure what it's doing. No, the canopy right on top. But there's a datum line that you've shown, clearly in your drawings, of sort of explaining and articulating the reason why the street wall is appropriate, because it matches the building to the south. But then you have this canopy coming, and I'm just trying to understand, I don't understand what it's trying to do and what it's deriving from.
Well, I'll answer it in several ways.
Okay.
One is, we didn't talk about the allowed FAR, but we're way under. I mean, we're not even approaching it, so we just didn't discuss it. But there is a desire to give a really intricate and articulated facade, and that it's easier with a little additional square feet. So there's that underlying motive. And then we approached going up to the 2 stories above, and the example buildings often with boldly projecting cornices. I find when we design a cornice today, it very easily becomes imitative of a historic style that made sense for the construction means and methods in that earlier era, but less sense now. So by doing a setback for visually projecting back to the street line, we provide an overhang that reads like it creates a shadow line, it simulates a cornice, but not in an imitative way. So that's our design rationale, that it provides some of the heft and shadow line of the cornice. At the same time, it's a clearly modern element.
Okay, so what I understand that you're saying is that it's, maybe you have to set the street wall back because of the zone or something, I'm not sure exactly, but this canopy is trying to read as a part of the street wall and as the cornice, as opposed to a setback. So instead of a street wall and setback building, you're trying to create a street wall building.
It's a bit of both and.
Okay.
And you could accuse us of overreaching.
Just questioning. And the last thing about the baguettes or biscuits or what it was called, it's I think something about biscuits, but that, just tell us a little bit about that choice of because for some reason, at least in some of the renderings, it seems that it takes away from this other idea that you're trying to do, which is articulate openings that are similar to the residential opening, even though we understand there's glass behind. But because they're not defined in any way, they're just these strips, I don't know. Maybe I'm just speaking off the top of my head.
I heard you mention the lucerne, which is shown in detail. The lucerne's terracotta is very sculptural, and the ornaments that we don't show that are very similar in terms of ribbing, but it's, of course, theirs isn't transparent or rain screen. But from the sidewalk, looking up at the lucerne, you get these a very similar, deeply ribbed masonry reading. So the deep baguettes, they're lozenge-shaped. This is actually the shape, but not, this is slightly smaller, but this is the proposed shape sloped, and this is the proposed finish. We tested different shapes and sizes to make sure that this view, especially and across the street, when you're looking up, it evoked that really thick, richly carved masonry.
Okay.
But we often find that a masonry building in a historic district is often being compared visually with walls that they often aren't true wearing walls, but they're referencing a tradition of 18-inch thick walls or more. And so you get a depth of facade that is very hard to reproduce today. But if you separate the rain screen elements, which are masonry and a true masonry and a really carefully controlled finish, with the plane of glass and windows separated by 18 inches, then you get a real feeling of it. You kind of get a dialogue or a happy rapport with the deeper masonry and the contemporary construction, which has its own depth for a different reason than varying capacity.
Okay, do the commissioners have other questions? Okay, we'll take testimony. Barbara Zay.
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. While HDC's Public Review Committee could accept a new building on this site, the height of the proposed replacement gave us pause. First and foremost, the new building should be informed by the heights of the neighboring structures and could achieve a deeper respect for the street wall by at least setting back the top portion of the building. This theme continues with our suggestion to rethink the very large, seemingly floating cornice, which creates even more height above its neighbors. Instead, the new building could investigate a termination that takes cues from the existing strong cornice lines of adjacent buildings. Concerning the design, there are many architectural influences at play here, and our committee was concerned that these resulted in an excess of ideas and loss of urbanism. However, the texture and quality of the materials leads us to believe that some tweaks could result in a contextual new building. Thank you.
Thank you. Sean Kasadi?
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Sean Christanti for Landmark West. Our committee is sensitive to 466 Columbus Avenue's evolution from the two-story Williams department store to an associated supermarket and onto Kid Zone when it was appropriately enlarged to 3 stories. Throughout that lineage, this landmark has always been a mid-block background building. Our committee considers any proposed demolition very carefully. In this case, we believe the existing building should set the model for any future development on this site. We disagree with the position that an outlier, mid-block, side street building should serve as justification for the introduction of new forms and experimental products yielding a potential 8-story plus cellar mixed-use building that will stand head and shoulders above its neighbors on a mid-block avenue site. Out of context massing aside, our committee found the tripartite base body crown to be disjointed, appearing as 3 separate sets of ideas. The street-level commercial space is a kit of parts with little reference to other storefronts in the district. The painted metal crown, rather than providing a declarative punctuation for the structure, changes material, color, and plane, becoming a recessive, whispering ellipsis, petering into the sky as if it were a flying saucer about to disappear into orbit. The body of the proposed structure is dressed in a system of terracotta fins. These baguettes lie between a forward brick frame and a recessed vertical frame. Rather than acting in the sculptural, planar, incised, or carved fashion, such as the cited benchmark terracotta styling of Mulliken's 1903 Hotel Lucerne, they create a perforated facade, snapped in place, again discordant with the district's architectural fabric. Despite the passive house aspirations of the design, these fixed baguettes provide little insulation despite their omnipresence. They ostensibly are included for sun screening and aesthetic purposes. These fins are designed at a 17-degree angle, specifically intended as an irritant to pigeons. Has this become the driving criteria for the design? The facade's overly demanding dressing plus its aggressive resetting of data make the statement, "I'm big, I'm here, I'm important." This is not an appropriate solution for this site, and ultimately the community would not be gaining more by the proposed demolition. We're not in favor of this C of A. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers on the site? The Community Board 7 doesn't take any position on the demolition. In terms of the new building, their position is they disapprove the design with the recommendation to reevaluate the street wall and overall height. All right, do we have, yes? Any more, do we have any questions? Do you want to respond to any of the testimony we've heard?
I'll only give one, sort of, not so much a response, but an elaboration. We actually had what I consider one of the most interesting and productive meetings with the Landmarks Community Board. It lasted 2.5 hours. They were extremely attentive to the details of the building, and they voted to approve with some attendant concern about the height. That was then overturned in the larger board. So I just thought a little background on that would be interesting. The group who really proposed this to delve in was basically someone said, we want this building in our neighborhood, and we would like, we hope you go forward.
Okay. Thank you. So if there are no other questions for the applicants, we can close the hearing. So moved. Move to comments. Just on the demolition of the building, why don't we talk about that first? I don't know about the other commission. I didn't see any issues with the demolition of this building. This building was not one of the buildings that was a part of the intent of this historic district to protect it. It's altered over time, and I don't know if the report calls it a no-style building, but presumably, in my opinion, it is a no-style building, and so demolition, I don't have any concerns about that. Do any of the commissioners? Okay, so the proposal, I think some of my concerns may have come out during the question and answer session. But I think that, at least for me, in terms of the massing, a simpler and obvious solution would be just match the street wall and go away. But I think it's, for me, maybe because I'm a planner, I think of the fact that this is Columbus Avenue. It allows very high density, typically. It's got subways around it. This is the area where you can take some massing. And from that perspective, and then also some of the analysis that they've shown us, which is that it's the street wall heights along Columbus Avenue vary. You have high street walls, but you have lower street walls. So I think that, for me, having a street wall that's higher than the adjacent buildings, I think is appropriate, and I think it can fit in with the historic context of Columbus Avenue. I think that it's nuanced as to what that height should be and where it should lie and what should happen above it, whether there are setbacks, no setbacks, a canopy. But I think for me at least, the general approach to this, I think, is appropriate, and I think, obviously, I have some concerns and, tweaks and could be developed and finessed, but I'd like to hear what, other commissioners have to say. Yes, Adi?
I think I agree with what you've said about the height. And I also, I kind of buy into the treatment and the interpretation, the treatment of the masonry, the tripartite division of the facade, even the use of the baguettes, I think, is interesting, and I think I'm willing to see if it works, if it renders it kind of the three-dimensional and deep masonry-like profile that we want to see. I think my biggest issue, and I'm not entirely convinced of the canopy, convinced of whether it recalls a cornice or how it deals with a setback. So I'm not convinced of that, but maybe someone can talk to that. I think that the part that I am least interested in, I think at this point, is the storefront and the base. I mean, if you really are emulating and making reference to Lucerne and to some of the other buildings at this height and with the masonry and with the depth, I think that the masonry has to come down to the ground. And I recognize that this is retail and it's commercial and there's, there are other things that have to happen on the Columbus Street face. But it's just, there's something about it that's just so sort of typical or even slightly suburban or it's generic, yeah. And I think that if in fact there was a kind of further development of masonry and glass at the ground floor, it would really, I think it would really work, and the building I could see working very well.
Other comments? Yes.
I'm very intrigued by the proposal. I think it's another very interesting BKSK project that dances on the edge of traditional and contemporary things, and I think that's a good thing. I think that I agree with Adi 100% on both counts. I think the storefront is correct from a kind of analytical point of view in terms of the district, in that mid-block buildings. I think there's a real difference between the Lucerne and buildings of its nature, which were massive corner buildings meant to be kind of palazzi landmarks, and the mid-block building that this in the end is, and a lot of the other buildings that they showed as kind of context buildings, which are more modest. And certainly the retail buildings along Columbus, as far as I can recall, are mostly like this, where there's a real cutoff at the storefront. But that doesn't mean that the storefront can't do better. And I think just like this building is not what Landmark West would like, in that it's not a background quiet building, but has aspirations to do something, I think that the base could rise to that level, and it would be a good thing. With some greater integration, if not in the material or color, but in the themes and kind of general level of interest. I think that for a building that has so much intensity of interest in its main facade, and so much focus and fetish on materials and details, where you need it most, down at the storefront, it's kind of like, okay. So I think that would be a good thing. I think the cornice is an odd piece as well. I think that it's a kind of like a Corbusian brise soleil at the top with a recess, that because of its shape, because of its material, because of its disconnection, and also because of the corbelling at the top of the main facade, it does look kind of like it's coming out of left field. I think there would be ways to articulate it in such a way that the gimmick could work, that it could pull down together, again with some articulation that would draw it into the main body of the building. I'm not opposed to it as a gesture per se, but I think that the whole top is kind of not sure of what side of the
postmodern divide it's on, you know? I mean, the corbelling is very traditional and very sedate, and the swooping cornice is much more, Chandigarhi. I think that the one thing that I would add is, I mean, I think generally the mid zone is effective and will be interesting, and it's a very good play on kind of Upper West Side construction. I agree with your comment about the heights. I think it does look distended. The floors above the belt line are needlessly elongated. I would say they should go in the opposite direction. They should be diminished from the base levels, not increased.
Or at least the same or something.
I'd vote for diminished, because I think that even though they bamboozled me into agreeing with them in terms of their zoning analysis and all that, but I still think that just looking at the block front, looking at sheet 20, it just looks too tall to me. It just looks too tall to me. I'm not totally convinced, and I think that it would feel like a better fit for me if it were a little bit lower. And the last comment is on the sliver view to the rear yard. I think is fine that the building looks different, but the only wrong note there that I would ask them to look at, and it could be done with staff, frankly, is the sliding doors just look like they're anomalous, and I would ask them to revisit that.
All right, other comments? I guess Fred.
I think it's a terrific building. It starts with, I think, a very sophisticated understanding of the streetscape, and as a planner, I also appreciated that aspect of the analysis and how the building came to be. I'm not going to repeat everything that others have already said. If it's too high, it's a few feet too high. It's not a story too high, in my judgment. I like the canopy top, but I think it, in fact, I like it a lot, as a matter of fact, but I think it's a little odd. It competes a little bit with the corbelled top of the brick piece, which is also very inventive. I mean, all of this is very inventive, which is why we like it, I think, why I like it. But maybe there's just a little too much there, and others might disagree that maybe the corbel is the right thing and recede with the metal canopy, but I really like that metal canopy acting as a pretty cool cornice. You can see how it relates to the cornice, particularly on the buildings to the right on the screen. And I would urge us to look at not just the elevation, but also the perspectives, which I'm looking at on whatever page it is, I don't know, 26. I think it gives a kind of a more accurate understanding of the building in its context. Just a word or two about the inventiveness of the middle part. As it's been said, it's Upper West Side materials used in a completely fresh and new way, a contemporary, but contextual way. I think this building overall fits in, and it stands out without too much glamour. It's a very good New York building, I think, particularly the way the gauziness of this the baguettes can work. Look at some of those elevations close up. It's really almost shimmering. It's kind of exciting, I think. I didn't catch the base of the building as being a bad, but I can accept, and I'm not sure that bringing it down with masonry is the right thing to do, but maybe let's just leave it at that, and maybe the architect should think about that, but it didn't catch my eye at first glance that was an inappropriate base.
Okay, other comments? Wellington? Eugenie, go ahead.
So I currently live on the Upper West Side, although I want to go back to Brooklyn. And the thing about Columbus Avenue and even Amsterdam, that I think is really important is it's the part of the neighborhood that feels like a neighborhood. So whereas the scale on the Upper West Side tends to go west, as you get closer to me, or actually by the park, then it comes down, and then it goes up again. And I kind of really appreciate Columbus and Amsterdam because it's not so big. So even though this building isn't so high, and maybe it has a little bit to do with the canopy, I think it's a little too high. I think it wants to come down, I think that wants to come down to where the dotted line is. It's just, even when I look at 26, and I've been spending a lot of time looking at page 26, I feel like it just wants to come down a little bit because Columbus is more punctuated with height, but it's actually a lower avenue to me. And I thought what you said, Addie, was really interesting about bringing the material, changing the materiality and bringing it down to the street level, because Columbus is about the street. It's all about the retail, it's all about the restaurants, it's all about the experience that you have at a lower level. So I think that's definitely worth exploring. At first, as Fred said, I didn't have a problem with it, but I think it would make the street, it would make the building more interesting, and we'd have a better experience with it at the street. I think the baguettes are interesting. I don't think I would want to live behind them, but I think to look at them from the street is could be quite lovely. And that's it. I think it's an interesting building.
Yeah, I agree with most of what has been said, so I will not repeat it. I think I would love to see the detailing work. I think it's a rather sophisticated. I'm glad they spend a lot of time in detail. I hope the 17 degrees can deter the pigeons. But I do share in that the canopy, I share with the chair's concern in terms of the top. I hope you can explore a different way to see if we can have a...
Well, I'm shifting my position a little bit on that.
Okay. And I see that the base and the shaft and then the top treatment. I do agree that the height maybe can be lower slightly. I don't think that you need to, but I think that there's something about the current proposal that's slightly a little bit too high. Something intrigued me, which you said I don't know, the chair alluded to the idea of setting it back slightly, and I don't know what you meant by that, but I thought that was an interesting thing to do. And as to the base, I'm a little bit like Fred. Initially, it didn't bother me, but I think that if you were to restudy it, maybe a different way of treating it, and I'm sure that you can make an improvement of it.
I think a couple of things here. One is that just in the portion, and this may address some of the concerns that the commissioners have said, which is if the top two floors actually are lowered, I think the datum line will naturally come down. And I think that, I'm not sure what the other commissioners feel, but I think I was kind of heard from Fred about, that the canopy could be sort of an interesting, and I think you said that as well, as an interesting idea to feel like the street walls, so there are things that happen behind. I think it could work, actually, listening to some of the comments. But I do think that the datum will come down and sit in more comfortably. I think the idea of actually extending some of the masonry to bring some heft to the lower level so it doesn't feel like they're just panels you can pull out will make it more meaningful. And I do agree with both Addie and I think Michael agreed and Jeannie about that would, I think it just integrate the building better than something that feels like somewhat separate. So, do me, it seems that with a few changes, I think this commission would be able to support this. So the question is really whether we would like them to come back, or would we prefer them to be okay with them to work with us? Okay, so because it's a creative solution, and I know that the designers have spent a lot of time on this, so probably want to think through it further. Okay, so then we'll have you back. Okay. Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, good. And that ends today's session. Thank you all. Yes. Yes, nice to meet you.